Five, four, three, two, one.
All right then. Hello, willkommen, bienvenue. It's time for another Amish Inquisition, episode 333. Ah!
Whoa.
On Sunday, the 9th of June, 2024. I'm Phil,
I'm Ben.
And I'm Matt.
and we have a Zoom conversation open. If anyone wants to join us, the link is in the show notes. I don't know whose idea it was. I think it was Hogdan's or Sam Cornell's idea on one of the phone-in shows a while back. He said 3:33. You want to open it up and get people involved. So that's what we've done. And we're very happy to be joined by Paul, the Black Sheep researcher. How you doing, Paul?
Gouge his eyes!
Can you hear us?
I can. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Loud and clear. Yeah, I was just saying before, I've noticed you dropping in the chat last few weeks.
Oh.
And, oh gosh, it's going to be one of those nights, and it's chaos. I have to admit someone else now. But yeah, so yeah, I would say I appreciate you jumping in and having a chat with us online. I know we're not very good at interacting with the chat on our channel, are we?
Oh, we're busy.
No, I mean, sometimes we point stuff out, don't we?
We do.
I mean, I'm
We
trying
do.
to listen for a start.
It's an education for me.
Yeah. That's right.
Oh, actually, man, back in.
Who's that? Yeah, this was a terrible idea, wasn't it? Putting the we're kind of asking for it, aren't we?
I mean,
How long before we get a mariachi band
again?
again? So yeah, thanks for joining us, Jack. He's superstar GJ. Oh, this is just going to be chaos.
Last one
isn't
I
it?
joined that they got porn bombed, so you best watch it.
All right, yeah.
Oh, is that a thing?
Don't put ideas in there,
Yeah.
Paul.
Porn bomb.
Oh, what is a porn bomb?
I think it's like a dessert.
Right. Okay. What's
So-
happening? What's going on? I don't understand.
You best watch it, guys. Yeah, blame Sam.
Gouge his eyes!
Sorry.
To Greece, and I stayed
3
on
degrees.
one of the 3 fingers of Greece.
Oh, did you? Which one?
Cassandra, mine was called.
Oh, really?
There's really its name, yeah.
Okay.
So there's like 3 peninsula.
Yeah.
Is that the plural?
Peninsula.
Peninsulas. And I stayed on one. The other one's called something beginning with S. And the last one is Mount Athos.
Athos.
Yeah. Where like a titan, I think, had a fight with Poseidon, apparently.
Oh, really?
Wow, that sounds intense.
Yeah. So, and you could see it from the beach, which was nice.
The fight.
Well, yeah, the after effects, which was the mountain.
The mountain.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
So there's my contribution to 333.
That's good.
Mm-hmm. Anything you'd like to contribute, Ben?
Just trying to think
No.
if I've eaten 333
Oh, here he is,
of anything.
Jaden again.
Oh, no, don't.
Is he
Don't
not
do
the
it.
drum and bass guy?
He's the drum and bass guy.
I'm not risking it. I'm not risking it. Paul, what have you learnt about the number 333 specifically? Anything meaningful? Numerological terms?
People think I'm well into it. I just go with the flow. You know what I mean? I let numbers find me. I think that's what happens to a lot of people. And I've learned a lot from you guys and other people like Sam and different things, especially on the numbers. I seem to be transfixed by a different strange number. I will not get into. I'm just anticipating these are all nice people that's popping in and you're not getting palm bombed. But yeah, with the Trinity, that's an exciting number. You know what I mean? There's different things about the Trinity, as you know, from religious standpoint of view to the Celtics, how they used it in the designs and the Celtic knots, to obviously what you just been mentioning now before about the Titans and different things. But
Whoa.
We've lost audio. We've lost audio. This one, hang fire.
I'm still here.
We're just going to have. And it'll make it work again,
Are
hopefully.
you still there, Paul?
I am. Can you hear
There we
me?
go.
Oh, yes,
Boom.
you can hear now. Yeah.
The white.
no!
Hear me now.
Who's that?
Hear me now. I'll have to get a wig. Do you want me to get a wig?
That's David.
We should.
This is chaos.
It is. It's popular, lads. That's what it is.
Yeah.
I don't know about that. I don't know about that. I think we're just kind of asking for it. Yeah, I don't know what we were thinking.
Yeah, especially don't like you shouldn't have got like a face up. Yeah, last time I mentioned this to you guys, I did a live. It got porn bombed. They opened it up.
Really?
And someone hit the link, and it was as soon as porn came on, and they got locked out. The lads got locked out, so they couldn't even get them off the screen, and the stream got took down, and you got a strike. So you just have to be very wary, especially if you've got Sam Carno about.
You know Sam, do you?
I do, yeah.
You've known him for a while.
I have, yeah. No, Sam, Emma, Hog Damn Much. They've popped in my chats a bit. So we all get about, you know what I mean? Like filthy whores.
You're right, Hog Dan. Notice she drops in the
You
chat. Then.
muted him.
Yeah, I'm all good, man. I'm just letting the
Oh, is
legend
it?
that Mr. Paul Knight is speak, because it's always good to hear Paul speak about stuff. Like you said, everyone thinks he's like some sort of genius, and he is, but not in the way
I'm
people
not.
think. He just feels it, he just does it, he just says it, he just sees it, he just asks the questions, which is what we're all here to do and learn, you know? Just enjoy it.
Yeah, you can get into a lot of trouble just asking questions, though, Hog Dan. That's the problem.
Yeah, that's society in general, though, isn't it? They don't want you to ask you questions. Do they? Got to answer questions and follow orders. That's what they want, don't they?
Yeah, I'd concur with that. Yeah. Do you get in trouble with your channel, Paul, on YouTube? Do you get much censorship going on?
Yeah, I've lost it once. My channel got just about to get deleted, and I got rid of it before I got deleted, and I lost the channel. I then created What the Flock TV, and I just missed the original names. Like you guys, you're known as the Amish, Inquisition, and if you change your name, it doesn't feel like you, does it? So for a long time, I was What the Flock TV, and it just didn't feel right. And I thought, sod it, I want to go back to Black Sheep Researcher, and I'm still here now. But yeah, I do get a lot of warnings and that, and different things, and copyrights and different things like that. But it's just part of the course. You know what I mean? You can still use other platforms, but you don't seem to get as much interaction as you do on here. I mean, I've not personally seen it. I don't know if you guys get more on other platforms or interaction as this. And I just thought, you know what, I'm going to stay with it. Go back to the Black Sheep if I go down fighting, and I'll keep coming back like a bad case of the shit. You know what I mean? So.
Have you tried using different channels, different platforms rather, Rumble and whatnot?
I have, yeah, and I just didn't. It doesn't feel the same. You know, if you, we don't do it for views, do we? Really? Sometimes you do like to have a lot of people in chat, or you know, you get out of it. But when you're like sitting in a room, you've got like 1-2 people, and it's like you're talking to yourself. It's all right with you guys because there's 3 of you. You can bounce and just chat like you're in the pub, type of thing.
Yeah.
Whereas I'm like, you can hear crickets, and it's just not the same. So I just come back on YouTube, stayed on it. And obviously, you just got to watch certain words. You can't say this. And
Yeah.
touch wood, I've not been too bad this third time around with the Black Sheep. But you know what they're like.
We've got a couple more people. Who's that? Is that David? Who's David? Are you there, David?
Hi, I am Nigga.
Oh, dear.
Really?
Hi.
Is that the best you've got?
So
I think, was that not Steve?
No, it was John that came up then.
Oh, is he gone now?
No, he'll be going now though.
You sure? I
Yeah,
thought it was
no,
David.
it flashed up.
Gosh, so childish.
This should be thing, I'm telling you guys, just watch it. You know when it's like a red rag to a bull.
Please, music.
With more than one
he back
John, I
in?
think, in the chat.
Just to get rid of the other one.
Honestly. What, this one?
Yeah,
Okay.
make host.
Where are these people fucking coming from is what I don't know. They don't watch every week, do
I
they?
don't know. It's weird, isn't it? So you only put it in the element, right?
I put it on YouTube.
Just try and spread the word a bit, Phil. Sorry, mate, if you get a few. I'm sure the ones we told, I'm sure are good as gold, though. We'll see what happens, mate.
Yeah. Yeah. Did we hear from Steve? Did
If
Steve,
it goes south, mate, always make it just a call in.
İçime vursun ritim içime.
Lovely. That was
Steve.
beautiful.
Interesting,
It's
Steve.
time to take your meds. Steve.
Why isn't he on the list?
He's gone.
Gone.
He's just gone. God, what's the point?
He's added his
Oh my
contribution.
god, this is great.
Do I dare ask about Harry Diver?
This has got a surname.
Brawl Stars'a geldim elimde
Ah.
kağıt kalem. Bilmiyorsan oynamayı ağlamayacağım madem.
See ya.
Hey, he's persistent. I'll tell you that's
What's
the
he
same
saying?
guy.
I can't even stand a fucking word he's saying. No offense, but
No, it's like, where did the people find this random link?
Hey guys.
Ha-
Ne oldu lan? Mevzu var. Bir kişi 5 kişiye dövüyor. Gelsin o Kürt'ü.
Harry, gotta go, man.
Right, here we go. If you're coming in, you need to put something. I don't know what would you
Put your
say.
national insurance number.
Yeah, give us your national insurance number, your date of birth, and your shoe
Bank
size,
details.
and
then
then
your
we
bank
might
account and sort code number.
consider. Yeah, you got to change your name to someone we would recognise. Otherwise, your name's not down. You're not coming in.
Yeah.
No.
That's what it's going to have to be.
Get Big Sam in here. He knows a lot of people. He could be the bouncer.
This is why
Yeah,
we
but-
can't have nice
Well,
things.
Sam be wearing his thong. He likes wearing his thong, doesn't he?
If you say so, I mean.
Yeah, he's well. Honestly, he's well known for it. Is Sam and Rob as well. They love the thongs.
Just on his head.
Like, if your name's iMac, I'm going to have to kick you out because I don't trust you. There we go. That's another,
Censorship in action.
that's another one gone.
No?
Wow.
Yeah, but just coming in and saying bullshit. I'm not having it.
Vaz, who's Amish?
Unless you're doing an Arnold Schwarzenegger impression. It's all right then. Bullshit. All of it.
Is somebody, do you think, trying to surreptitiously get into the Zoom link, calling themselves Amish?
Wow.
was,
What a code.
Yeah.
John Walker. I'm guessing John Walker's. Are you drinking John Walker at the moment, John Walker?
What?
Fucking hell. Honestly.
It's the same guy from before.
Yeah.
So-
I've done it about 1 million times.
He's smoking the cigarettes, yes?
Our biggest fan.
John Walker.
Yeah.
There we go.
Ah.
I haven't thought this through, have I?
No, but we're down to a trinity now.
Oh, hey, how
By
auspicious.
design.
How auspicious.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, I think maybe the 3 is probably more. I guess that's why it's a sacred number, 333, because it's 3 times 3. It's 3 cubed.
Please show me the number of counting.
Who the
Remove Hogdan.
4 is too many, and 5 is way out.
Yeah, holy hand grenade.
Yeah, the Holy Hand Antioch.
of Antioch, yeah.
Oh, right. No. Oh,
Oh, Helen.
Helen. Taking a risk on a Helen.
I'll take a risk on a Helen.
Yeah.
I'm hoping it's the Helen we think it is.
Is it going to...
I'm back.
Brilliant.
Just leave it on.
Yeah, that's what we go. Jesus
All right.
Christ.
All right.
So now they're going to copy names from the chat.
So, well, are they in the chat? Well, they're going to see it, aren't they?
Yeah.
So,
That was Stick off Hey Dougie, wasn't it? He was just playing.
Yeah, no, yeah. Sounded like it.
Why am I doing? Why do we do this to ourselves?
I thought we'd learned a
Glenn,
lesson.
Sam, and Ogden much. They told you guys to do it.
They've screwed us. Yeah, it wasn't your idea, Ogden. This.
Me and Sam, yeah, but Sam's not. Well, he's in the chat, but he's not coming to the stream at the minute, is he? So.
Oh,
But yeah, we thought we had
Phil
an idea. We
Foden.
knew it'd be a shit show, but we thought we'd give it a go. Sometimes
Yeah.
maybe good, sometimes maybe shit.
Absolutely.
It's just I don't let anyone in now. I don't let anyone in.
Phil Foden is known for his love of esoteric. eh?
Is he?
Yeah,
And he's playing on the left wing.
exactly. Yeah, as part of a
often-
front three.
I saw him on the bench reading Rudolf Steiner. the other week.
Exactly.
Yeah, just before he came on.
Yes.
Wow, I didn't know he was a anthroposophist.
He certainly
Got,
is.
there's people saying they haven't got the link filter join.
It's in the chat.
It's actually it's on the actual stream, guys. If you look in the comments of the stream, you'll find the link.
Yeah, but I can't. Oh, I wonder if this is Jason McCrash or is it going to be someone playing techno music? Let's find out.
And you fell for it again.
Epic. Epic dub.
Oh my god. I thought that was going to be
Everyone's
Jason
like
Crash.
We
I
fell
know.
for it again.
Do you think he hasn't got anything better to do?
Evidently.
Now, Jason can't zoom in. He just said on the chat, so
Oh.
he won't be. If you see Jason McCrash, it's not Jason McCrash. It's techno.
Techno.
Too late.
Too unlimited.
He's been in again.
Yeah. Well, you know, what can I do? I should have thought of a more secure way of doing this.
No, he shouldn't, mate. Why not? It's on YouTube. Who cares? It's a bit of laugh, isn't it?
Fair enough, yeah.
It's all good, man. We love the Sundays. It's chilled. You guys are chilled, and we just sit there having a barn raising, chatting. I can't think of any other show I'd sit there and actually listen to you guys just chill.
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, that's it. It's
what
nice,
we do
relaxing
best.
Sunday afternoon, isn't it, mate?
It is.
We love it.
You're making me want to skin up. Is this?
Oh.
Lee.
Oh, nice one. See what Lee's done?
Yes.
Lee has used an official logo
Wow.
of his podcast, so we know that
Don't
Lee.
be techno. Don't be techno.
If he starts playing techno,
Hello.
hello Lee.
You all right?
Hey, yeah, you all right, Mac? How's it going?
It's all good.
So good. I saw you had a nice pub crawl the other week.
I certainly did.
Pub Crow. Is that like a cafe raven? Pub Crow.
Yeah, maybe. How many pubs did you hit in the end, Lee?
I think it was 10 or 11.
Shit.
That's a lot of pubs.
But did you just drink like shandies? Half a shandy in each?
Cup of tea
ha-
in each.
half a shandy in every single pub.
That's the way to
That's
do
the
it.
way to do it, isn't it? It's the only way you can survive
Yeah.
doing that kind of thing.
What were the famous ones? There's the Otley Run in Leeds, and they're in the
That's it.
Didsbury Dozen.
The Didsbury Dozen.
The Didsbury Dozen, yeah.
Not heard of
I
that
was
one.
I was at uni. That's the two I know.
There's
Must be
one on the
in every
train,
town,
isn't there,
man.
that's got ridiculously popular.
Oh, we did the
We did
beer
it,
train
yeah.
for your
It was
stag
my
do, wasn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
So you start off at Preston, 'Cause we live there.
Yes, right.
and then you get a train, and you get off.
Huddersfield?
Manchester.
Manchester.
Starts
to
at
Huddersfield.
Manchester,
To
and you get
Leeds.
off.
Leeds.
Every stop, there's a real ale pub within a mile or something,
Yeah.
isn't there?
Yeah.
And you got to get on the train, get your fucking hell, Lee, your beard's gone.
Yeah, I'm here.
What happened to you?
Wowzers. And you're in space. More concerningly.
You know, you got to explore, haven't you? Space is real. It's not fake and gay.
There you go.
I'm in
Here
it.
first.
Oh, Mason.
I'm risking a Mason. I'm risking a Mason.
Not again!
Yes. He's my favourite.
Can we not just keep him in, that guy?
No, because he won't shut the fuck up. You could actually, you will. Mason, Jack, Q-Trax, Jason, whatever your real name is. You could actually
Some
just
kind.
talk to us if you wanted to. You don't have to get kicked continuously. Sam's here. Sam's here.
Is it
Is
really?
it Sam?
No, obviously it's not. Got you again.
Brilliant.
Sam's having connection issues.
Yeah, it's that techno.
You're very dark there, Lee.
It's in space.
I'm
I
in
know
space, aren't I?
You need one of those lights that shines on your face like we have. That goes over at camera.
Yeah.
Glowing ring.
That costs money.
Oh, I got one off Amazon for like 20 quid.
Yeah, still money.
Yeah, these crypto shekels will be worthless pretty soon anyway.
That's like 2 shandies on a pub crawl.
Fucking hell, it probably is. I went to Black Bull last Friday. £5.30 for a bottle of cider.
£5.30.
Yeah.
How many could you get from Lidl?
Well, like £2 a piece at Lidl.
Right.
Some faux Swedish cider.
Recording.
How much was the beer in Greece?
It was quite expensive, actually. It's €4 for a big beer.
So like 30p.
It's £3 something, isn't it? Yeah.
Oh, so that's reasonable.
Is it cheaper than here? For like, it's a 5%er as well, which I didn't realise.
It's like a fiver a pint here now.
Is it? Well, I suppose it's 20% cheaper.
But you
then,
got that working men's.
Oh, yeah. Or a Sam Smith's.
Yeah.
Keep your phone in your pocket.
I just watched a video of there's a pub in Bolton where you can get something for £1.79 a pint of something awful.
Piss.
Yeah, I think so. Essentially, yeah.
£1 something for a pint.
£1.79.
Do you remember when we used to go to the Rock nightclub?
Yes.
And if you got there before 10 o'clock, it was 50p a pint.
50p a pint of GB lager.
GB, yeah. And it stank of eggs.
It is.
Always.
Yeah, but it was 50p.
50p.
I'm out. 4, please.
You can
Neck
get
these.
absolutely smashed and a taxi home and
This
a
is-
kebab for less than 20 quid.
The kids today do this thing called front loading, don't they? Where they go out, they drink at home before they go out.
Pre-drinks.
Yeah, front loading your alcohol. Get as pissed as you can before you go out and you have to pay £5 a pint. But we used to actually do it in a nightclub.
Yes.
We used to front load in a nightclub. Get there before 10, buy 4 or 5 pints, and then you're sorted then, aren't you?
Yes.
Golden.
Are you risking a Daniel Evans?
Am I fuck? No.
Spencer
Spencer.
Denzel.
No fake names. I know these names are fake. You're not coming in. Give up.
Who's this guy down here supposed to be? Is it really Sam?
It's Sam.
Yeah, some
Oh,
kind.
Sam, have you connected, Sam?
He's muted.
Of...
Oh, no.
Sometimes it's going to be good, sometimes it's going to be shit.
Yay, evening.
he's-
Good evening, everyone.
How are you, Sam?
Yeah, not too bad, mate. Just listening in.
Just waiting for the techno music.
Well, yeah. Fucking hell, I ain't listened to that sort of stuff for years.
It's very persistent. The techno wizard.
Seems to be, doesn't he? Yeah. So, are we going to start the episode now?
Have we not started yet?
And
No,
we're back.
I don't know what's happening. I don't understand.
It's
It's just a Zoom free for all.
It's a
Paul.
free-
It's a free for all.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah, don't wait for us. If you've got anything to say, anyone who's with us, like don't wait to be asked. It's just an open chat. With no.
Oh, auntie. Do you risk an auntie?
I wonder if that.
Here
think
then, Hog, what we've been chatting about earlier. Like this Terrence Howard stuff that's just popped up.
Oh, God.
Like, for instance.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
I love the
I can't
way.
be honest. I find it quite entertaining myself. Sorry,
I
guys.
love
If it
the
makes me laugh.
way. I love the trolling way he says something. He doesn't
I
go
love the way
straight.
none of us actually fucking bothered in the slightest either. I love it.
Yeah,
It's
see,
great.
he don't go straight to the techno music. He goes, "What? What's up? Uh-oh."
Yeah.
Sorry, Sam. You were rudely interrupted.
About Terrence Howard?
Yeah, Terrence
Go on,
Howard.
bro. Go on,
Yeah,
bro.
he's-
Did I kick Sam by mistake?
I think you're muted, Sam, again now.
No,
No, no, there you are.
There we go.
like Russell Waters was talking about this over 100 years ago, and the question I ask is, why is this all coming up now? Why is it being brought back up into the like sphere so that everybody can actually start looking at this information again now?
Sorry, Sam, were you saying something? Have you disappeared?
Just muted somehow. I think Sam was saying about the Terrence Howard stuff.
Yeah.
There's nothing new, obviously. And the thing that Sam's really interested in at a minute, and we've been talking about, is the fact it's all coming out now, suddenly. Why are they starting to bring all this out now, and Terrence Howard's presenting all this stuff
Now,
when a lot of it was around ages ago?
Even I have seen these Terrence Howard videos, but I don't understand them. Have you seen them? And my wife has seen them and shown them me as well.
I listened to it. I listened to the episode, and I thought it was quite interesting, but he kind of lost me towards the end. He kind of, you know, this is my perspective. You might disagree with me, but I thought it was really interesting, and then in the last half an hour, 40 minutes, he kind of went off the deep end on the aliens and stuff, and that's when he kind of lost me because I'm not an alien guy.
What is it? Is it something about a number that is like something to do with the numbers or something?
It's a whole load of stuff.
Sacred geometry, numerology, plasma, nature of reality, fourth dimensions. He's pulling stuff from all over the place.
Like a bingo card.
Yeah, it's like an esoteric bingo card, essentially.
Bullshit bingo, isn't it?
But I don't know. He might be on something. I don't know. I thought he was quite impressive here and there.
He's definitely on something. He's got a hand so far up his arse, like they all have, to be honest, pulling their strings through the arsehole, in my opinion. But again, you have to listen to these people because they do actually tell you a lot of stuff that's quite interesting. It's like a truth burger, and you just got to pick it apart. Got to process it. Like we were talking about it earlier, me and Sam, about quadrivium and trivium, and just process it, man. Because they're giving you loads of clues and making you think, but they clearly got a hand up their arse. That's what they're up there doing it.
Did you listen to the...
Everything's plagiarized. So you basically, that's like a dirty word now, but unless we go back and listen to other people's information and knowledge, we're never going to get to where we are now, you know, and understand. Like Walter Russell was talking about this sort of stuff nearly 100 years ago, and you tie it all in with the different information and knowledge that we're building up at the moment, trying to understand where we are in the now at this moment in time.
Yeah. Did you listen to it, Paul? Have you heard the Rogan interview?
No. I'm like the guy who lives in a cave, but the cave under the cave under the cave under the cave under the cave. I'm like 50 years behind everyone. I'm just like in my own little bubble. So I've not saw nothing on it, but what were they generally going on? What is the consensus? What are they trying to bring back? What is it, a specific theory or?
It was lots of different things. So he was talking about free energy devices. He was talking about the nature of the solar system and how planets are created, or how the solar system is created, emanations from the sun essentially, and then each planet has its spell in the Goldilocks zones and then moves further away, and then the next planet takes over. That's why Mars, they talk about finding water. So, you know, the theory was that Mars was in the Goldilocks zone, and it's gradually moved away, and Earth has taken its spot, which gives us the chance to create life. I mean, there was loads. It was over 3 hours. There was loads of information in there.
It probably took me about 3 days to watch it. Then I'll check it out, like, because I'm very observant when I'm actually here in this space. But I've got so much going on. Like you only get a few minutes. That's why I just like listening to you guys. Just, you know, keep your feet up, earphones on.
Yeah, that's a wise decision.
That's
like,
it, yeah.
There's a lot of good information, but and sometimes we can get caught up our own arse and think, is there a reason? And sometimes it's not just good or bad. Maybe, you know, things get a cycle and come back because people out there want us to know this thing. You know, is there an agenda? We don't know. But we just take it as information, like I say it, and go from there. Because sometimes you can put the pieces together, just different layers of the onion in it.
Well, I think Hogdown, Sam was saying earlier about why is it coming out now, sort of thing. Why is it getting exposure on the biggest podcast, arguably the biggest TV show in the world, the JRE podcast. I mean, I don't know what his numbers are, but I'm guessing it's tens of millions per episode.
Yeah,
it's probably comparative with a Game of Thrones or whatever normies watch.
There's some numbers for you, isn't there? We just get like a sniff of a butt cracking views, like, you know what I mean? But
well, I remember
sometimes these channels just take it. I mean, I've had a lot of plagiarisms, as you guys were on about for years. Sometimes you get angry. You start getting angry about it, and then you just want, what's the point? Holding that energy of negativity don't get you nowhere. You just have to laugh it off and look at it as
it's not like we own anything really, isn't it? It's all there. It's just we're just there to do it. Like Anthony Kiedis, what he said about the Chili Peppers, if they didn't write the song, someone else would have done it.
Yeah.
It's just there. It's just there to be discovered. It comes through us, and that's it. We don't own it.
It's like what I'm going visiting him, in the next video. Like, I'm going back looking at some of my old stuff, like, and you forget you've done it. It's strange how your memory works. That's what I'm looking into, the memory. I've been talking about Sam, like, behind closed doors this week, and it's just strange how these things that we're on about come back. And I'm looking at memory, and I don't know if you guys have heard. There's a guy about 100 years ago, maybe same time, I think it is, Babbage. I forgot his first name now.
Charles.
And he was talking about how he was talking about it. He was making a device or something with math, and you could actually get people's memories and what they were talking about from the atmosphere, basic atmospheric memory. What I've talked about. And if you think about it, if we speak, and it hits the medium, like the cymatics, are all our thoughts kept all around us? So, and he said he was able to pull these out. Bit like when the Vatican has that time, supposed to be having a time machine type of thing, chronovision, but he was able to get thoughts and things. Bit like what was that film years ago? Was it Frequency? If you remember Frequency from the guy, is it Jim Caviezel or whatever his name is?
Oh yeah, Passion of the Christ guy.
Yeah, he was talking to his dad who's been dead for 30 years, and it's like, where do these radio signals come from? You know what I mean? They hit the ionosphere, and then they come back and they get stored around us. People have been picking up ghost channels for years that have not been heard for years, and this just got me thinking: if we can do this with spells, because everything is a spell when we talk. If it's all kept, and Babish was talking about how when you speak, all this is atomically grafted in the space around us. And he was talking about getting access to those thoughts and memories, and then you getting them back. So just think about it. If you got it back and it's not your thought, how do you know it's your thought? Unless it's got you in it. You know what I mean?
It's kind of sounds like Akashic Records, this kind of thing, where everything, sort of every utterance, every instance is recorded somewhere in a plane of existence that isn't consciously, we're not consciously aware of.
Layer.
Well, that's Casey, isn't it? In
Edgar Casey,
nutshell, basically, it's in a nutshell. Yeah.
Yeah, that was his thing. He would go into his trance.
I can't remember what I do mention the video. Like I said, I made these videos years ago, and I'm just revisiting because I forget loads of shit. Me, I'm like a goldfish sometimes. You know what I mean? It's like, damn, I don't remember making that. I'm like, one spell, I'm not joking. I hit a video one day, and I'm looking at it, and I'm like, the thieving bastards, that's my video. It was me. Like, no way.
How long have you been doing this, Paul?
What's that?
How long you been doing this, Paul? Making videos?
About 4 years, 5 years.
Oh, spring chicken!
And it's been a crazy ride. You know what I mean? Start off with no one watching you type of thing, and
tell me about it.
When does that stop?
Yeah, that stops at year 4.
I was going to say you do gradually get some views and comments, but you guys do all right. You know what I mean? You have a good cult following.
We have a lot.
Yeah, we are cult, aren't we? We are niche.
Yeah, and sometimes it's good to have those because they're a bit more personable. you know what I mean? When you start getting huge and different things, I'm not huge, so no, but it gets less personable, and it's like, you know, you feel like a number.
Yeah.
Your subscribers, you know what I mean? You guys know a lot of your subscribers by first name and interaction.
We've
You know what I mean?
met,
So at least you know.
met in person. You know, a few different events I've been to in the last sort of 12 months or so. That's really weird. Well, I went to Sheep Farm Live. When was it, about a month ago? And I was sat with Johnny Fogg, who's often in our chat. We met and we were talking and chatting away. Pardon me, windy pops. We were chatting away in the interval, and some lady tapped me on the shoulder and said she recognised my voice. She didn't know it was me until she heard me talking during the interview. And it's like, this is fucking weird, man. It's bizarre. But, you know, I don't know. It is what it is.
Yeah. I've not met anyone yet, but, you know, they probably run the other way, like, but, yeah. You know what I mean?
That's good.
Especially if you've only got a thong on.
Oh, yeah. See, he talks about he loves his song, his cheese wire. He can play that, you know, that music from Clint Eastwood's, you know, with his tongue.
Ennio Morricone.
Yeah.
Good, the bad, and the ugly.
Yeah.
Anyway, you alluded to a Vatican time machine.
Oh, yes.
So, you know, you can't just slip that into a conversation without
tell us how it
elaborating.
Works.
Yeah.
Well, loads of people. I mean, I'm behind everyone, but yeah, I think it's called a coronal vision. They say they have it actually at the Vatican, and people's talked about it years, and it's supposed to like show them the future, basically. You know, on one of them crappy old 1950 TVs type of thing.
Right.
And it's supposed to be able to access the future. I mean, there's loads of people that talk about time machines. There's supposedly one in, I don't know, London. I don't know if you guys know London. There's supposed to be. You ever watched the film John Carter of Mars?
I've heard of it. But
John Carpenter's.
No, John Carter.
John Carter of Mars.
It was a bomb. It's a famous bomb, wasn't it? That's what I know about it.
There's supposed to be a time machine not far from the Chelsea football ground in the cemetery. I did a video on it a long time ago, and that's supposed to be where they got the information for this John Carter of Mars, where he was in a mausoleum.
Oh, that's the thing, isn't it?
There's lots of things like that, but it's hanging around. It's supposed to be classed as time machines and different weird shit like that. There's so much weird stuff that goes on in this place. It's like fiction is actually more sane than it is. It's just mind-blowing that some of the stuff that we can talk about and you know, it comes to us. But like I said, I like you guys. You know, Sam and Emma put me onto you guys ages ago, and you know, you have to have a laugh. People have forgot humor. You need to have a laugh.
Oh yeah, can't be.
We live in a shithole, you know what I mean? So you gotta laugh it off.
Absolutely, here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but like I was talking about memory before. It's like when I was talking to Sam, it's just when you look how things have changed, you know what I mean? Like definitions, you know, because that's what I always look into. And I was just mentioning, Sam, look at what memory means. So if you Google it, it just says, in today's, it's defined in psychology as the faculty of encoding, storing, and retrieving information. But,
well, yeah, in its basic form, I guess.
Yeah, and I mean, it's like, but who says it's yours? And you know what I mean? It's weird, isn't it? It's like you guys are sitting there and you're having a dream about the next guy's wife. You know what I mean?
Never.
Have you really been there? Or, you know?
I don't know.
Well, it kind of goes into it kind of goes into the nature of consciousness and what's real and what isn't. And there's lots of movies been made about the difference between the dream state and the waking state. The Matrix is the massive one, isn't it? Everyone knows the Matrix references. I'll take the steak. I like the steak, you know. The woman in the red dress. It's like, and people drift it into simulation theory, you know. They extrapolate where AI or the metaverse is now, and you think, well, if we roll the clock forward 200 years, what will the technology will be like? Will we be able to discern the difference between reality and a simulation? And the answer is probably not. No. And so the question is, how do you know you're not already in it?
Well, yeah.
Well, just to say, like what Paul just spoke about. what's the gentleman that goes on Sheep Farm regularly that talks about psychosis, basically, that not every single thought is your own thought?
Jerry Mazinski, is it? Doctor.
Yes.
It's brilliant. It's Jerry.
Exactly, bub. And so why do you sometimes get these weird like thoughts that just pop into your head all of a sudden that aren't your thoughts? So like you were just saying, Paul, not like with memories and what have you, what is real and what is not?
It's crazy that, Sam, because I actually talked about that today, and I was doing a video clip from a video. I actually talked about that because how many of us here, even the guys in I don't know what you call it, is it studio or whatever? I'll say it posh. The guys in the studio.
In the studio,
It's a garage.
yeah,
garage
with a
But
studio.
think about it. How many times have you guys like been walking, going to pub, doing something? You're in a really, really, really good mood, and then within a split second, you're in a really, really bad mood. It's like someone's put you in a bad mood, like literally picked you up and put you in a bad mood. And this is what that Babbage was talking about, how even our emotions, negative energy, because it never, energy supposedly never dies. It's being trapped all around us. So it's like a weather forecast, an influx of anger is coming down over the Pennines. And
wow, that's a great, interesting way of conceptualizing it, isn't it? Like an emotional forecast.
You get put into a bad mood like that, and it's like, what is creating this force? It's making you angry, considering you've just been in a brilliant mood, nothing's happened, you just feel angry all of a sudden. It's like you've just walked into. I did a video years ago called a Tempest Equation, talking about this. Like, are we moving? When you're walking down the street, are you walking through someone else's emotions, being trapped, like Babbage was talking about?
I like it.
Because where does it come from? Like Sam was talking about, how do you get like from angry to sad to, and there's nothing happening around it? And the word that we use in the UK is who's put you in a bad mood. So it's like who's put you over there into that bad mood, and it's just weird how we have these emotions that come from nowhere without no outside influence.
Paul, you talk about walking through other people's emotions. I mean, to take it a step further, how do we know that we're the ones generating those emotions? And like you say, it is like that. Who's put you in a bad mood? And people talk about you being under a dark cloud, or they use those weather terms. But it's really interesting. And the other thing I got thinking of when you were just talking then was, would that cloud, that fog of emotion, affect other people in the same way? So if me and Matt were in this room and there was a dark cloud came in when Phil got back, would it affect us in the same way? Would we both be experiencing those same emotions?
That's what I've always talked about and thought about, because I've always talked about the Taurus field as an amplification. It's energy. So if you're in a bad mood, you're basically oozing out, sending a distress signal out that can affect other people around you. It's why, if you guys are having a laugh and you come into the room, you generally, you're buzzing, you're having a laugh because, you're having a joke. You can see you smiling, the energy, you can feel it in the room. And it's just weird that is this energy being trapped on certain people who take it to different locations. I mean, you talk about the cloud. I'll talk about the cloud because obviously memories, and now they store the AI like memory, pictures, photos, videos in the cloud. So they're actually talking about an atmosphere as a storage device, which I then go on to talk about in his video and have done for a while. Is why I call it the cloud. And then you look at the Old English for the cloud and some of the things it comes back like it means earth. Why does the like rock, dirt? Why does the cloud mean earth, dirt? In etymology, it's like strange, and it just blows me away that some of these things that we've talked about for now have always been talked about, and we just seem to be retrieving them. It's like when you have a memory, and I always say it on my chat, guys, that there's an actual scientific name for it now. That if you're sat down watching TV and you're like, I'm going to go and get a beer or something out of the fridge, you go out the room, you go into and you forgot what you're doing. And it's happened to everyone. And that's called the doorway effect. It's an actual physical event. Even scientists are talking about it now. It's supposed to block your memory. So you've got to think about it. If it's blocking your memories, that means your memories is not in here. if you're walking through a door, that is breaking your connection to something. And you talk about the catch it records. Babbage talks about atmospheric memory. So think about it, and you go back in the room, you remembered. So it's like your memories are floating about. And if you forget something, they call it brain fog. So it's another type of atmospheric type of event linked to emotions and the weather.
You've wandered off and left your memories behind.
Yeah.
It's bizarre, isn't it? But it comes back to this sort of theory of consciousness being non-local. Materialists all tell us that consciousness is nothing special. It's just a byproduct of chemicals in the brain. It's a weird anomaly. We don't really understand it, but we do. We do understand it. And once you die, the consciousness goes, and that's the proof.
You lose consciousness.
But you lose consciousness every night when you go to sleep.
Yeah.
You don't die. You don't disappear and never come back. You somehow the consciousness knows.
It's strange that what you mentioned that, because I've mentioned it in my videos, but slightly different. The etymology in Latin is die. It actually means die. So if you say Sunday, the actual Sunday in Latin is sun die, actually die, like you're dying. So that's strange, isn't it? Like you just mentioned that, like you die when you go to sleep. Do you die when you go to sleep and reborn each morning?
Yeah, I'm dead tired.
Dead tired, yeah.
Tired, yeah. Pow fagged.
Well,
Pow fagged.
Pow fagged. Yeah, that's what we say in Lancashire when you're tired.
No.
I'm pow fagged. I'm pow fagged. 5 penny piece, the band from the 70s.
No.
Crash, your mum and dad not have 5 penny piece albums on vinyl when you're a kid?
No.
Just me then.
Yeah.
just had some Elvis.
Just you. No, it's not.
It's weird, yeah. That you mentioned conservation of energy then as well, Paul. About you said energy can't be destroyed, and the whole thing around that is there is a finite amount of energy. It's always been that energy. It's just in different states, and it never goes away. You can't create it or destroy it. That almost ties in a little bit with the consciousness being a form of energy, and it's perhaps this going to sleep and waking up and losing consciousness and regaining consciousness is that ability to capture the energy. And when you lose the ability to capture the energy, that is the death state. Possibly. Just riffing.
I like it.
If I could just jump in, I've just seen in the chat people saying like fog of war, and that's where we are at the moment. And another military term would be full spectrum dominance, which is where we're trying to get to understand and understand our true selves. Yeah, go on, Paul.
No, I'm listening to Sam. It's not often we get to hear Sam's voice, apart from when he's leaving them messages on Telegram. And think, hey, what's he doing here? And it's his song going. But yeah, it's just intriguing, and everything is deep. It always feels deep in it, and that's just what I love. Like water has memory, and looking into things like this, because we just don't know what is true. And again, when I say that word, I automatically have to then explain. People don't even know what the word true means. You know, we always say, people saying, I'm a truth warrior and we're fighting for truth. When you look at the definition of truth, it doesn't mean that. So we live in a world that uses magic and spells, and the English language has just been so bastardized, the etymology and the meaning, because the meaning, the power behind a word, it matters, because it's a spell.
What does true mean? What does true mean, Paul?
It's a crazy world that we live in.
What's the etymology of true? What does it actually mean?
It's basically faith and having faith. It comes back from the Roman goddess Fidelity, Fides. That's why I say when you have something, I feel confident. Right. She's a goddess of truth and things like this in Rome, and that is what the truth basically is. If you can, I've even showed it on videos. I've step by step shown you. There you go. That's what truth means. It doesn't mean truth as we know it. So what is the word that we know for truth? What could that be? That's the intriguing thing, because the word truth doesn't mean that. It means confidence, faith. Faith. That's why people get triggered. It's like religion, politics. People get triggered quicker than normal because it's the to spell. It's crazy. So people are fighting over religion, over what is truth, and they don't even know it's related to a Roman goddess.
We've mixed up two words, truth and fact.
Yeah.
So fact would be some, most people would think those words were synonymous. That a fact is true, but what you're saying is true is a belief.
We do get you on that, because if truth can contain some facts, but it's not necessarily facts. And it's like, how can that be? It's like the computer, the AI is messing with you.
Yeah, in order to confer accuracy, a better phrase would be a statement is fact rather than this statement is true.
It's like the quality of being true, pledge, a covenant. That's what truth means, a covenant. How many times have you heard that? Covenant, a pledge. You've only got to, I've included in videos. You can just Google it and you can say what I'm saying is all in writing.
It's a fact. What you're saying is factual.
It's crazy. It's like, what is going on? It means to be firm, solid, steadfast. It's nothing to do with being truth. So what's happening? What's gone on? Everyone's then changing the truth warrior out the name now. Oh shit!
I'm a fact gladiator, a factiator.
It's simply,
Coin that.
you say, Paul, the bastardization.
Factiator.com. Register that quick.
Oh God, he's gone. We've lost him.
Sorry, Ben. Cut you off.
As Paul was saying, it's simply the bastardization of the English language.
Well, words change meaning all the time, and languages are living things. They change, and meanings of words change. Look at go back over the past 4 years, meanings of certain words have changed. Yep. They've literally had the definitions changed in Merriam-Webster's dictionary. Like the word beginning with a V, that had a different definition 5 years ago than it does.
Vagina.
Oh, yes.
Vagina. Vegan. Vegan. Yeah, so that's it. I mean, languages change, they develop, they evolve.
We go into emojis and little words meaning different things now, so it's changed again.
When I was 12, if I said to my mum, "That is sick," it meant it was horrible.
Did you used to do that as well, like that?
No, I'm getting down with the kids, isn't it?
Down with kids.
The brethren.
That's it.
Getting down with the brethren. Yeah, but the words change. Cool.
That's a painting.
English in general, though, let's be honest, is a bit of a bastardization of language in general.
Absolutely, yeah.
Because so many other languages, they've got the masculine, the feminine, they've got the neutral, they've got those other elements, the spiritual, the emotional in the words. And English just strips all that stuff out.
Yeah.
And then confuses everyone about 10 words for the same word and
words that are spelt the same but are pronounced differently.
Satan's tongue English.
Yeah. I guess that's an Anglo-Saxon thing, isn't it?
Should I say the language of commerce, like they say? Yeah, commerce, contract, basically.
It's the thing, isn't it?
The language of contract.
Well, the thing is, a lot of legalese borrows a lot of Latin.
Yeah.
If you
habeas corpus.
Yeah.
Like Paul, like we were talking about Savile, weren't we, during the week? Like Servile. And Paul explained what the SA was to me. You've got an evil bastard there with a name that's got an ancient god with vile after it, basically, Savile.
It's not sexual assault file. SA file.
You could interpret it that way.
Yeah.
Grandmaster Ginny.
Like when I look, because I'm dyslexic, I find it really bad. Or you could just call me lazy. I don't know what it is. It's one or the other. But I'm just fascinated by spelling. It seems counterproductive. Like, I can't read as well as most, but I still like to break the spells down. That's why I do my spell etymology videos. I break the words down to find weird shit that's in it. And it's like, people saying, that's not it. I said, well, this words are there. And one of the biggest things that I found, made into a video was what I call the great vowel shift. Now, you're talking about language, and it's an actual event. But when I looked into it deeper, when you look at the word vowel, you split into two. It says vow to L. So you can just say it straight away, a vow to L. They changed the vowels. Now, if you look at the old etymology for all the words, and this is a crazy, most of the English language only starts at the 11th century, 12th century. In the etymology, you can go through them all, and it ends in the 18th, 19th century. And that period is called the Great Vowel Shift period. You know what I mean? And when you start looking at it, this is the period, I call it the Great Reset. You know, because people talk about resets every day. Oh, that's a reset. That's a reset. Well, just think about it. What is the biggest reset that could happen to people? It's language. As soon as you cut language out, it creates a barrier. So, you know what I mean? You change this English language. Like, it's absolutely horrific what they've done. And people believe, so I don't know if you guys believe in it, but a lot of people believe in like reincarnation. And when I was looking into this video, it talks about, if you don't know every word on this planet, on this plane, every spell, you can't get through the doors. You can't get through past the archons. So if we don't know every spell, you do not know the spell to get through the door. It can either be by a sigil or it can be like a password. So what they did was, we'll change all the English language. And that's what happened, to change the language in this period. So you have, like now, it's what happened when you really look at all words. It's like, how did that become that word? How did this word become that? Because they changed it so we couldn't get through. And what happened is, in this theory, and I was doing ages ago, you reincarnate, you just keep coming back and back because you can't get through the levels. It's like a Bruce Lee film, you know, like The Big Boss, and he goes to different bosses.
Yeah.
Which you guys, I don't know what level you're on, 333. But yeah, if you keep coming back because you don't know the passwords, well, what would you do? You'd have to change the language. If you were a villain, right, guys, I want to stop these little bastards getting through. How could I keep them coming back and farming their energy? Oh, what? Reincarnate. If they keep coming back because they can't get through, that's just one method that is plausible.
I wonder if
I call them archons because they're like, you know what I mean? And that's why I got into Janos, because of looking at this. The vowels, Janice's oldest name's A-I, I-A, I-A, A-I. The vowels, A-I-E-I-O-U, Y, sometimes W. Egypt used to have 7 vowels, and they talk about how that's God's name. So it's crazy. So if you change the vowels, and if you want to get really deep, when you look at English as a word, Anglish, it means a nightmare. It means nightmare, or a succubus, or an incubus. So it's crazy that we're speaking this. And think about it, guys. You guys are, you know, how long I've watched you positive, you have a laugh, you don't seem to take anything on board, you know, like some people do. Take it to heart. Well, why did he teach English?
He was right first time. Sorry,
is there any? Why teach English in Preston and then opposite side of the planet teach English? Because when these trolls are trolling you and cursing you, everyone knows English, so they're able to define what is being said. So if you're getting cursed by a troll on the internet, doesn't matter how hard you are, you're taking that negativity on board because you deciphered it, you've read it. So as soon as you read it, it's got on board.
Yeah.
So that's why they teach everyone English, because it's a cursing language.
You know, when you're talking about changing the language so that we can't escape the eternal recurrence. So, like I think you use the word archons. You can use different words for the sort of the.
That's just what they're using.
Yeah, the malevolent forces, whatever you want to label, you want to put on them, and that they screw up languages and change words and do things to stop us escaping. And it just made me think instantly of the Tower of Babel story, where, you know, as far as the story goes, everyone spoke one language, and so assuming people could escape the corporeal realm, and then Jehovah comes down and tells everyone, oh no, you're going to speak a million different languages, and you'll be babbling, and no one will be able to understand each other. And it sounds like a bit of a Gnostic philosophy that Jehovah is the demiurge, and he came down, he confused the people, confused the realm of man, so that they couldn't escape eternal recurrence, and thus evolve to the next sphere of our existence.
Well, it's funny because when you look at man, isn't man in Latin vir, like virtual? It's part of virtual.
Right. I don't know.
So, why when we get colds and that and we get viruses, it's via us, VIA, via us, viruses. So how it gets passed on. People will say, oh, but it can't because it's dead. It's coding. It's all coding. You know what I mean? That's why they bombard you daily to try and get through your field, which is your Taurus field.
There's a link
Tor
to truth there
is
as
German
well.
for door. So they just want to open this door.
With the VIR, as man in Latin, there's a link to virtue there as well. I'm going back to that truth. Speak familiar.
Well, we was talking about this week, Paul, weren't we? Oculus, for instance, the eye.
Yeah.
Everything is a Taurus field. Like the light that you're seeing is a Taurus field. And we were talking, so for instance, your eyes are the VR system, your brain is the CPU, and whatever is just the soul. I'm not really convinced about all that yet. I don't understand it, but that is the memory unit that is powering all of this.
The hard drive.
Yeah, it's just like we were talking about Casey earlier. It's collecting the memory of all of this.
Yeah.
Now, if you break it down to that simple system, that's basically like where we are. So everything we're seeing is light in a Taurus field.
Going back to Terry, Terrence was talking about the Taurus field on that Rogan show again, and I was listening to that Malcolm Bendall guy on Grimerica, the free energy guy.
Oh,
and he's all about plasmids and Taurus fields and stuff, and it's like, yeah, I don't know how far I can trust it. Hey, Lee, you're very quiet. Are you fast asleep or what?
No, I'm still here. I'm just listening.
He's like me, loving it, man. We've got Paul in the house. It's fucking awesome. I'm loving it.
Okay, I'll just check in. There's multiple people trying to come back into the Zoom, and it ain't happening. Especially with a handle like that. Receive a dick.
Receive a dick.
I receive a dick. That's an anagram of I receive a dick.
It is, isn't it?
Yeah, you're not coming in. Your name ain't down.
Yeah.
You're not coming in. Chair.
Oh, dear.
Sorry, I forgot what we were talking about then.
Taurus fields.
Yeah.
When are we going to go through the Taurid meteor shower again?
May, isn't it? Have we not been through?
Is it not June? No, it's October and
It's
Halloween.
One of
So
them
we
months.
and
go through
April.
at Halloween.
Is it not every 6 months? That would make sense.
That would make sense, wouldn't it?
Yeah. So April then, maybe?
But we go through it every 6 months, but it's only every, I think it's 12,000 years we go through the thickest part of the stream. The thickest part of the Taurid meteor stream, which is when we're probably going to get tonked again.
Right.
And yeah, that's in the next 10 years or so, probably.
Is it?
Yep. If you're one of these doomsday guys.
He'll be right.
Hey, it's all right. I've got 3 days of food in the cupboard. I'm fine.
Do
I
you?
listened to Her Majesty's government.
Dry pasta.
Do you see that? Where some minister came out and said, you need to stock up on 3 days of food and candles, 4 candles, 4 candles, handles for forks, and water.
Water.
I'm going to dig a well, I think, in my back garden.
Enjoy your muddy drinks.
You can filter it, can't you? On my path
Oh,
to become self-sufficient.
Yeah, this is the thing. Everyone go and find, you can get these on websites, but find your natural spring that's closest to you, because everyone's got a natural spring.
Peckham Spring.
Proper water. And there's websites out there you can actually find your natural spring.
Well, that's what we need to do.
Proper water as well. It's not like the crappy stuff that we drink out the taps. You don't have to filter it. It's beautiful. It's actually all run through all the minerals under the ground. So it's got all the natural stuff that you need. And they're everywhere, but people don't. You have to go out into the countryside, obviously, to find them.
Oh, fuck that. I'll just turn tap on.
Yeah, exactly. You've got to do a bit of fucking. You got to actually work for it. But,
Jargon.
yeah. bugger. But yeah, save bottles and just go out and gather the water. It's beautiful.
Gather.
Yeah, that's what you do with water, isn't it?
Gather
some. I'm going to go out.
Water gatherer.
Where are you going, Matt? I'm going to gather some water.
You'll be the water carrier.
Yes.
You'll be
Aquarii.
embodying Aquarius on your way home once
I
you've
would.
gathered your water.
But I'm a Libran.
A librarian.
Yeah.
A Libran, so you're well balanced.
Well, we're supposed to be going into that Aquarius new world, and whatever they call it.
The Aquarian
So,
age.
Yeah, you might be like the time to start gathering water.
Do you know, I find it quite difficult because, like, the different constellations have very different spans in the sky. So, trying to find this threshold between where the age of Pisces ends and the age of Aquarius starts, I think it's quite debatable. And there could be like 500 years in it for all we know. They're not all, every constellation isn't a regular size going around.
I was going to say about this, about the yugas, the kind of yugas and whatever that we're going through. Like, a lot of people are saying different things, and it doesn't feel like we're getting into the Bronze Age at the moment, does it? At the dark, but I think like what you're doing, lads, Paul, and all the other people that are putting out content, you're building an energy that is actually pushing us through that, because this sort of stuff was difficult to find on even YouTube years and years ago.
Yeah.
But now it's everywhere, and people are putting it out there. They've got the balls to do it because it's difficult to do. You can get like Paul's had loads and loads of grief from it, but it's happening. Do you know what I mean? It's happening, and this stuff is going to be here for people to find years and years in the future. Do you know what I mean?
That's a good point. I mean, there were avenues. Podcasting was a game changer, but before then, you had things like, oh my gosh, the AM radio show in the States,
Coast to Coast.
Coast to Coast. So Coast to Coast, which I think maybe started in the 1970s.
It's a
very long running thing where they'd interview like authors that we talk to all the time, about weird, wacky, interesting, paranormal, esoteric subjects. But like you say, Sam, like you had to tune in at a certain night at a certain time, and you had one go to listen to it, unless you recorded it on an old tape deck or something. So we live in an age of abundance in that regard. In that there is, if you're prepared to dig for it and put a bit of legwork in, there's an absolute ton of information, interesting information for people to find. But also, what goes along with that is a ton of misinformation and a ton of controlled op and all the other things that we know about. So discernment is the key, because some of these theories and ideas that get spitballed around can be very seductive, very attractive, and it's easy to sort of fall down a rabbit hole and never come out of it again. So it's difficult. It's great that there's so much access to all this information, but it also offers its own hazards in that regard, in that you can end up sort of just drifting down some sort of doom cycle. We talked about the end of the yugas and the end of the world and stuff, and people can get really taken in by these things, and it can affect them, can affect their health, mentally, physically, and whatnot. And I've seen it firsthand. I've seen people been round to a customer's flat, and he would just sit in his flat all day watching Alex Jones and similar channels, and never leave the house. There's dangers there. That's all I'm going to say.
I made a video not long ago talking about mental health, and it's the only one of the videos I've had to turn the comments off because they were just getting horrific. And I'm just trying to show people that what you just said, when you believe something to be true, you negate some of your, I wouldn't do that, and I wouldn't do this, and I wouldn't do that. You lose all your discernment and everything just because you fell down the hole, and you can't get out. And that's what I was basically talking in this video. I mean, I was saying sometimes it's a fine line when we do content. I mean, between it, because some people take the piss and play on it. It's like, how many videos if you watch them saying, right, guys, the world's going to end next week, but please buy my book for $69.99. It's like, fuck them, mate. There's no point. If you know what I mean? This is what we find in the community. They're basically playing on the mental state of people, you know, trying to get the money in and everything, and it's horrific. And I was just saying, sometimes we have to just say enough's enough and try and stand up for people. But then again, there's a fine line between standing up, because anyone who thinks they're enlightened, that's when it's very dangerous, because you're going off your morals then. You're not going off your morals or Sam's, and that's the balance. Who's the judge? You know what I mean? So I just had to turn my comments off because I couldn't believe some of the comments I was getting. Like, I'm just showing you how dangerous this social media can be to people's mental health. I mean, you must have saw it. Some of the comments that you get or seen, and like, can that person's actually breathing the same air as me? It's like, whoa, it's really, really scary, and it's a dangerous path, and that's why sometimes we just have to, you know, have a. Well, you know, like an anchor wanker, an anchor, you know what I mean? Someone who's like classed as normal, just to bring you back down to earth. You know, somebody you can attach to. Normal chicks. I said to people,
one of
if
the
you
earliest
live in a turd pool, you're going to smell it turds eventually. You know what I mean? So you need to have a clean room to jump into, and you know, from time to time.
That's right. The anchor was one of the earliest Christian symbols. So if you go to the catacombs in Rome and all over Italy, and like the earliest symbols before fishes and all the rest of it was an anchor.
A wanker anchor.
An anchor, because you're anchoring yourself to this
thing.
But I mean, I can't remember who said it first, but there's a famous quote about.
I was talking about that last week. In my thing, but there's one of the oldest crosses.
There it is. Yeah.
It's a little bit like an anchor.
Yeah. What's the text say under that, Paul?
It basically just says the anchor cross was like the last one, which was above it, like a towel cross, just a very old cross, common symbol for the anchor, and it was basically hidden. You know, when Christianity wanted to hide the cross, they used to put it with an anchor. So it was a way of disguising the cross.
Alan Deeney has done a great video on this. It's called Lines of Destiny. So if you go on YouTube and just Lines of Destiny, so the anchor goes back to Newgrange, which is one of the original places on the planet that goes back to paganism, which is Janus 11, which Paul teaches all the time. And they use the anchor, that shape, to study where the sun and the moon were setting. And Alan has shown in his video that it goes in a old eternal shape, which is a bow tie. So it goes from Ireland in Newgrange, from all the way across Stonehenge, all the way across the world to Egypt, where it goes up to Turkey, and then back down to the actual, what's it called? Skalek, I think the island's called.
St. Michael, isn't it? I think.
Yeah, the one that was used in the Star Wars movie.
That's right.
Yeah, where they go from light to dark.
St. Michael's Mount.
Yeah. And then it goes back up as the bow tie again to Newgrange, and you follow that line, and that's what the original, because the Celtics used reeds to actually make that symbol that goes back. That's where the Egyptians got it from. It all goes back to Newgrange, which was paganism.
Yeah, he talks about the St. Bridget's cross, doesn't he? That they use reeds to make these St. Bridget crosses. And I was watching, my missus was watching some on Netflix the other night. It was set in Ireland, and there was a St. Bridget's cross, like as part of the set in someone's house. It's relevant, you know. People know, maybe not in England where we are, but over there. And St. Bridget is the most famous matriarch.
But I want to know, mate, what is under. So the whole thing obviously goes in an eternal sign, but the original eternal sign, which isn't an 8, it's like a bow tie shape. And what on earth is underneath that tiny little church in Italy. Yeah, you
With
can't find it. You'd have to look. It'd take you ages to find it because it's in the middle of nowhere.
Do you mean the place where the two lines cross? The only place where they cross?
Exactly. What is under there? Do you know what I mean?
I thought it was
yeah.
in Vinci. It was in
Yeah,
Leonardo's hometown.
Yeah, it is. It is. It's about 30 miles away from it. Yeah, yeah.
And I think is there not a church to Mary there?
Yeah, yeah.
Which would make sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
God knows what's underneath that.
I love Alan's stuff. Well, if you want to watch another great video about lines of, you could always Google YouTube search for Lines of Destiny Addendum.
Yes.
And you might find an episode of this podcast where we talk about these things.
Yeah, it was
great.
It was a good episode.
Oh, it's fascinating. I absolutely love this stuff. It's mixing sort of ancient history, medieval history, and the geography, and these lines. He talks about the Michael line and the other one. The other one I can't remember.
Steve line?
The Steve line, the Michael line, and the Steve line.
White lines.
But you get into all the symbology of Michael and Michael defeating Lucifer and putting the heel on the serpent's head, and then what
I've
did
just done a video not long ago on ley lines.
Yeah.
But I do it etymologically because when you look at ley lines, ley, it actually means lie. L-I-E. So what they're lying about, that's what basically I was asking in the video, what they're lying about. And I was just talking about, could they be a way to trap evil? Because if you think about it, what's on your foot but your soul? You know what I mean? So they encourage you to walk barefoot, don't they? And connect to earth and
energies,
because I'll ask questions that sometimes people don't want to. It's not meant to be an awkward bastard. It's just like, well, if like New Age or whatever are asking you to have a look at this, could there be an alternate possibility behind it? And you know what I mean? And that's just what I love doing, asking questions. Maybe someone won't ask. I'll even contradict myself in the video and say, listen, this is what I've just found that contradicts me. And it's crazy what they're lying about. Because I call them basically devil's traps. And if you think about it, they call these energy locations around the world vile vortices. Why call it vile? That doesn't sound a good word. It ain't. So they call these energy locations vile vortices, like Bermuda Triangle, the Dragon Triangle. They call them vile vortices or devil's graveyards. Why call them that?
It's interesting since sort of the 1960s, since the explosion of the hippie movement, free love and whatnot, and the New Age movement. And you mentioned about getting shit in the comments, just for asking questions about certain new age subjects, and it's the same thing. It's A team, B team, Apple, PC, Man United, Liverpool, Man City. It's
tribalism.
Tribalism, yeah. There is a certain tribalism within the New Age movement, whether that's manufactured
when you
or
can't
not.
ask a question, you know something's fucking wrong, big time.
Yeah,
and that's
absolutely.
it. You got to be able to ask a question. Everyone should have an opinion or something to bring. I don't know why people get such a problem with it. To be honest, you just agree with it or don't agree with it. Take it or leave it. What's the problem?
I mean, my sort of again, I can't remember who said it, but there was I want to say it was some ancient Greek guy, like Pythagoras or someone, said something like, "I know nothing." Like the starting point should be assume that you know nothing. Something to do with gnosis, I can't remember. But we get attached. We turn beliefs into facts, and then we get attached to these facts, and we integrate them into our personality, and it becomes psychologically injurious, or when something painful becomes psychologically painful to admit that something you invested your life, a portion of your consciousness in is patently false.
Bang on the money. That's what I was saying in that mental health video. And sometimes people on YouTube or a platform that they're like historians and different things. We're not. We're just normal people giving an opinion, and it shouldn't be taken as fact. Do you know what I mean? That's why I say most of the videos. And what's happening, people is taking away whatever a channel says as fact. it gets ingrained, and then when someone comes along and says, "Hey, oh, that's not right," there's another opinion, and you get triggered. It's like the spell triggers them to react irrationally, aggressively, because that's what people do, and that's what is so dangerous about that fine line that we're on. It's crazy. I mean, just look at the way you went tribal before, and you automatically can blur that word down into two, so you can break it to tribe, but AL tribal, you can actually change it straight away to EL. So you're talking about something to God straight away, to the gods or the L's, Elohims. And tribe means, and it's straight from Rome, means a division and voting units of ancient Rome. So you can straight away, it's causing what you said, tribalism from like the football arena, straight away. And that's what happens. We have people who watch our channels. They watch you week in, week out. They get to your safe way and length, and you start to, these are my buddies, these are my family. And when someone comes along and says, "Hey, these guys are not this," it's straight away you get the reaction. And we have to, be slightly sane about this and just tell, hey, it's just life. Don't take it to heart. But people do. It's unfortunately a byproduct of putting content out that you get people who fall into the rabbit hole.
I'm guessing there must be an evolutionary mechanism behind tribalism.
Yeah, you would think so, wouldn't you? It would make sense that
it's like an in-group, out-group thing, no?
Well, that would be one thing, wouldn't it? The in and out groups. You would hope to be associated with people you think that have got similar values or beliefs to you. But I suppose at the basis of it, if you have a tribe, someone that you sort of agree with, you have more chance of survival, don't you?
You look for similarities, don't you? I mean, humans are very, pattern-seeky.
Well, there's a confirmation bias as part of that, isn't there, as well, in that if you have a hypothesis, you will look for all the information that confirms that as being true, basically. And you have a tendency to disregard all the information that goes against it.
It flies in the face of the scientific method, where you have a hypothesis and then you do your utmost to disprove it where you can. But yeah, it's very attractive to fall into that. I think this. Let's find some of the people who think the same way as me. Great. They'll confirmation bias. We'll feed off each other.
Yeah. Yes, it's another way of an echo chamber, isn't it? I suppose as well. Finding yourself being surrounded by people that.
I want to go, guys, but before I go, I want to ask you a question.
Okay.
Because you've been all scientific then.
Yeah.
So I want to ask you a question. You've heard of Pythagoras, right?
Who? Yeah.
Pythagoras.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. How many books did he write? Have a rough guess.
0, I'm going to say.
Yeah.
There we go.
0. So how the bloody hell does anyone know he exists? Because it's all word of mouth.
Yeah.
It's all oral tradition.
Yeah.
Which, they've passed that knowledge down. They didn't put it in the books because it's so-called sacred. Did he even exist? And that's what you've just got to watch. That's why I say in videos, people talk about television. Well, where were books stored? A library. We can all play that game. Books don't mean it's fact or truth. It just means it's been put on paper. You know what I mean? So you just have to just watch everything, and that's why I treat it as information, because Pythagoras is a big name in math and so much more, but he didn't write one book. So who's passed his knowledge on?
Maybe he was only manifested when the books about him were written and didn't exist even before then.
It was all baked into the pies.
It's in the pies.
Yep.
Tish.
Maybe it's from
So
Wigan.
I want to leave you guys with Techno Steve and everyone else.
Cheers, Paul. It's been great for...
Nice to speak to you.
Excellent.
Lee, Sam, Hogden much.
Yeah,
guys.
nice to meet you finally, Paul. Have a good one.
Yeah.
You too. Take care.
You too.
See you later.
See you later, mate.
Bye.
I just missed the last bit of Paul's talking.
Just what Paul said there. Get him on. You've got to get him back on again, just to explain.
Yeah.
Chronovision.
Well, it's vision, exactly. So we are, they say, made up of water, but it's not. It's liquid crystal, and that is exactly why they use liquid crystal in TVs, because we are transceiver receivers, and that's why if you don't watch a television, I haven't got a television, but it's very difficult to walk past the television and not actually look at it, because you're interacting with it basically. And he's done some very good chats on that, and documentaries on just the interaction that they've set up for us in understanding completely who we are to get us, like for Sky News, for instance. When you watch Sky News, it's all got the proper colours to actually pull you in, so you can't stop looking at it.
You lost me there, Sam. When you watch Sky News, that's it. It's not just gone in.
Oh, right. Well, yeah, it's got the colours.
I don't watch the news, man.
No, but
you're watching it to analyse it. You're trying to figure out what's going on.
I can barely watch it now. It's too painful.
I had an eye test the other month, and they've got Sky News up in the left-hand corner, and I just basically went into meditation sitting there, because it just completely interacts with you continuously, and it pulls you in to watch it. That's what telly does basically. It's there. It's the invert of everything, like we were saying earlier. You know what I mean?
And
I used to work in advertising, Sam, like years ago, man. I was working at Saatchi and Saatchi's in the post room and that. I used to get around the old place and go into different bits and bobs, like loads of different companies all in the same thing, really. But it's all based in bullshit. And yeah, literally everything they do, man, is all like Tavistock style, Frankfurt. They just know the colours, the sounds, every single thing, the language, the jingles, every little thing they do is all the little triggers to pull you in. It's just pure poison, man. It's just poison for the mind. It really is.
There's no wrong with jingles, Hogdan. I like a good jingle here.
Sometimes be good, sometimes be shit.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
Yeah.
No, yeah, all that sort of stuff. Like years ago, you remember 1-to-1, the phone company?
Yes.
You remember them? I was working as a salesman for them in London, and they basically didn't work in London, okay? And they used so much stuff back then to actually pull people in, just the way that they did all the advertising. And I was sort of like, not to where we are now, but I was studying this sort of stuff back then, and it was like, wow, how am I selling this stuff? It doesn't fucking work. But people were still coming in and buying it. Do you know what I mean? It was ridiculous, really.
It really was 1-to-1, so they couldn't call no comments.
No, it didn't work. The fucking thing didn't work, but people still come in and bought it. Because they were putting these adverts out everywhere, and people were like, oh,
look at this prime shit they're buying now. I mean, what the is that about? You bunch of monkeys and lemons, man, just following like any old shit.
I've got Amazon Prime.
Drinks it, or one of these,
right.
like,
oh, you mean the drink? Prime
that
drink.
drink, right?
Yeah, Prime, that bullshit,
right,
man.
today I've gone down to my shop today, my local shop. That was a year ago. That was £10 a bottle. Yeah, they're putting it on the counter to sell it for 50p. Yeah, because they can't sell the fucking stuff.
Bubble trend.
Nice.
Bubble. Mm.
They made their money. Yeah, fair play to them. It's a good business model, but the kids have realised what a load of shit. But they all got sucked in because they're all TikTok watchers, aren't they? And they've got sucked in with the who are those two blokes? Two blokes that done it.
KSI and Paul Logan, was it?
Yeah,
Logan, Paul, and KSI. I think.
I think they're trying to get rid of those drinks cheaply now because they've just found out they've got. Like the amount of microplastics in it, in one bottle of it, is equal to the amount that you can have in a year or something, or your lifetime. That's like full of poison. So now they've just got to like get rid of all the stock.
Big surprise there, yeah.
It came out a couple of weeks ago about it. They tested
really? I missed that.
Then with that shit, yeah.
I wonder where they make it. I wonder where they make it.
God knows, Indonesia probably.
Well, not like Peckham Springs. Not
Yeah.
bottling, is Logan Paul not bottling at home?
Maybe.
His blue juice.
Grim.
Like green milk.
Well, as it was on the desk, I said to him, "Oh, you selling that for £1 now?" And he went, "Oh no." And he grabbed it and he shouted to one of the young lads in the back, and he brought out a sticker and put a 50p sticker on it. I said, "That was fucking 10 quid about a year ago."
No,
He said, "Yeah, I know." It was fucking ridiculous, wasn't it?
nonsense. We had this trend of air up bottles.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, you heard of them?
Yeah.
And my 12-year-old wanted one. And I can't remember what it is. I think it was about 40 or 50 quid for the bottle, like a drinking bottle.
Wow.
You had to buy it, and you got the idea is you put water in it, and it has some weird fucking Schwabian technology in the lid that makes it taste of different flavors.
It's the smell, taste phenomenon.
It's a lot of fucking
Oh,
nonsense.
is that how much it is? Because I've seen that all the time, all over the place.
Oh, I'm going back a couple
they-
of years. I want to say, a couple of years, I guess.
Air
Stanley
up,
mugs
air
now.
up, you said, yeah?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, they promote it now as people running through parks and getting all fit and drinking this water that tastes. And all I could think of was that old thing that we had back in the day where your mum couldn't afford to buy like Coca-Cola, let's say, and they'd make the stuff up in like
Soda stream.
Soda fizz, wouldn't it? Yeah, soda stream. Yeah,
That's it.
and that's all I
Get
could
busy
think
with the
of. It's
fizzy.
like,
Yeah.
if you're putting extra flavours in, where are them flavours coming from? What are they made of? They're not going to be natural, are they?
No, it's
There's not
bullshit.
any natural flavours out there.
No.
No,
That's
not
all
good
the
for
smoke
you.
and all that is in all the fast food joints. There's just some syrup shit that comes in a tub and they mix water with it. I can't drink any of that horrible shit. Really can't.
Not going to be good for you, is it? And they're promoting it as a health product.
No, just drink the water. The water will be fine.
Yeah.
Well,
You'll find a
preferably
natural
spring water.
That's the thing. Find a
Spring
natural
water,
spring.
yeah.
Yeah, I'm interested in finding my local spring,
Yeah, that's
seeing where it is.
There are websites out there, but they're difficult to because they're not. Right, the best thing you can do actually
Is
for this
douse up a ley line with your rods. Where
No,
is it?
get
Where's my spring?
You know the old maps like you used to get, yeah, that you'd actually open up and they were massive,
And
they showed all of the different places all over. So they showed the natural springs. They've got all the natural springs mapped out. You've got to get them from the 80s. But they show all the natural springs. That's the best way. But there are websites out there, but they're not great everywhere. Everyone's got a natural spring close to them, and it's the best water you can be drinking because it's come from all the different minerals all under the ground. And you can get testing units that you can actually test the water to see how good or bad it is. Do you know what I mean? So
Proper living water, innit? In fact, you could take it to one near you, bruv, haven't you? At some point.
Yeah, we've got a few around us. Yeah. Well, we're on a place where there's ley lines everywhere, so you've got loads of different stuff like that around us. Yeah.
Beautiful. Yeah, we need to check it out.
I want to get that map and then cross-reference it with that website. It's a website. I can't remember what it's called now, but it's an inventory of every megalithic site, stone circle, cairn in the UK, and they're literally everywhere, man. You put your postcode in, there'll be one within 5 miles. They're absolutely everywhere. And whenever I go on holiday, every summer I go on this website and say, "Ooh, what's nearby? What's near Scotland? What's near Edinburgh?" I'm going to Ayr this year.
Ayr.
So
yeah.
There's going to be loads of megalithic shit up there.
We were talking about this earlier, Hog, weren't we? If you're going to Ayr, make sure you've got loads of woolly jumpers, and it's the coldest place on the planet I've ever been to. Christ almighty. And the windiest place in the world. I don't know why anyone would live there.
Sam, you're forgetting that word northern.
Yeah.
Mate,
we live beyond the wall.
Jumper.
We go out.
Southern Shites, mate. We can't
Fuck
take the cold.
me.
Down south.
None of us own a coat.
No.
What the fuck's a coat?
Nah.
Just have a hoodie.
You just go out with a shirt, don't you, when you're clubbing? It's fine. God.
I look like an Eskimo when I used to go out there.
I'll Google coat and see what it is. I've heard the word before.
Something to do with painting it.
Yeah, coats of paint. That coat of arms.
That's
It's
it.
heraldry.
Maybe, yeah,
It's heraldry, isn't it?
I knew it'd be
I
heraldry.
knew it'd be
always
heraldry,
is.
yeah. What would you, if you were going to design your own heraldry, your own, what do they call it, coat of arms?
Yeah.
What would you incorporate into your coat of arms, Ben?
Centaur.
A centaur is a
Yeah,
good shout.
definitely.
Just straight in the middle, just coming at you.
What
Yeah,
about a beard?
eyes forward.
It's a bearded centaur.
Maybe like. Yeah. I'm starting to get Mr. Tumnus vibes now.
And the scarf.
Maybe it's a
Who
fawn.
feels Mohawk as well? So Mohawk's bearded centaur. With glasses.
Oh, you've ruined it.
Anything else would you have on your coat of arms?
No.
No, well, in colours. You have to incorporate what colour. You have to pick
Have the
colours.
Ukraine colours, haven't you? Obviously.
Yeah,
It'd
red,
be-
white.
No, black and hot pink.
Oh,
Yeah.
filth.
Modern.
Yeah.
Okay. What about you, Matt? Your coat of arms? Design one?
Yeah, you'd have to have a Wookiee on there, wouldn't you?
You'd have a Wookiee.
A Wookiee. Fighting a lion, I think I would have.
Oh, right. So the famous one, you have like a unicorn on one side
Yeah.
and a lion on the other. So you'd have a Wookiee and a
lion fighting.
Wookiee and a lion.
Would the lion be astride a banther?
Well, I mean, maybe. Maybe the Wookiee should be on a banther.
Oh, I want a centaur on horseback.
6 legs.
At least.
At least 6 legs.
8.
Several horns.
Yeah, coming at you.
Giant pretzel for me.
Yeah.
Giant pretzel.
Salted.
Yeah, damn right.
You don't know
Ketchup
it.
pretzel.
You don't know it's all the pretzel, mate. God, yeah, you can eat a pretzel.
Oh, I like pretzels.
I heard he can munch.
I do munch.
What do you think of those unravelled straight pretzels you can buy?
What are they?
Oh,
They're
all
like
right.
pretzel
I prefer the
sticks.
standard ones myself.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's more artistry in a tied pretzel, isn't there?
Do you know, if we're talking baked goods, you know what I did this week? I
don't ever think I've even had a pretzel.
Shut up,
in my
I'm
life.
I'm in the mid anecdote.
He's riffing.
I made a sausage roll this week.
Oh God!
A giant sausage roll.
Did you purchase the sausages and desheath them?
I did. I squeezed the fuckers.
Did you?
I squeezed the meat out.
And did you then buy a roll of pre-made phyllo pastry?
Not a roll. I got a sheet of puff.
Puff pastry, yeah, that's it. Sorry.
I finally found it. I've been looking in Lidl for weeks to find where they keep the pastry sheets. And I haven't been able to find them for weeks because I was going to make a turkey and cat cranberry. Wellington.
Turkey and cat.
I was going to make a turkey
Well,
and
Zeus
Cranberry
brought
Wellington, right? And I've been able to find it, but I found it. It's in a weird.
fridge.
It's in a fridge of weird
Yes.
foreign meat.
Yes.
Because it's only 2 lines. The pastry at Lidl, they have 2 lines. It's
Puff.
puff or short.
Short
We have two paste. It is a short crust or puff. It's the only pastry you're getting at Lidl. So I found the puff pastry, rolled it out, got on my sausages, squeezed the meat out of them, made a little loggy.
Did you use
Little
any
loggy.
additional seasoning?
Not at this point, no.
Oh, okay,
I
interesting.
folded over, wrapped it up, and she came into the kitchen. She said, "What the fuck? What are you doing?" So I'm making a sausage roll.
A giant sausage roll.
And now I was about to put it in the oven, and she goes, "Did you prick it?" So what kind of degenerate do you take me for? Of course I didn't prick it.
Yeah.
I platted the fucker.
Wow.
I made a plat.
Wow,
You do
shit.
diagonal slices every 20 mil. That's an inch, Imperial fans. Every 20 mil, diagonal slice. And then you alternatively fold each flap to make a plat.
Wow.
And I even had some leftover pastry, and I thought about making some decorative leaves, but time was
You
short.
could have made a decorative sausage in about 5 seconds.
So I threw it in the oven, 200 degrees. They lie, little lies, because they say 25 to 30 minutes.
Burnt.
Bullshit. 40 minutes it was in.
Oh, right, okay.
And it was still a bit anemic, but I got a second opinion. She said it were done.
Did you use an egg wash?
I used a milk wash.
A milk wash, yeah, that'll work. Yeah.
I couldn't find the brush either.
I
nearly had to use. I went to I came out here to the garage and almost got a paintbrush because I couldn't find the brush for egg brushing.
Did you lick it on?
No, I used my finger.
Right.
I poured a bit of milky into an egg cup and I just fingered the sausage roll. Right, slapped in the oven. I thought about beating an egg, but I thought, fuck it, be right. And do you know what we had with it? I got
heart attack.
It came out of the oven. Fucking hell! It was 100 mil. 100 mil wide, 100 mil tall, 4 inch, 4 inch wide, 4 inch tall, and over a foot long. It's fucking.
How many sausages did you put in it?
6. And my 8-year-old's like, oh, it's the biggest sausage roll I've ever seen.
Wow. And if you just tuned in, people.
It's the Amish Inquisition. It's episode 333. So I did. I splashed out. I got a little baggie of Jersey Royal potatoes. Have you seen Jersey Royals?
Yes, I've seen Jersey Royal potatoes.
£1.50. £1.50 for a little sad little sack of tiny potatoes. But I thought, it's a treat. It's Saturday. I'm doing it. So I got the Jersey Royals. I cut them in half. Boil 12 minutes. 2 teaspoons of pesto. Mix the pesto in for the potatoes. And then I did carrots. I did carrots with a honey and mustard glaze.
Wow.
Okay, nice.
Honestly.
Yeah.
Wow, look at you.
I know.
That's the showstopper.
I can tell you're proud of your work.
Yeah.
I'm getting very adventurous in the kitchen. I'm like...
well, steady on.
I'm like... who's the guy from Under Siege?
Ainsley Harriott?
I'm like Ainsley Harriott in Under Siege. No one beats me in the kitchen.
Seagal.
Tony Ryback. It's Ryback, isn't it?
Get my pies out of the oven.
It's as long as you're not like that. What's that bloke that spits on his food all the time when he's cooking it?
The
Jamie
salt guy.
something. What's his name?
Jamie Oliver.
Jamie Oliver.
Yeah, fucking hell. Spits everything, doesn't he? Spits on all his food.
Yeah,
all the
little
time.
fucking mockney twat.
Oh, you wouldn't eat nothing off of him, would you?
Wow.
No, probably not. No. He's a bit... he's sold out a little bit, hasn't he?
Does he even do out? Is he on telly on no more?
He's still... I think
don't watch it.
It's like on Channel 4 every few months, isn't he? With the
Honestly.
new thing. Yeah.
Is Nigella still on telly?
Unfortunately
I
not.
think so. She does come...
Oh,
she
Christmas,
does
maybe.
things, doesn't she? She does series still.
She might look in a fridge once every Christmas.
Well, that's
What
the
we
thing.
need
It's
is
like,
Floyd back, don't we? Someone that just gets
Yes.
like bang on the red wine
Hammered while he's
while,
cooking.
while he's cooking and does it proper. Like
No,
your
Oh my
mum
God,
used
I've
to
just
do.
got
back in the day.
premonition. Second channel. Second YouTube channel.
Oh, yeah.
Floyd Reborn.
Oh, God.
I like a red
Filling-
wine.
Yeah, fill in the kitchen.
Yeah.
Fill in
Fuck.
the kitchen.
I could
yeah.
live stream it, couldn't I? Get a Lavalier mic, get myself mic'd
Hello,
up properly,
pastry.
get me a zoom switch here, 2 light cameras. I have an overhead camera of the hob, and then a camera looking at me.
Well, the thing that made Floyd great was the interaction with the cameraman, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Do you not remember?
I have to rope the missus in then, won't I?
Yeah.
That would be interesting.
It would be, wouldn't it?
She
The
was the
conversations that you would have.
Gosh.
Yeah.
She's got so little patience for my bullshit.
For anything.
I'll have to get the 8-year-old to do it, maybe. He'll have to be cameraman.
The 8-year-old has more patience than your wife.
Definitely, yeah. Definitely, yeah.
Right, okay. Sad times.
That's the way it is, man. What you can do, you can't change it. You
No.
can't change what happens.
No. Maybe
Get on with it. When life gives you lemons, lemonade.
Sometimes they're good, sometimes they're shit.
Yeah, sometimes maybe good, sometimes maybe shit.
Who am I going to pick on? I'm going to pick on Lee. Lee, are you adventurous in the kitchen? What's your latest culinary escapades? Do you have
I don't
many?
really do much cooking.
I knew you were going to say.
My wife does all the cooking.
And what is it? Is it meh, or is she good, or what?
Oh, she's a great cook.
Really?
That's why I don't do any cooking. She'll say to me, "Oh, why don't you do some cooking?" I was like, "Why would I bother? You're just so much better than me. Why are you going to eat the trash food I'm making?"
That's a correct answer, Lee.
What do you get? What's like a staple? What in your house?
You think she cooks loads of different stuff.
Pick one.
Just a curry earlier.
A curry? See, a curry.
Yeah.
Yeah, out of a jar.
No, not out of a jar. She made it from scratch.
Right. Okay. From scratch. I imagine that takes a long time, like a couple of hours.
She's quite good at it, so.
No, don't.
Round at least for dinner.
Quite basic, yeah. Everyone around here. Well, she cooks too, so she cooked me a chicken curry, or me and my boys, and she's vegan, so she made herself a vegan curry.
Okay.
Hello, Lee. Just to say, she sounds like a lady that's already got all of her herbs and everything ground down, so she knows what everything is, and she knows how many teaspoons and tablespoons to put in.
The knowledge.
You know what I mean?
That sort of thing. I think she just makes up as she goes along a lot of the time, but it always turns out all right. So,
yeah, you just got to eyeball it. I've been getting these recipes off Good Food and BBC website and Lidl's app and stuff, and I just end up eyeballing it because life's too short. You know, some people get really anal, like, it says 1 tablespoon, so I'm going to put exactly 1 tablespoon. But this serves 6, and I'm cooking for 4, so I have to put exactly 3/4 of a tablespoon in. I'll just fucking eyeball it, get it done. Life's too short, no?
Yeah, no, I agree with you. Riff it.
Why not?
Freestyle, cook.
Yeah. Yeah.
I like that with red wine as well.
In everything.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Flavor enhancer.
Chicken Kiev, yeah, or some red wine in that.
White wine and chicken chili.
Nah.
Cider.
Cider. I do make a very good cider sausage casserole, but for some reason the kids fucking kick off. They don't want it.
Not sweet enough.
Oh my
the
God,
sharpness of the cider in it.
Yeah, we went through a phase of having red wine in the Bolognese.
I think the kids are getting fed up with just eating sausages all the time.
Sausage rolls.
You fucking nailed it, Sam.
Yeah, that one sausage roll lasted 6 weeks.
I'd eat sausages every day. In fact, I probably do. But I would happily have sausages. I love sausages.
Yeah.
Tell you what, Phil, you ever had a merguez, mate?
A what?
Merguez sausage.
What's that?
It's like a Moroccan, North African. It's all around the African region. We're in like Arabic countries. It's lamb or mutton.
No, I don't want any of that foreign muck.
Oh, yeah, it's like spicy, like a kebab.
Oh, like a Sikh kebab.
Sheesh.
Similar flavour, but it's a sausage, not like a sheik kebab.
Right. Oh, yeah.
But yeah, merguez, mate. There's this place in Cornwall does organic meat. What's it called, babe? Dorset meat. And they do a merguez out of there, and it's amazing. They also do this other stuff I recommend for everyone. Shameless pluggy. I don't get no money for this, by the way. It's organic meat for starters, so it's good shit. They do lamb bacon.
Ooh, interesting.
Mm-hmm.
So it's basically bacon lamb, not bacon nuts, but bacon lamb. It's thick. It's fucking delicious. It's unbelievable. Bacon lamb.
Is it salted?
Lamb bacon, man. It's delicious. And they also do what's that thing? Ribeye of pork, isn't it? Ribeye of pork, and it's just to die for.
Oh.
So good. Dorset meat, they're called, if you look them up.
Will do.
It's expensive. It's worth it, though. It's the bollocks. So good.
I'll send the check over later.
Not sure about the bollocks. I'd probably skip that.
Well, they probably do bollocks as well, but I've never had one of them. So
Sweetbreads.
go to the Turkish bollocks kebab. They're doing it. I've never had one of them.
Wow, that was a heavy food section.
It was, wasn't it? Yeah.
It's good, you know. It's we're chatting. We're just chatting.
Just riffing.
I've been playing FC. I've started playing FC 24.
Oh god.
Do you mean FIFA?
It used to be called FIFA, but I think FIFA wouldn't cough up enough money for Electronic Arts to endorse it, so it's called FC 24 now.
Like the old ISS, when all the teams are the wrong names because they wouldn't endorse it.
Yes.
Still got them, hasn't it?
If only. No, it's like the real players. Like I got Steven Gerrard this week. In my team.
Have you got Davey Beckingham?
No, it's real, and like it uses their likeness and their photos and stuff.
Right.
It's legit. It's not like ISS was back in the day.
Paulo Sousa.
International Superstar Suckers Deluxe.
How do you play it, Phil? Because the only way I used to play it was online with like 11 other players.
Oh right.
You know, pro clubs they called it, didn't they?
I'm playing Ultimate Team at the minute. And
Right, so get into that, mate. Pro clubs. So you'll meet. The best place to go is an amateur club, yeah. And you've got you pick
what's it?
like the position that you want to play,
Right.
and you've got 10 other people with you, all on the same team.
That sounds like a fucking laugh.
Against another 11. But what happens is you build up you build up a team, and you end up getting together, and
you get massive chemistry.
Yeah, no, I haven't done gaming for about 6 years, but that was what I used to do. Was we used to go into tournaments and win like Xboxes and things that we had to sell because we had too many of them.
Wow!
But you end up building a really good squad of people that you're all talking to each other. Now with social media the way it is, you be together even more, and that's the best way to play FIFA. Is that way, not on your own, sitting there in a career mode, but with other people, all chatting and whatever. It's wicked. It's actually wicked. As I said, I haven't gamed for about 6 years. I'll be fucking useless now. But it was the best way that I ever played any game, actually, because like with Destiny, you've got like four. Is it four?
Three-man fire team.
Fire team.
3-man, is it? Right, yeah. So that is 11.
Or a 6-man raid, yeah.
The raid. Oh, the fucking raids. They used to do my fucking head in. You always used to get one bloke that couldn't do it properly, and you used to let everyone down, didn't you? you get to the last part, it's like, no, you wanker. And you can't fucking start screaming at him.
I'm sick of rezzing you. I'm sick of rezzing you. You're dead. You're dead to me.
It's like, no, not again. I told you what to do. We've gone through it all. And it's like, no. But anyway, that's the best way to play FIFA is like that pro clubs.
I'm totally hearing you, right? I've been introduced to this game by my 12-year-old. I've not played FIFA for 15 years, maybe 17 years. I don't know. So I wanted to, I sort of got into the game, started playing the AI at, my 12 said, start at semi-pro, Dad. Start at semi-pro, 6-0, 5-0. Just with my 20-year-old muscle memory.
Slide tackle.
From playing it in my 20s. So then I went to pro level and I'm now comfortably world class. I'm comfortably world class at FIFA. I've been developing my techers.
So modest.
Flash bastard.
My right stick, what do you call them? Flare moves, and my lofted through balls, and my finesse shots. I've been working on them, just easing myself in. I've played probably 15 matches, right? For the first time in over a decade. But I can see the attraction. I don't want to play AIs. There's no joy in spanking an AI 6-0. I want to spank you. And you. And you, whoever you are out there. That's the whole thing of gaming. It's like you want to play against other humans. And have the banter and the camaraderie, and with it being cooperative, that is incredibly attractive to me.
What platform are you on?
PlayStation.
Right, we need an Amish FC, don't we?
Yeah, let's get on it.
Basically, I've got an old PS4 there. It hasn't been sparked up for about 8 years. Let's hope it works, but we need an Amish FC.
I'll sit on the bench.
Let's do it.
Last PlayStation I had was a PlayStation 1. That's it.
Yeah, Worms. Were you? Did you...
Oh yeah, and the Worms annual Worms Championship. We've got to have a Worms Championship, haven't we?
You're a big gamer, Lee, aren't you? You used to be.
Yeah, I like to play games. I playing earlier. I was revisiting Halo Reach with my sons. We're playing online together.
That's Bungie.
Phil, if you're going virtual football now, does that mean you're giving up your comeback, your big comeback to the football scene? You started playing, didn't you, a couple of times?
IRL?
In real life?
IRL?
Yeah. Yeah.
No.
You're giving that up?
Oh, no. No. Nice. I'm ready for the call from Gareth Southgate. I'm waiting for the call. My 12-year-old has got his end of season, what do they call it? Like a presentation due. I think it's on the 30th. I'll put the postcode in the element server. And after the presentation evening, there is a coaches v parents match. So I'm looking forward to that. I will be in the PLO role. So just spraying it about from the middle of the park, basically dominating the match. Shooting on sight. And
all I can see is being graceful, Phil. Do you know what I mean? Just dominating.
I believe they call it poetry in motion.
Poetry
in motion, like.
Was that poetry in motion?
Someone removed that big bit of fucking chicken in the middle of the field.
I'm not going to say that people on the touchlines cry when they watch me play. I've seen that happen.
Oh,
so,
God.
you know, put it in your calendars. It'll be a good laugh.
We need video of it.
Coaches v parents.
Oh God.
So I think the team, like the club, they've got under 14s, under 13s, under 12s, under 11s, under 10s maybe, and they've two. So they must have 10. And most teams have an assistant coach as well. So they must have 20 coaches. The problem is, it's like, how many kids will be in those teams? How many parents?
Yeah.
I always
15 in a
thought
squad.
heavy breathing, Phil, around kids was a bit dodgy. You know what I mean? But
It's all in good fun. Don't, you know, he lowered the tone, hasn't he, Sam?
Yeah.
Heavy breathing.
I couldn't do
So
that.
my worry is that I won't get picked.
I used to love football, but I couldn't play with kids now. They'd like just run rings around me, and I wouldn't. I don't even think my hips could do it.
The good thing, I've got about 10 stone on most of them, so they're not getting near the ball.
Yeah, the old Boris Johnson tackle. You know what I mean? That's some of that.
Fucking hell. Did you ever watch, was it on Channel 5, that charity match that he played in, when he came on as a sub? And he came storming onto the pitch, stumbled over and headbutted like Lothar Matthäus in the knackers.
Something like
That was his only contribution.
Took him right out, didn't he?
What a fuck. I mean, literally, Bojo the clown. He was a fucking clown. And he's, how many votes did he get last time around? You know, people like him. He's charismatic. You know, we all know that it's a pony show, and the guy's probably a sociopath. He's only in it for himself. This, that, and the other. But the large majority of people thought he was a great guy. Oh, look, he's funny on Have I Got News For You? I'm going to vote for him.
Yeah.
And that's where we end up. You know.
Yeah, it was funny, all right. Ha ha. At the end of it, fucking hell.
Did anyone watch the Sunak and Karma?
Yeah. I watched it just out of morbid curiosity.
What, they had a debate?
TV debate this week while you're on holiday.
Sniping each other.
Was it a debate or a debase?
It was low bar.
Did you get to see how tiny Keir Starmer is?
No, neither of them. They're both tiny.
Yeah.
And there was a shot with the presenter, a female presenter from ITV, and the two either side flanking her. And they were all the same height, basically. But obviously, you know, high heels, podiums.
Podium.
I was going to say, did she have heels on, or was she flat-footed?
It's a nonsense.
Yeah, it's incredibly.
You can't
small.
have any strong male leaders anymore, though, Phil. It's not allowed, mate. Just wouldn't be fitting.
I don't want a strong male leader. I don't want any leader.
No.
I agree. I'm just saying that's the image they portray, don't it? If it's going to be some sort of man in charge, it's going to be some snivelling public school prick.
Right.
Who probably got bummed by his dad.
Right, yeah. So anyone who portrays himself as particularly sort of masculine probably isn't going to get anywhere. Is that what you're angling at?
Well, they wouldn't allow it. They've got to put some. If it's a male figure, they've got to look weak, and that's it. And you can't have a woman be a woman either.
No, well, like Sheep Farm's chat this week with James Delingpole
I've not
goes
heard
into this sort of stuff. It's very interesting. Someone that's sort of like woken up and realised what's going on, but was in that sort of field, and he realised and actually says, like, yeah, that sort of stuff sort of gone on. You think about all of the leaders, they're all like bisexual, basically. yeah, they all swing both ways.
Right.
And that in itself, for a man, has to come from the balance that you had when you were younger, yeah. And when you realise all these people, where these people went to the schools, they're all just getting buggered, basically. Do you know what I mean? And that in itself is like, look at Macron, for instance. Fuck's sake, do you know what I mean? Like, look at his wife. Is it
married his grandmother, didn't he?
Well, Christ Almighty, that no, it's King Charles, right? So King, this is the only thing where I realised, like, with King Charles, he like, it's a bit weird how to explain this, but so they've met up. There's film of it, and so he shakes hands with. So every single other woman that King Charles ever meets, he always kisses their hand. Okay. Now he's met with Macron on a airfield, shook his hand, and like his weird missus has done the same thing, the kiss and what have you. And he turned to her, and he instantly reached out and shook her hand, and she shook his hand and did the male bow, yeah. And I was like thinking, fucking hell, what's all that about? Do you know what I mean? Because it looks like a bloke, doesn't it? Walks like a bloke, and not being funny, if a duck is, like the duck is a duck, if it quacks, it's a fucking duck. And Christ Almighty, yeah, it's weird. That is, that's really weird.
I don't know. Wasn't she his teacher? I seem to think when I was looking at Wikipedia and stuff, she was his teacher at some point.
He's an actor, isn't he? Him, like Trudeau, Zelensky, they're all actors. And he met her at his original acting school. So
she's got about 30 years on him, I think, hasn't she?
Bit of a Weinstein moment, maybe.
At least that, isn't it? Fucking hell, it looks ancient, doesn't it?
It's odd, but I don't know. I don't know what the truth is, or what the facts are, more accurately.
What I get is just tall and gangly. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. This is new information for me.
Just Google Macron's wife.
Macron wife.
Yeah, you can go down a rabbit hole if
She's
you want.
a duck, apparently.
Wow.
Walks like a duck.
Quacks like
Grab
a
a granny.
Yeah.
As we're talking about leaders, did you see Joe Biden when he was at one of the remembrance ceremonies with Macron and they're playing? I think it's taps, is it? And he just turns around, faces the other way, and then Macron looks at him and does the same, and then his wife does it, and they all just end up facing the opposite way.
That was just a few days ago, wasn't it?
Yeah, a couple of days ago.
And that was fucking mental because they all did the same, wasn't it? It was like,
yeah, I think because he turned round and Macron's there, he's like, oh, fuck, if we keep standing facing this way, everyone's going to know that he's his head's not
zombie.
there. So they all turn around and just pretend it's normal.
Yeah.
There was a bit where...
Yeah, exactly. It felt like a cover, didn't it?
There was a bit where he walked off.
I only saw a tiny clip of it, so maybe there's more to what's going on there. But
you got to be wary of things being taken out of context.
Yeah, exactly.
I posted a video in the Element server this week. The one where he's looking like he's going to sit down in an invisible chair. And there is a chair there. It's just that he takes a glacial age to locate the chair. He's going to sit down at the wrong time, and then his handler, Dr. Jill, his wife, has covers her mouth and says something to him, and he sort of hovers over the chair. Now I can sit down. But then after that, there's a bit where he walks off, and with Dr. Jill, his handler. And Macron's like, excuse me, and then he goes and congratulates the veterans, the still living veterans, and Biden's just fucked off. He's like, he didn't understand the running order, but he doesn't understand anything.
No, it's just like...
It should be patently obvious to anyone now, he's not all there, and it's not nice, it's elder abuse. He shouldn't be in that position. He shouldn't be fighting an election. He should be fishing happily in retirement with his corrupt millions that is siphoned off the system for this last 60 years. He's corrupt, man. His whole family is, man. Everyone knows it. It's just some people, because of the tribalism, they don't want to admit it. But they're all the same. Trump's no better. I'm no fucking Trump fan. I wouldn't trust him as far as I could throw him, and that ain't fucking far. because the Orange Man is a big,
It's heavy.
big
set.
unit. It's a big unit. You know, he was in. I remember him being on WWE.
Yeah.
He should have stayed there.
Well, Trump got a payout, didn't he, to sort him out from the Rosicrucian Bank, basically, years and years ago. Do you know what I mean?
There's a Rosicrucian bank.
Do they
Well,
do
yeah,
more?
there
You
was
can't
charge.
just drop that, Sam, without
I'm
explanation.
sorry. It's all right. You know, you got the red shields. A lot of people realise this. You got the red shields and you've got the white shields. They're in the capital of London. The Hoare family. Not many people. You can't actually find much information about the Hoare family, but they're the white shields. You've got the red shields, and he got paid out by the red shields years and years ago to sort him out because he was in debt.
So hang on, I'm waiting. Is this like Bolsheviks and Mensheviks?
Yeah, there's always two sides to everything, and you've got a white shield family in London called the Hoare family. They run the city of London. It's very difficult to find any information about them. Very, very difficult to find any information at all about them. I'm trying to think now. I'll think about it over the next few days and find it and put it up on the Element server. There's a great documentary that was out there years ago that explained all of this. Yeah, there's always two sides of everything. You've got to have two sides because one could go down and you lose it. So
Tell that to Pythagoras.
Yeah, basically, you know, it's all these old skills that they've learned over the years to take us where we are now, basically. Yeah.
Right. Okay. So this white shield and red shield. Hang on. Are they like warring factions?
No, they're entwined together, basically. It goes back to
Knights Templar in the hospitals.
exactly. Yeah. So you've got one side that would stay and hold all the money and make sure that everything is combined and made sure that it's secure. But then you've got the other side, which is no different to where we are now, where they're sending people, they're getting ready to send people off to war, to fight like they did in the First and the Second World War. But they control the money, they control the assets, the currency, which is the energy where we are.
I totally believe that. Yeah, it's like a hidden history. I wanted to go back. I went for a piss and I've come back halfway through the conversation, probably ruining it now. But you mentioned Delingpole being on the Sheep Farm podcast this week, which I thought was an unusual move. Do you think Delingpole's on the level?
Yeah, because they went on his podcast before, so obviously he's asked them to come on, and I speak to Dom every now and again, and I know that everything that he does and on that podcast is natural. He has to be natural. It's not like he doesn't really like people. Well, I'm speaking out of term here because I'm not speaking for him, but like people sending in guests per se, because he likes things to be natural. Now, this is the second interview that he's done with him, and it's a really good interview. With Delingpole, I think, like, how can you explain this? I really do believe that he's actually honest, that he's actually real, because a lot of people over the last, let's say 4 years, but I think it's been more like 6 years, have actually understood what's going on in the world. Not got the grasp of everything, but they realised that it's not really what they thought it was. And he comes from a journalistic background, and he's talking about things that he's like on that podcast. He's talked about things that he saw back then when he was in the journalistic career and realised, yeah, this isn't really what I thought it was. Yeah, and a lot of people are doing that, and that's great. Yeah, but us together, like where we are, we realise this place isn't at all what we've been told it was, and we're studying together, trying to understand what it all is. But yeah, how can you say? At least they're on terms with us now. Yeah, and these are some amazing minds that we should bring along with us at the time, because they've got a lot of interesting and very some of the information, for instance, like he's got from Dellimpole, from working in that background, which is basically, like he explains in this, it's all CIA and MI5, yeah. So just being able to grasp and grab some of that information would be great for where we are at the moment, because we are in the now, yeah, but we've got lots and lots of shit coming down the line, yeah.
I don't know. I'm highly skeptical of Dellimpole. I'll listen to his stuff, like most episodes. Once you start doing adverts for gold and stuff, and you start in every episode with advertisements and you know, I don't want to say shilling.
Sorry, hang on, I don't mean to. Sorry to interrupt you, Phil. There, but with gold, for instance, yeah. So gold has gone up 25% over the last month, and our money in like what it's worth has gone down almost 20 to 24%. Yeah. So if you are in gold and silver at the moment, they're talking about the people that have said it would go up to 25% over the last couple of years. They're predicting it will go up to 3,020%. Yeah. Gold. Yeah. So, okay, yeah.
I've nothing against Sam. I've nothing against gold. I'm a supporter of tangible assets.
I love a load of different channels, and they all keep promoting gold, and it's like, yeah, but all right. I might not have the money to buy it, but the fact that they keep promoting it. But the thing is, if you've got the money, get into it, because it's gold and silver is going to be the way forward, really.
Well, you know, the problem with gold and silver, bruv. Just to interrupt, sorry. Gold and silver. Price has been going skyrocketing, really, let's be honest. But again, people forget, like America, and they outlawed bullion at one point. So if you had the gold, you couldn't fucking sell it. You couldn't even have it.
Oh, they actively confiscated it in World War
II.
Exactly.
They took it off people. Took it off you. Yeah. And the other thing, silver in this country, you've got to pay VAT on it. So it's shit. You're losing like 20% straight away as soon as you buy the stuff. And the price of silver has only really been going between like 17 quid to about nearly 30 quid. You take 20% off that, it's a pile of shit.
You have to pay VAT if you're mining
artificially low, but Bitcoin's really high as well. Crypto in general is quite high. The stock market's at record highs, yet people are leaving the FTSE apparently like every 2 seconds, but we're at an all-time fucking high. The pound's getting stronger against the dollar all over us. So there's all kinds of shit going on, and none of it adds up. It's all bollocks. So a lot of people say this, a lot of people say that. You know what? Who gives a fuck? That's all I've got to say.
Well, exactly, Hodge. All I'd say is have loads of organic seeds, have a load of people around you that you know that you can trust, because, gold and silver, like, not be funny, if the shit hits the fan, how can you register what a piece of silver is worth, yeah? If you've got nothing and someone else has got something, but they're not really interested in silver because they've got loads of food and stuff that are going to protect their families. Exactly. Do you know what I mean? They're not going to be interested in any of your gold or silver because it's worthless to them. Because
remember the old manga cartoons, bruv, like Fist of the North Star. There's a scene like in the start of that where a gang comes and just attacks a load of people travelling, beats them all up, nicks all their stuff, and they're going for all their shit and all the gold and jewels and diamonds and suitcases of money. They're just leaving that, not interested in none of that shit. They just want the stuff that works and they can eat.
Well, it keeps them alive.
Precious metals are a store of value. That's the only worth they have. So they're based on trade. So gold is gold, silver is silver. If you can store your value in that, I can trade you 2 pieces of silver for a pig, and we can agree that that's a fair trade because I can use those 2 silvers to buy 2 chickens or whatever. So there's no actual intrinsic value in the metal apart from certain industrial use cases, or jewelry or conductive materials, whatnot. The idea is it's a means of trade. It's hard work trading cows or trading livestock. It's a ball ache, but like a banknote. This banknotes used to be tied to metals.
Yes,
a pound was a pound of silver or a pound of gold or whatever. That's where it comes from.
Like me and Hog were talking for about an hour or so before we come on the show, and we were talking about this, weren't we, Hog? The fact of what metal is. So, who wants metal out the ground? Is the so if I went to a spiritual school for about 10 years and got to learn how to. I could take a piece of metal in my hand, and I can't do it now. I've lost. I haven't done it for so long, but at the time when I was about 16, take a piece of metal and I'd realise whether it was yours or not, because metal actually contracts energy. Okay, so for instance, if you go and buy a second-hand wedding ring, you're taking all of the energy. And this goes to Tolkien, Lord of the Rings, this sort of stuff. So you're taking all of the energy from that wedding ring to your next energetic experience with someone else, So that's why you should never buy second-hand jewelry at all, because it's got the energy from the last experiences on it. Whereas you can have new stuff knocked up and take the energy together. So if you go like me and Hod talking about like the wedding, for instance, weren't we, mate? And understanding how the wedding experience actually works. So if you take on each other's love, that's different, But what happens is with the Lord of the Rings token is people don't understand the energetic experiences through love, and you then put a piece of metal on each other's ring, each other's finger with the ring, and instantly you're bound together. It's Tolkien stuff. They were into dark, energetic magic back then, and they understand it now, and it's in the marriage. But if you don't understand it properly, and Hog,
the rings of Saturn.
If you could explain that like deeper, like with what you understand, you've got to understand this stuff. It goes deep.
It was literally, I was saying earlier, like, and sharing that me and my missus were together for years and years and years, and we thought we'd do like the modern secular way of doing it. You think, well, we're gonna live together first, just in case we don't get on that, and then go from there, and then maybe get married later. So we did it all arse about face. We got a place, we lived together, then we had our boy, and then we got married after having our boy, after a couple of years after having our boy, innit? And I mean, it's the woman I loved her for years, been with her for years. She's sitting with me right now, with my hand, just sitting there having a chill. And we got married. And the minute we got married, it was different. Straight away.
In what way?
We share our lives together. We share our son. We share our home, our money, everything. But that marriage, it was different. And we sat there and we just felt, even more so.
Different in a good way, then?
Oh, yeah. In a complete way, in a commitment way. Wow. We're already completely committed in everything, every area. And I used to say to people, oh, yeah, people say, when you get married and that, yeah, we're married already. We got boy. But no, there is something when you do that, but that only occurs if you know. I say no. No is not mind knowing. It's you know. In your being, in your epicenter, in your essence, what love is, and what it is to be married, or to be with someone.
That's interesting because I'm in a similar sort of position where I'm not married. I've been engaged for 17 years. And we have a mortgage. We've got 2 kids. The oldest is 12. You know, there's no question of us ever breaking up. We're going to be together forever. And to me, it's like a piece of paper. Like the whole marriage thing is like an official document. It's a legal. It's legalese. It doesn't mean anything to me. The whole what do they call it? Not the perception of marriage. The,
that's the thing. It's that whole
institution
paper
of
and all
marriage.
that, and the ring and all that. But it is literally. We got married.
But you say you've had
a
a big change once you did it, though, which is what.
Yeah, it wasn't about a bit of paper. It was about, and here's the other thing. It wasn't even about us. And that's the bit I think people are really missing. And that's I don't want to get too deep now into but that's what I see every time I go out anywhere. The Walking Dead, I call it. I look around. There's a lot of people say a lot of things. It's good, and they're searching, have experience. They're doing things. They're living. They're doing all sorts, but they've got no root. When you truly know thyself, when you truly know love, and what love actually is, it's different. It really is, and that bond, because we truly understand what it is to be together. That union wasn't just it wasn't about Marie, it wasn't about me. There's something bigger than that. And when you leave this place, all those things you've got, what can you truly take with you?
Fuck all.
When it's all stripped from you, there's only one thing that remains, and I promise you, my brother, it's there. It's there right now. And that's the only thing that's truly you. And when we're with someone else, they've got that too. Because we've all got that. But when you know that, and they know that, and that joins, I'm going to use the G word in the eyes of God. It's a union. And it is different. It's not about a bit of paper or a bit of legalese. And again, if you're the opposition or the controller or Satan, whatever label or paradigm you want to give it, yeah, what's the best way of fucking things up? You subvert, you interfere, you put bits of paper in and words and lingua and religious texts, or pervert it or twist it, obfuscate it, fuck with it, because you want to pollute it, to disguise it, to hide it, because you don't want people. I'll tell you what, I'm going to use the term darkness. Darkness isn't the right word, but again, language is limited. Darkness fucking hates marriage. There's a reason why it's written in sacred text about what God has joined, let no man put asunder or separate. It's right there in the first fucking chapter of that book that so many people like to poke holes at and slag off when they haven't even read it and don't even understand anything written in it.
Yeah, it's myth. Hearsay. Yeah.
There's a truth. There's a truth, and you'll know it. And everyone knows it because it's in them already. And that's what marriage is. So I'm not saying you're doing wrong. We weren't doing wrong. There's nothing wrong with it, bruv. You know, you do what you want to do. But if you're asking the question, is it different? That depends on the two people getting married. But the answer is fuck yes.
We're in a society now where I want to say 40% of marriages end in divorce.
I think it's tipped over.
Over 50. Well, it's academic, but a lot of them do. So I guess the answer is that people are getting married for the wrong reasons.
Because they don't even know who they are. That's why.
Yeah, you got to know thyself first, eh?
So when's the stag do, Phil?
Stag do, yeah. Where are we going to go? Blackpool.
We've already done Stonehenge, haven't we?
Blackpool, man. I love the stag do at Blackpool.
Okay, man.
Not me, though. Someone else. Good
It's
luck.
a fucking shithole, Blackpool.
Yeah.
Yeah, we had a good laugh up there, though, I'll tell you.
Yeah,
It's
it'd be
fucking
good.
funny.
It'd be good, actually. Yeah. Okay, that's it.
Right,
then.
so
It's
you
nailed
lot
on.
can go to Blackpool. Me and Ben will go down the coast to
Somewhere
Lytham.
else, yeah.
Lytham.
Amsterdam's another one I've done a stag doing as well for someone else.
Oh.
That was a good laugh as well.
Never do a stag do in Munich and get it. Sorry, never do a stag do going to Munich and then you end up in Hamburg because they got it wrong. Because Hamburg is a shithole,
That's
and
like
that
the
is
other
like,
end of the country.
the worst stag do you can ever do. That is. What I was going to say, like you were saying, where we're going to take it is that, like we've been talking on Telegram chats about like, okay, the return of the Messiah, okay, but that in itself being the Christ love that is within us, within ourselves, that we have to find within ourselves again. So that's a topic, a concept.
It's,
so unless this place, unless we all grasp ourselves and get back to the love concept of like just loving one another, we're not going to actually get to that messianic concept that they talk about in the old books of actually getting back to a place where we can actually all get along.
I think you've got an uphill battle on your hands there, Sam. Like, most people don't even read the book, or have never read the book, and they've no interest in reading the book to get a grasp of Christ consciousness, if you want to put it that way. It's difficult, man. It's like it's kind of your view comes off as utopian. You know, if only people could embody this Christ consciousness and love one another and treat each other. It's like you go out in the real world. I don't want to say people equal shit, but a lot of people do. A lot of people are just fucking horrid. It's like they're so far behind, man. And I haven't got the patience for it.
Everybody here has understood the left-right path, okay, and the notion of the grey path that we all go down, because we can all be very light and loving, yeah. We can all be very the other side where we have to protect ourselves. Okay, we all understand that. So in itself is the grey path, the in-between mundane path that we just follow every single day, with the outside path that like we go out, go shopping and things like that, and we're as kind as we can be to people. But I think that all of us here in this chat realise that sometimes you have to just go like, fuck off. And the thing is, we can say fuck off in a different way to other people can, because we've realised, not being funny, like your vocals can, they're very powerful. Like the way that you empower things with your vocal voice, and yeah, it's like I'm thinking what I'm trying to say is the fact that like if this shit happens again, what they did before, I don't think anyone else is going to fucking go for it. Yeah.
Are you talking about in the last few years?
Yeah, all the stuff that they're
no
getting
one will
ready
go
with
for it
bird
again.
flu. Like bird flu is the next thing that they're pushing.
Yeah.
So we've got to be ready for that, and I don't think anyone's going to go for it, and it's going to be a big push. So
They
that
already pushed bird flu, brother, a while back as well. They tried that one about a year ago.
Yeah, but no, they're really going for it. It's a H1N. It's not one. It's the 2 now. They're really, really going for it. They've got it. It's been proved. It's lab. Come out of a lab. It's all out. So someone in Mexico died apparently from it.
First human death from it. Yeah.
Yeah, and so they're going to be pushing this sort of stuff, and it's like, are we going to take it or not? And well,
I don't think we are, bruv. Some idiots will, I'm sure.
We won't, but like the people around us, I don't know if you've noticed that even with the stuff that's gone on over the last few years, they're not really up to where we are. You can still keep trying to give them little bits of information to wake them up, but they're nowhere near where we are. Okay, so and that is like not be funny. All the people in the chat, the lads in here, they're not on our level. Okay, not on our level, and it's like with the elections, for instance. Fuck's sake, it's on the 4th of July, which is Independence Day, yeah. And what the people have been trying to push with a tag is Independence Day. So try to vote in independent people rather than voting like Labour and two arseholes of the two cheeks of the same arsehole, ain't they? Do you know what I mean? But trying to find your independent MPs that are actually out there that are trying to make a change, really, and it's difficult to actually find them because I've been looking all over the place, websites and whatever, and yeah, they're blocked all over the place. It's really difficult to find them in your local area. You know what I mean?
I don't know. I would just stay out of the system, man. It's like I'm already hearing it in different WhatsApp chats I'm in now. People posting links to the latest Keir Starmer thing he said. Or look at Sunak making a fool of himself here. And it's like, no, not getting involved in this bullshit. Stop being tribal. It doesn't make a fucking jot of difference who you vote for. The government always gets in. Right wing, left wing, same bird. You know, I'm just not getting involved with it. And I'm not going to waste my mental energy debating these things with people who are just tribally, I'm going to vote red because the Tories are cunts. You know, that's all you hear. I'm going to vote blue because the Reds are communists. They're secret communists. Nope, not getting involved. Waste your own mental energy on that. And I'm not going to vote for independent people either because the system is a shit show. It needs to go. Democracy is mob rule.
Yeah, but how do we split the system up if you don't actually start?
You're never gonna. The system is eternal. It only stops if people stop voting for it. Stop voting. Don't vote for independence. Don't bother looking for them. Just walk away from the shit show. Leave them to it. Don't waste any energy on it. And if enough people do that, they'll think, fuck. Turnout is 30%.
Is a total different topic and chat.
Yeah.
Like conformistia. It is like don't conform to what but that in itself, do you know what I mean? Most people aren't ready for it.
No, of course they're not. No, they're programmed from an early age. I've been there. I used to watch all the political shows. I used to watch, what's the one with Andrew Neil on a Sunday morning? I used to watch Question Time. I used to be engrossed in politics in like a Game of Thrones style, what's the thing where you perv on someone without them knowing? Voyeuristic. I was like a voyeuristic observer of politics. I'm interested in this game that I know these cretins are playing. And I'm interested in knowing how the game works. It's like, no, not anymore. Not too much time, too much energy. It's not worth it. Reject the system. I was arguing with ChatGPT the other day about democracy.
Wow.
Yeah, I was throwing it lots of hypotheticals about, say the government writes a law that it wants to execute me. Mm-hmm. Oh, well, there's various human rights. You could write a petition. You could go to such a place and argue your case. I'm already dead. Yeah, it's weird. It's a weird system that we live under, and you're just best disconnecting from it. It's like the media. It's the the same thing. Like the media is the main weapon that they use to energize people. Twitter, another cesspit. People just go there, look for the latest hashtag. Who's on my team? Who can I support on my team? Can I search for a hashtag for Sunak or something? Can I repost something that he said that I don't like? You know, it's a load of fucking nonsense, and you're better off without it. Can I get an amen or what? No one agrees with me.
Amen.
All right, I think Ben's checked out. I think Matt's had enough. We need to wrap this up.
Yep.
Yes, good. Got a one-syllable answer. Right. Thanks for joining us for episode 333. It's been interesting. I might have
It
to,
wasn't a total shit show, was it? It was all right.
I might have to chop the first 30 minutes out because it was just a drum and bass nightmare.
It was funny, though.
It was funny.
Some may be good, some may be shit.
It
We
was
need to get him on for a full episode.
It was funny. I imagine if you're just listening, it would be probably unbearable. Do you not think?
I think there's been some worse videos we've done, or audios.
Worst podcasts? Do you think we've done worse podcasts than this?
Yeah. I think so. Especially at the beginning.
Yeah, the one with the mariachi band was a low light.
Yeah.
Was that episode 100?
Oh, it might have been,
Maybe, yeah.
Yeah,
Sometimes maybe good, sometimes maybe shit.
That's us.
I love that.
A legend.
Yeah.
Anyway, Euros starts on Friday. I'll be watching a bit. I'll be watching a bit of football.
Yeah.
Yeah, did anyone notice that shit show? I didn't watch it properly, but I felt the energy straight away. I watched a little bit of England-Iceland bullshit, and I felt it straight away. We're going to lose that game. As soon as they scored their goal, I go, there you go. It's going to be 1-0. I left it alone, and it was 1-0.
Wow.
It amazes me how easily they can influence this stuff.
It's your fault.
Maybe there was a cloud of emotion.
Can you tell me
over the
some more
stadium.
scores, please, for the Euros?
I was thinking about that. Next time I get that feeling, I should put a bet on, shouldn't I? But I'm not really a betting man, to be honest.
Well,
Not my
X,
thing.
babe. What's that channel? Gematria, something or other, on YouTube.
Oh,
You can
Reality.
find it. Yeah,
Slogan.
and they basically tell you what's going to happen, basically, through the Gematria and with sports and whatever.
Reality, I think it's called it. Logan.
Yes. Decode Your Reality, yeah, that's Logan. But there's another one called Gematria something or other. I can't. It's got loads of numbers after it. I can't remember the name. And yeah, he shows you what's going to happen in the sports events before they even fucking happen. So you can actually bet on them.
I've seen this channel. Yep.
Yeah, you know what I mean, bruv. Yeah, and
I've seen him.
fucking hell, it's all out there because it's well, whatever this place is, it's like it's all coded, basically.
Simulacrum.
And yeah, it's all coded. And if you get your head around it, you can start studying it. And these guys have done it, and they actually tell you what's going to happen in baseball games, American football, because he does American sports. And yeah, he tells you what's going to happen before it fucking happens, basically.
It's not Biff Tannen, is it?
Yeah, exactly. This is well said. Well
For
said.
God's sakes, Marty!
It's exactly the same fucking thing. It's just all scripted, basically. And I think, yeah, Ben there falling asleep almost. I think he might have the book under his arms.
The old almanac out of Back to the Future.
He's got the almanac. Yeah, he's got 888 everywhere.
Ooh la la.
I have to say, right, this Aldi coffee stout is the fucking bomb.
It is good,
isn't
yeah.
it? For £1, it used to be £1.59. It's now at £1.79. But Jesus Christ, if you like your dark beer, you like a bit of a dessert beer, this is the one for you, no?
Yeah, yeah.
Would you not
Yeah.
say? I think it's better
it's
than Porcher's
fantastic.
Choice.
I won't go that far.
Have you ever been to Germany, Phil? And
Been to Munich. I've been to the Eagle's Nest.
when you go there and not understand what beers you're drinking, yeah, and some of them are like 12%, aren't they?
Yeah.
And you go, yeah, I'll have one of them, and everyone's pissed by 12 o'clock, and you're thinking, why? It's why? Because we've been drinking beers that are like those, what are they call, white beers, they call them, don't
Weiss, Weiss beer.
they? Yeah, those. Oh, you're on the
Bush
Weiss beer.
amber. Do love a bit of bush amber.
And it's not like a normal pint, people. It's double. It's 2 pints, isn't it?
A Stein of Weiss beer.
Wow.
Please, General von Klinkerhoffen.
Yeah, and then all of a sudden you're like, yeah. Where's that? Where's the hotel again? Fuck you.
Wonderful.
Right, come on. Are we going to wrap up?
We're going to fuck off into the night.
Fuck off into the night. I'm just getting started as well, but
I mean, you can stay.
Absolutely.
Wow, are we going to break the record for the longest stream? I don't know how long Sam and Lee and Hogdan have got to go.
We've done 12 hours before.
Right, okay, right. It's on.
See you guys later.
Don't ask that
It's on.
question.
It's on, right. Fuck off, you two. All right. Right.
Name?
You three talk amongst yourselves. I'm going to let these two out.
Okay. Keep it going.
Yes,
keep going.
gents.
Talk more about German beer.
Nice.
Eine Weissbier. Bitte.
I know nothing about German beer.
Don't get us kicked off YouTube while I'm away.
No.
Okay.
Oh, German beer, mate.
Say
It's-
fuck
it's-
up.
Under
it's
our control.
bollocks.
I love all the Belgium stuff, mate, and the Trappist stuff as well.
Yeah, and the Polish.
The trebles and all that.
Polish is good as well.
Every beer's got its own glass. I love that. It will taste amazing. You just get a nice, warm, fuzzy glow after drinking it. Lovely.
Mm.
Really nice stuff. That's like that's probably pubs in this country just serve swill, don't they? It's just shit, a lot of beer.
Shit, yeah.
Well, down
yeah.
here
A lot of them
especially, I
are.
think you go in the country up north, it's probably a lot better. But down there, it's just that chemical crap.
Well, what happened when Stella stopped it, didn't they? They just sent over a different type of beer, and it was like, wow. All right, it was too strong to begin with. We used to call it the wife beer, didn't we? But all of a sudden it changed, and it's like, yeah, all the beers, everything. Like my uncle, bless him, he's dead now, but every couple of Sundays he'd go, come on, we're going out, and he'd take me to these old pubs where, because I'm in Kent, and you've got the best ales that you can get around here, and he'd take me to an ale pub, and I've never actually drunk an ale before. Do you know what I mean? And it's just a lovely taste. Do you know what I mean? Because they do it in all different types of tastes. You can get cherry taste, strawberry taste, all different types of taste. Yeah, and it's just like, but the difference with it is when you go to these different places, it's just like nice people that want to go there just to have an easy day. For instance, they've been at work all day, all week, and they just want to have like an easy day. And I love going out to them places. They've all closed down because of the lockdowns, though.
Yeah, they're all being priced out of the market, aren't they?
Yeah, all locked down. They've all locked down and closed. Bless them. There's only one near me that's actually gone through it and lasted. Yeah, all these little old places. But that place, it's called the Iron Pier in Gravesend. And it's a wonderful place to go to because they've got all of, I don't know, I can't think what they're called, but you know, all the different, because they brew all their beer and all their ales on site, yeah. So they leave it all open so you can see what they're doing. And we go down there every, like, I don't know, every 6 weeks, just meet up. What we do, like the girls get together because there's a pampering place nearby. So all the girls get together, get their nails done and have a great 2 or 3 hours together. The lads have a couple of pints. Then we all meet together afterwards, have some food, have a few beers, and then like go off like for the evening on a Saturday. But this place is it's wicked, really, because they allow you to see everything that they're doing, all the brewing, and it's amazing to watch how you actually brew these ales, for instance. You know what I mean? But they don't muck about with anything. They just, as it comes out of the, some of them are like 20 foot tall, but as soon as it comes out, they just pump it into your pint, and yeah, it's amazing. The flavour is totally different from going somewhere else. I first saw that in Holland with the Heineken Museum, where they've got the same sort of thing going on in there, and that was the first, like, yeah, it's like fucking hell, like this, not what a beer or lagers they say is supposed to taste like, because they showed you how it all pumps. Like, it's a great place to go to if you like your weed and you go to Amsterdam, but every year. But go to the Heineken Museum. It's really, really interesting, just to see how they like made this years ago. Like, you're thinking, how did they do all this like years ago? And it explains it completely. It's really interesting.
So that's a wicked place in oh, go on, mate. Go on.
No, you go.
There's this wicked place in Blackheath in London, actually. 0 Degrees it's called. There might be a chain, there might be more in the country, but that's the one I know. And it's a microbrewery. So you go in there and literally it's, all the different things around the old place. You're sitting in there. It's a wicked pizza place as well. They do like proper like stone baked pizzas like in there. They're amazing. And we went in, didn't we? They're like a metre long pizza. It's like 4 pizzas in one. Fucking brilliant. And the beer is fantastic in there, man. It's just like fresh off the. It's like live beer, man. Just amazing. Really nice.
Yeah, I was just going to say, it's like anything. If you get like a huge chain of, say, Stella, it's always going to taste worse than if you go to a local place that's making their own. Just going to be better. They'd be using local ingredients. It's going to have the flavour and the taste of the place it's come from, isn't it? Rather than just these huge breweries that just pump out the same shit and just sell it universally.
Yeah, all full of chemicals and crap as well.
Same like drink, food, anything. You know, if you go to the source and get your food from the source, it's going to taste better than something you buy in a supermarket that's been wrapped in plastic and, you know, spent 2 weeks on a shelf.
Well, you know, Lee, Exhibit A, Aldi Coffee Stout.
Yeah.
It's a big chain. It's cheap. Obviously, must be mass produced. But it's fucking wicked, man. It's incredible.
The exception to the rule.
Brewed in
Give that a go, man.
Brewed in the UK in partnership with Hall and Woodhouse, whoever they are. I guess it's just 2 dudes. It's just 2 dudes who make stout. I don't know. I would hope so. Obviously not, because every branch has 100 bottles of this shit.
Yeah.
But, you know, there are diamonds in the rough. I know what you're saying, like local's best and fresh is best, isn't it? The quicker you get it, the better. And preferably from your own land, you know, if you've got a bit of a garden, you can grow some potatoes and carrots and turnips and whatnot. That's even better. Garlic, there's all sorts you can grow. But, you know, in the modern world we live in, it's difficult. We don't have the time. We don't have the resources. We don't have the land oftentimes to be self-sustainable. So we're kind of tied to the system, aren't we? To a degree. We're like butchers. You know, when I was a kid, there was like a butcher at the end of our road. At the end of our road was a butcher, a baker, a greengrocer,
and a candlestick maker.
Yeah, 4 candles for. And used to go every week, but or even every other day. Like you get sent to butchers every couple of days, so stuff was fresh as fuck. Whereas now you go to the supermarket and you're looking at the dates. Oh, this pack says the 16th and this pack says the 21st, so I'm going to have that one because it's slightly fresher. It's like, fuck me. We used to buy stuff that was fresh within 48 hours. Whereas now everything's shipped in from all over the world, you know.
Yeah. Well, Phil, where I live, every single house on the corner has got a strange, like not a lot of people understand what it is. It's got like a big bit of woodwork, so it's triangular. It's hard to explain, but every single house on a corner has got this certain big bit of stone there. Now, not a lot of people, because we talk to people now that they've moved in, and these are houses now. They're not even what they used to be, but they were shops. Okay, so you'd have the meat shop, you'd have the fish shop, you'd have the place where you'd go for your vegetables, you'd have the plate, and they were all shops. Okay, they've now been moved and built into houses, and I've spoke to a lot of the people in there because they don't understand the energy that comes from that, if that makes sense. Yeah, that was there before, and yeah, they a lot of them feel, well, for instance, what was the fish and chip shop over the road, as every single, well, what are you talking about? 3 years, every 3 years, they change families because the family can't deal with the energy that was in the house before. Right. Does that make sense? So they're continuously changing the people that live there don't want to live there, basically, and they said to me, yeah, it's dark. The energy that we're dealing with here is dark, and I do believe with, so how do I explain this? The actual way that the buildings were built, because they've got this different tilt on the front door. When you go into the door, you've got to go in a different angle that you would do with a normal door, which would be straight. These doors are front on, and that in itself is like sacred geometry, and it's built a lot of dark energy within these places. But these were the shops that people originally had. So it's like, fucking hell, what was going on back then? Yeah. Really deep. Because it's understanding.
How old are they? How old are these buildings?
Oh, fucking hell. They go back to probably the 1800s. But then where I live, there are a lot of buildings that were bombed out in the Second World War. And them in themselves, the way they built those different houses. So, for instance, behind me, I've got about 5 or 6 buildings that look back to Tartarian, yeah, which is why possibly they were trying to bomb us so much where I live in Gravesend, to get rid of these old buildings, yeah, because this one old building behind me, I've got in touch with them so many times. Obviously, like, not be funny, if you get a weird letter from someone asking to want to come up and see where you live, but I can't not see that there's so much extra energy that could have, because I said to one of these guys, I said, well, have you got anything that looks like there could be something that could be pulled from like everything about, because he lives in this tower, okay, so it's a Tartarian tower, basically.
Is he a wizard?
Well, it's beautiful. This building is beautiful, and he lived in this top place. I said, is there anything in there that you could think that could possibly be so old that has been carved over that you could have pulled to get something chiming? He said, yeah, we've got about 6 of them. He said, yeah, there's loads of little holes in the top of the building that I don't know why they're there. And this goes back to like the Tartarian stuff, and free energy. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that that was there at some point, and we've lost it because I've got so much stuff around me that tells me that it's there, and that's just in Kent in the UK. Like out in Cobham, we've got this is a great study field, yeah. Cobham Hall, yeah, and it's got a mausoleum.
Right.
So that's where like the rave scene started in the UK in Kent, yeah.
Yeah.
We used to go out to the Kent mausoleum and have a rave, okay. But if you actually look into that story, Kent, that family just vanished overnight and left something that is just so amazing. Like Kent, well, not just the mausoleum, but the actual estate that is on Cobham, yeah, is massive. It's actually absolutely massive. It's a private girls' school now, but yeah, it's got so much energy because all the ley lines in England sort of go through there, yeah, and they right. So Paul Knight was on earlier, yeah, Black Sheep researcher, and he talks about Janus and 11,
Yep.
yeah. So that in itself is the oak, the doorway, the key, yeah, the 11. So we've got in Cobham a massive, great big oak tree that is still alive. It's still vibrant, okay, but it's got a massive, great big door cut through it, okay, and it's always burnt out because they're always doing sacrificial sacrifices there. Right. That in itself goes back to pagan times. Do you understand what I mean? It's all tied in with one another. Yeah, it is what it is, but it's like the fact that we've got that tree that we learned from. It's weird, you know, like this place that we live in. Is the fact that like years ago we knew about this tree, didn't understand what it was, but now we do because of Janus. Yeah. Because that's a powerful thing. That's a powerful tree. Really, really, really powerful. When you go around that area, you feel the energy. You really do feel the energy. If you're in tune with everything, if you've done meditation, if you've done Qigong, if you've realised sort of who you are, yeah, it's really powerful.
It seems to me that, you know, the things that you're talking about with the oak tree and whatnot, and the pagan religions that predated the Abrahamic religions, they seem to be more connected with nature, a kind of nature worship. And when you look at modern society today, it seems that we're being more and more disconnected from nature. Most of us live in towns or cities. We're surrounded by concrete. We never take our socks off and feel the earth through our feet, through our soul. And
Speak for yourself.
I'm saying most of us. Obviously, we're outliers, man. We're outliers because we even think about these questions. Most people are completely oblivious, you know. So I wonder if that's part of the program, part of the agenda, you know, to make us more disconnected from nature in some ways.
That's why I think pagans kick into us all so much. Is the fact that we need to go back there, basically.
Yeah, I don't know. Where do you
get back to nature?
What about Jesus? Let's open it up. Hogdown. What's your view on JC?
On JC?
Yeah.
My view.
Mm. Do
what you mean?
Do you can you consider yourself a Christian? Do you follow the teachings of Jesus? Do you think he was the Son of God? And it's a million questions.
Oh man, how'd you answer that?
Yes or no? Well,
only the sifted and absolutes, my brother.
good answer. Yeah. But I mean, what's your take? Because Sam's just been talking about paganism. Maybe we need to be more reconnected with paganism, and obviously Christianity came
I
after
can
that.
talk about JC if you want a bit. If you really want to hear about JC,
I'm interested because I'm like, I've been drawn to Christianity over the last couple of years, but I've not quite taken the Kool-Aid. So I'm interested in what other people think
about JC. Obviously we've got teachings, we've got books, there's scriptures, there's sermons, there's loads of people talk. I attend a Christian fellowship. Yes, I'm a Christian. But again, when I use that word, a lot of people I don't think even know what a Christian is.
How do you
applies to a lot of people Christians?
Sorry to interject. How would you define it then? How would you define a Christian?
Of Christ, in Christ.
Someone who follows the teachings of.
No, of Christ, in Christ.
Okay.
You don't follow, you're in it. Not being in love.
It's love. It's love.
It's a relationship. That's what I was going to allude to in a minute, elucidate to. Basically, again, I'm going to do a very poor job of this. So I apologise. It's not really something you can really explain. There are teachings, there's scriptures, there's the word, there's the religions, there's Christians, there's church, there's all these different things and different things you can do and read. I will say this. At present, I'm currently experiencing, sitting in my living room, my good missus sleeping on my shoulder right now, talking to you fine fellas on this lovely podcast that I love, experiencing life as this person that I'd call Etzel, whatever you want to call me, Ogden. I wasn't there. I wasn't there when someone called Jesus, Yeshua, whatever name you want to give him, walked around. Yeah. If someone even walked around or was crucified, all the rest of it. And I wasn't there. But I will tell you this, the Jesus I serve and live by and live in, the Christ, would be a more accurate term, is real. For me, it's now. And always has been now. And you see it and know it in everything, like you know your wife, like you know your kids, like you know yourself. You know. And when you know something, you know it. I mean, New Age, they try and use things like consciousness recognizes consciousness. They might use that term. You either know or you don't know, basically. And it's not something you give to someone or judge someone on. It's all about choice.
Well, I'm interested. How did this happen for you then? Was there a turning point? Was there a turning point?
Give you a very short story of
have you always been someone who's trying to sort of embody the Christ consciousness? Did you have a dark night of the soul? What happened? What was the changing point?
I grew up as a kid, not really fitting in. I had loads of friends, but I couldn't relate to any of them. I had people around me like flies around shit, to be honest, at times. It was crazy. And I had people with my mates and that, but there's always something not right. And I was always looking for something and searching for something. I didn't relate to things in the same way other people related to them. I went through life pretty much like that. I think a lot of us might have that sort of calling or similar sort of experiences in this wonderful place that we call this world. And got into things at first, like my brother was a bit weird, a bit estranged with stuff. He was much older than me, 8 years older. He got into stuff and things. But he's a reader, he used to read a lot of books. And we got into like UFO stuff. So we started like reading like Timothy Good, all that sort of stuff, and got into like UFO stuff a little bit. And started getting into stranger things. Stranger and stranger. But I always had something with me all the time. And I would talk to something all the time. And I would refer to that thing as God. And I had a relationship with that thing. I'd be talking to this thing. And thing's a bad term to describe it, but I had a relationship with something in my life that I would talk to just as a kid growing up, naturally. It wasn't given to me. It wasn't taught to me. It was just there the whole time. And so I was looking at weirder things like UFO and all that sort of crap and all that sort of. Then the whole new agey type stuff started coming up as I was in my early, like getting like into my teens, a little bit early teens. And my brother, we started talking as I got a bit older because he used to find me annoying because I was a little kid and he was like 8 years older. We went to London to Compendium. This is a wicked bookshop in Camden called Compendium. And we went in there and it's full of all these books and new age stuff and all kinds of crap. I'm in there, goes, well, what do I get then? I'm thinking, what's going to interest me? He goes, well, just look around, see if anything takes your fancy. I looked at his shelf and then suddenly his book jumped out at me. It was Reiki. I went with him, what's Reiki? And he turned around and looked at me like he'd been possessed. He's like, well, it's like you can get energy like and heal people and stuff like universal life force energy and heal people. And that, I go, that sounds really fucking cool, actually. I might have a look at that. He goes, well, it's funny you said that because I wasn't going to tell you I'm going on this course in a couple of weeks to be attuned to do Reiki. So, oh, okay, fair enough. So I got into Reiki. I'm not going to go into all the other shit I got into, but let's just say I've been smelling the flowers. Yeah. Meditation, this, that, the other, this thing is you name it, smell it, got the t-shirt. Then there's the psychedelics. Because when I was doing that kind of stuff, the new age stuff, I was also hanging about with people into rock music, into clubbing. So the dance crowd, the rock crowd, I play bass, rock bass, and a bit of funk and shit. I was doing drugs. So I've been there, got the t-shirt, done all that sort of shit. You name it. But people used to love doing acid. They used to call me the guru on acid. But it was painful for me because when they're on the acid, I could relate to them. We'd connect and go on these wonderful journeys, and then they just go back to sleep again. And I'd still be me. But throughout all of that, I always had this relationship with something. I always had since I was a kid, still searching. And I discovered this meditation that was pretty fucking cool, to be honest. I went down this meditation with my brother. And that is it. Bang. Eyes open. Presence. The now. Right there. And it's there all the time. And it was always there. And when you hit it, you know that it's always there. And you even know it and realize that it's always been there, but you just didn't notice it. And you've interacted and related with it your whole life, but you don't notice it. And then it's there. And once it's there, the whole world looks like Legoland. The next day, it was like the Matrix when Neo went back into the Matrix to see the Oracle, and he's looking around at all the coffee shop and that. It's like that. And you walk around in that state. And there I was, and I was doing this stuff. And I did that. I went on retreats and done all kinds of stuff and done the cave shit, and all got really deep on it. But and then they wanted me to become like them sort of thing. But I didn't want to do it because what's the point of doing it in a cave? Anyone can do that shit in a cave, man. You want to do it in the world. I got brothers and sisters out here, man. These people need people. I'm just not going to do it in a cave. I'm going to bring them with me.
Applicable.
And that's how I felt. And then literally, I was doing that, got into that, got back into the normal sphere a bit. I came back from traveling that, had no fucking skills, no qualifications, nothing. Didn't know what I was going to do with myself. Got to earn some spondulics, Did the old crypto shekels. So I had to do something. So I went temping and ended up working for a local authority. Eventually, after many other places I was working. It just so happened in that local authority to cut a lot of bits out of the story. End up in an office of 3 born-again Christians.
Right.
Didn't think much of it. I thought they're nice people, these Christians. They're nice guys. I like a lot of what they go on about and a lot of things like in the Bible and teachings and stuff, but they're a bit misguided, religion and all that sort of stuff. All the same old shit that I hear so many other people say day in, day out. I was there, that side of the fence. And my mum got cancer. It's the first bout of cancer. She's still alive now with the second bout of cancer. They were praying for her in their church. And that's really nice. I said, Mum, these people praying for your mum and all that sort of stuff. I found it really comforting, really reassuring. I thought it was very nice of them, They're good guys as Christians, a bit misguided, but good fellas and women and that. And then they said, well, look, we're doing this fellowship thing we do. We just read from the Bible and do some prayers and stuff and just talk. Do you want to come along? We'll pray for your mum. And I thought, well, you know what? Fair enough. I'll come along. I'll entertain it. They're nice people. I'll come along with them. I'll humour them. So I went with them. We went in the council chamber. There's only 3 of us, or 4, including me. And we sat there, and the minute they started to pray, and the minute they opened that book and read, I felt it. The same presence that I had already found. So hang a minute, their God is my God. And when you're with someone, and if you agree, if you ever have one of these deep talks, if you're in my presence and we chill, man, we have a talk, a real talk, you're just in the zone, you'll feel it. You've probably had conversations with other people already, or other people have had shared experiences with other people or groups, and you're in it, and it's real, and you all feel it, and you all know what you're feeling. You all have that shared experience. Their God was my God. And I thought, I have to read this fucking Bible, man. I have to start reading this book a bit more. And that's what I've done. And never looked back. The Christ found me. The Christ was with me before I even knew what the Christ was. And my interpretation of JC, sorry to take so long.
No, it's good. So good.
Is the Christ is real. The Christ is one. The Christ is in you. It's in everyone. God is love. At the end of the day, you can either choose to know or you can choose not to know. But there's a reason why people get offended and get upset when you start talking about JC or start talking about Christianity. I mean, if you say like the giant spaghetti monster is going to come and get you and you're going to burn in hell, who's going to get offended by that? But when you start saying anything about Jesus, just watch people turn.
It's
And
like,
I'll tell you what, if I was the other guy,
yeah,
I want to fuck things up and take away God's children. First thing, what I'm going to fuck up, I'm going to subvert, infiltrate, twist, obfuscate, invert anything I can to turn people away from the simple truth of who they really are. So my take on JC is I wasn't there. I wasn't there when it happened on Calvary or what we were told in these scriptures.
Yep.
But it doesn't change what I get from that book when I read it. Because I'm here. I'm now. I am. And the Christ is in me. And I'm in the Christ. And God is love. And that's all I can say.
I'm so envious, Hogdan. I know envy is like one of the 7 deadly sins, but that's the best word I can use to describe my thoughts, really, because I'm like an open goal. I'm on board like 90%, but I just don't have this. I've talked to a lot of people who find Christianity later in life, and in a similar way, they describe like a personal moment or a personal relationship or a knowing or something like that. And it just hasn't happened for me, man. It's not happened for me yet. And so I'm kind of jealous because I would love to have the confidence that you have. Like you speak with authority and confidence. You talk about knowing. It's gnosis. I know. I don't need, the books, whatever. The books are great, but I wasn't there. But I know. And it's just something that I haven't found yet.
I've got to share another thing, very quick little story, made me laugh. In part of my New Age trekking, just before I found this meditation that took me to this place, there's this guy I met in a place called Kidbrooke in southeast London. I went with my brother. It was a right rough estate at the time. It's a nice place now, but they'd done it all up. And we were going there to go to Stonehenge. Because this guy was going to offer to volunteer to give us a lift to Stonehenge. So we're getting this car to drive to Stonehenge to sit amongst the stones and meditate. Because we used to go tip the guards a few quid and go and meditate on the stones and lay on the stones and that before it opened up every year. And I went to this guy's house and there was this South African dude there. And he was there. He was in it. He had that experience when I didn't have that experience, Phil, and I was like you're saying now.
Yep.
And it made me laugh. It's brilliant because he wound me up big time. He pushed all my buttons and it was great. Because we were talking and conversing like we're talking now, and he's just like, it's a really bad South African accent now I'm going to do, so I do apologise for my South African out of it. He's like, you can't, mate. You just can't. I can see it. It's right there, mate. It's right there, right in front of your face. Right there on the end of your nose. You are so close, my brother. but you just can't get it yet. But it'll come. You'll get it. And I just thought, who's this fucking prick? You know, all the ego come. I do Reiki. I'm a Reiki master, and all this, and all that ego New Age bullshit, and meditate, and all that bollocks. Oh, who's this prick trying to tell me? Can't what? What's he know? I don't fucking know. You know what? He fucking knew, my brother. And you know, here's the best thing, Phil. In God's time. If there's two truths I can share,
I want it
right
in my
now,
time, though. I want it in my time. I'm 41
there's two
now.
truths
Like,
I can
how
share
much
right
longer
now,
have I
yeah.
got left?
This is the hard truths I'm going to share. And this is just what I can only elucidate and say what I say. Doesn't mean anything I say is right or you've got to take it or anyone's got to take it. I don't really care how anyone takes it. I'll just share my truth. That's it. Yeah. Not everyone's going to make it. It's written in the Bible, and not 'cause it's written in the Bible. It's in there and it's true. Not everyone's going to make it. In fact, a fuckload of people ain't going to make it or ever get that here and now. That's the first thing. Second thing, if you haven't got it, that's fine. And if you don't want it, that's fine too. Because it's all about the choice. It's all about choice. The problem is we think we've got control and we could just choose. You can. But you got to ask yourself who's doing the choosing and why are you choosing? It's all about choice. It really is. And if you truly wanted to know, you'd know. And I'll give you a prime example. I was driving home from somewhere on the rare occasion we actually get out. I think I shared this already on your channel. Sorry, so I'm repeating myself. I can say there's probably a lot of other content people have done that as well, I guess, content creators, not naming any names. But I was driving back from Broadstairs, had a lovely day. And she got on this subject. She's not in any of this stuff, but she got into the subject for some other day. She got into it. And she said to me, so do you think we're just back here because we're incarnating from past lives and we've done a lot of wrong? We're here to pay and learn from our mistakes or something. I can't remember how she put it. Something like that. Yeah. So we're here basically we're being punished for what we've done in the past. I went to her, no, that's not why we're here. That's not what it is. I said with such certainty, just come out, straight out. She goes, well, why are we here then? I go, well, look, if I told you why we're actually here, yeah, I wouldn't even believe me. If anyone can actually tell you why you're here, the first question I'll ask them is, why are you still here? That's the first thing, right? So don't say I've got all the answers because I haven't got all the answers. But then it hit me after I said all that to her. How did I know that we're not here because of that? Because we're here to pay, we're being punished or paying for our past sins and all that crap. How can I possibly know that and say it with such certainty and authenticity? Yeah, not because I read it in a book or someone told me, unless I actually know why we're here. How can I say why I know we're not here or know that it's wrong if I don't know somewhere or somehow what's actually right? And that's the point. We all know. We're all here and we all know. We just don't choose to know it. And to answer why that is, I can't answer that because I don't know myself, mate. But I promise you that all the answers are within. And we've all got it and we all know it.
The thing is, isn't it? Like we are all the one true creator, subjectively experience itself to every single outcome, which in itself is eternal. So we're just playing with ourselves on a massive, massive stage.
I think I mentioned that like a few episodes ago, and I thought I got a weird reaction from Matt, but I remember vividly being like about 10 years old and having this experience of I was talking to someone or engaged with someone, and I had this sort of epiphany that their consciousness was the same as mine, but experiencing it from a different point of view. And there was some sort of unity there.
Yeah, well, that in itself, mate, I feel is like just understanding duality. You know, like a singularity meeting itself, that in itself is a line joined between them, and then you can build a circle around both of them, which is the Vesica Pisces, and then you get to the flower of life and where we are now, you know. But most people don't actually go to the point where they go deep enough to understand where we actually are.
I think the difficulty most people see is that there's so much waste. You know, if we're all unique pieces of consciousness, if you like, for one way to put it. And I don't do this, but, you know, people turn on the news and they see things happening, say, in the Middle East, and they just see just immense waste, just a waste of consciousness, people being eliminated, destruction, evil, essentially. And you think, well, why is this allowed to happen? I'm kind of sounding like Mark Devlin here, because he's
no, I think, like Phil, with what we're seeing out there, let's say it as that, out there is this complete realization of what genocide really is, and what evil is, and how, like, the Israeli people, God bless them, they've been like the most MK Ultra. These people have been programmed since the day they were born, okay, to hate Arabs. And it's really difficult to understand it all if you just watch normal news, but they hate these people, okay? So, yeah, fucking hell.
It's tribalism again, Sam.
Exactly.
You know, white and blue team versus the red, black, and red, white, and black team, and we hate them and they hate us.
And everyone hates everyone else. And if you actually look back in the future, is the fact that they never had any nations. They were just a massive scape of the earth that were tribal people, okay? Not split up like the colonial people did into different groups of people that could then fight each other like we're getting now. It's disgusting. I fucking hate it, mate.
It's just such a waste, you know. It's tragic. I don't want to see it. I don't want to see any of it. And it's how do we get past it? You know, it's not just happening there. It's happening in Europe as well. And
it's easy to get past it all. And the problem is the people. Know thyself. Like I said, if you know thyself, you're not going to take up arms and start shooting people and killing people.
Well, yeah, you have to have willing participants at the end of the day. And if enough people said no,
they don't go, what you have to have at the end of the day is people trying to defend themselves from a load of wankers from colonialism, basically, yeah, who've got bigger guns, bigger weapons, and you're just trying to protect yourself. And that is turned into terrorism, or people that are trying to protect, they're just protecting themselves, for fuck's sake. Do you know what I mean? And this is where we are now with all of the migration and everything else. It's the fact that if your country, like Libya, let's say,
failed state,
a beautiful place to live, and it's been brutalized and bombed to shit, basically.
There's an active slave trade in Libya.
Oh, it's disgusting,
slavery is
mate.
back
like,
and in full flow.
Yeah, like Kathy O'Brien, bless her, years ago, when I first come across her stuff
on Channel 4,
she broke me, mate. I didn't do any study for about 6 months because I was just trying to go through what she had expressed, and then you get to the point where exactly where we are now is like, if you don't study this stuff, I know it hurts, it really does hurt, especially looking at like Sudan, for instance. have a look at what's going on in Sudan. It really hurts you. But if you don't study it and understand what other people have gone through, who on earth is going to teach what's coming next? Okay, because not all of us are going to live, I don't think, through what's coming. Okay, but we all need to have studied what has gone before to actually let it just to give the new school basically for kids. It's like no, it wasn't like that. It was like this. Okay, this is what we've gone through before, and this is what we're going through at the moment. It's really tough place to live. Really, really, really, really, really tough place to live at the moment. It's really tense, and no one likes it. But we've all done this before, and we'll all do it again. So this is why I think we all come together in these little groups that we're all gathering together with on Telegram and WhatsApp and Elements and whatever. It's going to get tougher, but we're going to get through it, basically.
I was waiting for someone else to speak, but no one's speaking.
I was going to say, like, we've come together in these groups. Do you think there's a reason behind it? Do you think we're like meant to be together? You believe that?
Yeah, actually, you've just put back into a memory that, like memory, for instance. So I was thinking about this earlier. So the Celestine prophecy and the guidebooks behind them. So the Celestine prophecy was a great book. There's about 6, I think, if I remember rightly. And they're fictional, but the couple that put them together, they're very spiritual beings, very spiritual couple. But what they did was so they give you this book that you'd read it and think, fucking hell, if you're that our way inclined, okay, so this is like 30 odd years ago, and they're there now. Well, I've got to say this now. So if you buy these books, they will shift off, they'll disappear from your bookshelves, because people will find them and want to read them, and you've got to let them go. Okay, it's not like the other books that you've got there. If you've got these books on your shelves, you've got to let them go to other people to read. Okay, but Celestine prophecy and the guidebooks. So the first one, for instance, is the main thing is understanding and realizing nature, and being able to go out into nature and like, for instance, you can do it now, but it's not going to work with everyone. But you can put your hands together and just slightly touch them, and then see the energy of the energetic flow that flows between.
You can feel it, can't you?
Yeah, you can see it.
I can't see it, but I can't see it, but I can feel it.
Yeah.
I know what you're talking about.
When you go out into energy and into nature, if you've got that, the first tutorial, you can actually do that in energy then, into nature, and actually you can actually feel trees. It's amazing. And that is just a book that some couple put out, 20, 30 years ago, Celestine prophecy. And it's an amazing book that really keeps you captured, because the way they put it together is a man that is basically traveling around South America and looking for himself. Okay, and that's what we all trying to do. Okay, and Yeah, but they put the actual guide there. So everything that he does in this book, if you buy the guide, you have to buy the guide. Yeah, it teaches you how to do everything that he did, and it's beautiful to find yourself. And this is what we were talking about earlier: is if we all find ourselves, well, fucking hell, this place would be beautiful, wouldn't it?
It just stops.
The
You ain't gonna go around killing
the
everyone,
madness
shooting
stops.
people up.
The madness stops.
Simple as that.
It seems so obvious, doesn't it?
It's really good, not that difficult. I was looking at the chat as well a little bit. It's really interesting and some good comments in there. But I do like I think it's Beyond Illusion 333 talking about lots of people like debunking Jesus and stuff like that, and scholars, and you got these people like archaics, and they got all this great information. They read this stuff, and again, I put it to anyone that wants to say all that, which is all good. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that, but I'll say this: they weren't there, and they're getting their information from books. And I think Mr. Paul Knight sort of summed it up about the books earlier.
The
libraries. You read something
libraries.
written down and take knowledge from it and think that's fact. What's the difference? They're reading the Bible and taking that as fact.
Yeah, yeah.
And again, if you're
it's a
going to
book.
subvert something, change something, because you want to put people away from the truth, you're going to change bits, chop bits, change places, names, put things in there, or change little bits of the Bible and all that. But the best thing about the truth is you can't change it. That's why it's the truth. I did pitch in earlier, but the definition of truth is that which does not change.
The thing is,
so it's just taking one person's written knowledge for something else, and
yeah,
I'm talking about experience, not knowledge.
Well, the good book has been broken down so much that you can't. You can trust it with the words, but not all of it. It is the fact that I believe the Christ love is the fact that we are all gonna feel it. It's through us. It's not through a book. It's through all of us that are gonna feel the love again. Okay, we will know Christ's love, and not. How can you explain it? It's difficult, isn't it? It's like love, just knowing love again. And not a lot of us.
I think
like,
something I'm guilty of is kind of over, without sound. I'm not trying to sound pretentious, but over intellectualizing things. So you'll read the New Testament, and then you'll do a great courses series on Audible all about the New Testament, and you'll learn about where the different books were written and what circumstances they were written. So, Book of Mark was written in 70 AD. Luke was written in the 140s and whatnot. And it takes you out of the actual meaning of actually what's actually written in there.
Everyone gets caught in the devil's in the details.
Yeah, so you can spend hours and hours learning about what various scholars think or hypothesize. Because none of them were there.
About it. They've not even read it.
None of them were even there.
And they've all got an opinion about it because someone told them saying they read something else somewhere else about this.
Yeah.
And this expert said that, and that one said, you know what? What I tell people about the Christ, ask him yourself.
How do you do that?
Don't take my word for it. Just ask him yourself.
Do you pray, Hogdan? Do you have like a prayer schedule? Do you pray twice a day, or do you have a thing?
I've got a question. Who was the first person to pray in the Bible?
Oh, Adam.
Yeah. So what was that? And how did Adam pray?
Oh gosh, now you're testing me. How did he pray?
Quite easily.
What was it? He just spoke, didn't he?
Because that's all prayer is, my brother. In the spirit.
Yes, right.
Or verbally.
Yeah.
And that's what people don't understand. So do I pray all the fucking time, bruv?
Right, but I mean, there's intention is a key thing. So a lot of us might pray without even knowing it, but do you actively pray or consciously
I actively pray and do the sort of prayer that people would classify as prayer, and all that kind of stuff. I do that, of course.
Yeah. That's one piece of advice I got, when I was talking earlier about being on the fence and being an open goal. And I can't remember which guest it was. Going back a bit, and he said, well, start praying for a start, and then maybe you might get somewhere. But I haven't.
But prayer is just
I'm fucking
conversing with
shit.
God.
I'm a shit Christian.
Imagine something that's there the whole time, just sitting there, just waiting for you.
Yeah.
It's just waiting patiently. It's there. It's been the whole time. And when you're ready, if you feel like it, you might acknowledge it. There's a lovely scripture, but I stand at the door and knock. Open the door, let him come in and dine with you. And that's it.
Yeah, I can't get on board with it. I'm just not a
That's
Jesus
all right.
I know,
person or anything like that.
Not
I
asking
don't-
anyone to do that.
No, I know you're not.
just-
I'm just being.
I'm just
honest with
sharing
you.
my
I don't
experience.
believe in Jesus. I'm not even sure he was a real person.
Guess what? I
so-
don't believe in Jesus either.
Do you believe in God, Lee? What's your view on?
I don't believe in any of gods of any that's comes across in any of the religious books. I mean, there could be a force out there. I don't particularly know if it's there or not.
Like a creative power.
There could be, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know if it's a being. I'd think if it was something, it's I don't know, like it could be a consciousness, but I don't know if it's an actual being. Like, Christians would say God, or some Christians, if you go the more normalized of Christians who go to church, they'd be like, oh yeah, God, the man with the beard on the cloud or whatever. They see him in that sort of thing. I wouldn't even, if there was something, I wouldn't conceive it'd be something like that. I don't know. It's like if I had to go into it, I don't even think there's like good and evil. I think maybe it's just an energy and people take it and use it for good and evil. So there isn't in itself an essence of good and evil. It's just an energy that can be manipulated into one or the other. I'd go with that over, having a devil and a god. Because even when you go into the thing of the Christian God as an all-powerful God, then the thing of the devil is he's got no power at all. It's a powerless thing in the face of an ultimate being of ultimate power. Everything else is insignificant. So the devil is insignificant. And any of his workings is insignificant to the power of the Christian God. I know it doesn't make sense to me, a lot of that stuff. I overthink everything. I would overthink it too much. Like you, I've looked into when books are written, and then you look at stuff that's been changed and why it's changed. And a lot of it's there's not excuses, but there's reasons. You'll hear on a podcast, oh, they're changing the Bible, and then you look into it a bit more, and it's because they've, in recent times, since that part of it was translated or whatever, they've found, like maybe the Dead Sea Scrolls, they've found other texts that are more accurate. They're older than the texts that were used to translate the Bible. The Bible you were reading originally, like say the King James, is apparently not particularly a great translation, and some of the sources were not particularly good translations in themselves. And now they've found older ones. It's a couple of thousand years ago, they've discovered other texts that are, probably more accurate than what they were using to translate there. So that's why sometimes things will be changed. But a lot of the time, if you look at the Bibles where the stuff is changed, the notes will be there to tell you why it's changed and when it was, discovered and that.
Yep.
All that sort of stuff. I overthink all that stuff.
Yeah.
I've got a question.
Go on.
Who are they that found it? What are these scrolls? Have we seen them, and did we translate them?
I don't know. I mean,
and who translated them, and what was their level of understanding relationship when they translated these
if
scrolls?
we're talking about,
may not exist.
if we're talking about the Dead Sea Scrolls, the Catholic Church pretty much had a closed shop over who translated them.
Yeah.
Do we know? Have we seen these scrolls? This is the point I'm trying to make. I'm not saying anything you guys are saying is wrong, or that there's no scrolls. The point I'm trying to make is it really doesn't matter, because it always starts with the same thing for me. People say, I think, or I think it's this. And as I said, there's a difference between knowing and thinking. And when you know, it's not something you know because you're clever. You can't help it. It's like being in love.
Yeah,
And
but I
we
mean,
know
I'm not gonna go. I'm not gonna get on a plane.
It's not about if it was true. It's not about if it's been doctored, or it's literally, does it work for you now?
No.
Do you know? If the answer is no, that's fine.
The answer is no. It doesn't work for me in any way, shape, or form. So, and I'm fine with that. And
that's where I'm trying to come from. Is that a lot of people, they get so, I'm not saying you are, we get so wrapped up in what God is. Like you're saying, looking for the thing, it might be a being. It's all on the outside. It's all exoteric.
Yep.
that sort of thinking, it's all on the outside, like something separate from us, or there's something else out there and we're looking for. I'm just making an observation here. Sorry, not trying to belittle anyone or overgo anyone. How do you know it's not within you already? And that maybe you're not looking in the right place. But equally, if you're not looking, you don't have to be looking. Like I said, it really is about choice and nothing more than that. But the only thing I get a little bit funny with is when people choose to ignore, label, or pigeonhole it because they're denying themselves the opportunity to even make that choice. I'm just saying there's forces at work that have a vested interest in making sure
you don't make
that choice.
Right.
And that you have those judgments. And the first thing you do is undermine anything around something that you don't want someone to find. So I'm just saying people should maybe stay open, question. And like I said, the best thing they can do, don't ask me. Ask him yourself. But only if you want to ask. If you don't want to ask, that's fine too.
There's a whole lot of information out there, and a lot of it is bullshit. Like I like my introduction to the conspiratorial world was the Zeitgeist movie, and the first half of that movie is debunking, in inverted commas, debunking Christianity. So they talk about Mithraism, they talk about Zoroastrianism, astral theology, and all this stuff. And it's the whole first hour of the movie is undermining Christianity. And I bought it hook, line, and sinker without a question. Didn't even think about it because I was 25, 24 or something. I didn't know any better. And then when you get a bit
choosing chocolate cake over a salad, bruv, isn't it?
Of course it is, yeah. It's
an easy choice.
It's alluring. It's seductive. And if you're not exposed to counter arguments, you'll buy it. And it's only when you are introduced to counter arguments, then you've got 2 points of view. Then you can weigh them in the balance and assess them and hopefully come to a conclusion if you can, if it's possible. And it's like you meet people all the time who will say Jesus wasn't even a historical figure, and that's fair enough. I mean, that's your point of view. That's your point of view. I don't know what you
might not be. Like I said, I weren't there. I don't judge Jesus on what happened or what the book says or this thing says. I judge Jesus and the Jesus I know.
Yeah, but you're lucky because you know him, and most of us don't. I don't. Lee doesn't. That's the thing I'm missing. I don't have this gnosis. I don't have this relationship. So it's hard work trying to convince people who haven't had
I can't convince anyone. It's not something you can give, Phil. You're right, bruv.
Well, no.
You can only share it. You can't give it.
You can't. I suppose all you can do is point people in the right direction, I guess.
Nah, well, it's not even the right direction. It's just a direction. It's just showing the truth or sharing the truth. That's what you can do. If I don't share it, then I'm not doing my job, really, I guess.
No.
Yeah,
it wouldn't be fair to have this and not try to share it with people, or at least let them know that it's there, whether they want it or not.
I'm not looking for it. I'm happy with where I am. I found where I am, and it's here. And it's, I don't know, yeah, it's not with Jesus, I suppose, but maybe it is. Maybe it's just.
That's about to say, my brother. Maybe it actually is.
Maybe it just is, but just
not. You've got
not.
a connotation of what you think Jesus is, and you're actually with Jesus already.
Yeah, maybe.
That place you're in that you're happy in, it might actually be it. You just didn't realise it, like I didn't. I didn't realise it. I thought what I had was something, and it was the same thing. I just didn't know. It's so crazy. But maybe it isn't at the same time. But like I said, I did this thing through meditation and all that sort of stuff, and it was there, and it was there. It was always there. I didn't even realise what it was. And even I don't fit. I'm a square peg in a round hole. I don't sit with the conventional Christians. I don't sit with the New Agers. I don't sit with it. I can only sit where I sit. Really, it's an awkward place to be because I go to fellowships. I converse with Christians, all the rest of it, and it's great, and I love them. My brothers and sisters, and we talk about Christ and we share the Christ and everything. But there's a lot, like I'm saying now, they wouldn't accept.
I'm struck by something, Lee, you said earlier, going back 10 minutes or so. Something about good and evil. You're not convinced that there is good and evil.
Not as a force, no.
It kind of sounds... Sorry, go on.
Like a god and a devil, two sides of a coin or whatever.
A polarity.
Yeah. Well, in a sense, there is, but not as a... Like a... I don't know how to explain it.
An incarnation, like an embodiment of evil and an embodiment of good.
Yeah, like there's two different incarnations working against each other.
I misunderstood you. I thought you were saying that I interpreted your statement as good and evil don't exist.
Well, you do know incarnation means in the flesh, don't we? We do understand what that means, that word.
Yeah, well, you know.
Incarnation,
incarnate,
incarnation, like meat in flesh. So you've got to be in flesh, is incarnation.
Yeah, so Jesus would be good incarnate. Yeah?
Yeah.
And if you have good incarnate, you must have bad incarnate.
And but is there good and evil though?
Yeah.
Or is that just perceptions? What we say is good and evil? I don't know.
It's a tricky one.
Where we draw the line, basically, is what you're saying, isn't it? Where we choose to measure it. One person's good, another person's evil, and so forth.
Do you not think we're born
love do you bring to this place is the factor of that, really? Is like you can understand good and bad, but what are you bringing to this factor of life that is good?
What, me?
No, all of us.
In general.
Everybody. in general, everybody. You know, like, everybody has to look at themselves and realise, like...
Do you not think most people are inherently good? I get the impression that most people are inherently good people.
Yeah,
I'm not sure.
I do. Saying that, no.
Is that to do with the way our society is structured? It makes us produce inherently good people.
Our society is structured to make people evil, man.
Evil,
no, I don't think so. No, it's not. Because
I believe in
you have these rules that you don't get
you don't get rewarded by being good in our society. You get rewarded by ripping people off. It's like I'm a tradesman. I'm a self-employed tradesman, right? I get a call out from some old dear. She's a widower. She's on her own. She's 77 years old. Can you come round to my house? My lights aren't working. Okay, so I turn up and her circuit breaker's tripped. I flick it back up. I've been there 2 minutes. How much do I owe, love? You don't have to pay me out. It's fine. Don't mention it. Just keep my number. If you need me again, give me a ring. That's me. What I could do, turn up. Oh, I think your lights need I think your lighting circuit needs rewiring. I think it might be 3 days. I think it might be 1,200 quid. I could do that. I have a choice. I could do that every day of the week if I wanted to, but I won't. I can't. I'm not. It's not possible. I won't be able to sleep at night.
That way.
I'm not.
Is that because you were like that when you were born? You were born like that, or is it because of your upbringing?
I don't know. Nature versus nurture.
I would say it's
I don't
probably
know.
Mostly to do with your upbringing. You probably got your parents taught you right from wrong. In our society, you know, in a different society, you could be told that to do that is right. I mean,
hang on.
In our society, the people in power do get to
quick
manipulate it.
Quick point, Lee. What you know if you're making the right decision or not. So you're saying the society
in a way I was
brings
taught that though. I was taught it. I don't know if it's an inherent
but you
thing.
know. I think you know. You know if you're you're lying. You're lying for a start. You have to lie to get that money to do that job. You should.
But
everyone knows
if we
that lying
created a
is wrong.
society where lying was part of what you do, would we still consider it evil or wrong?
I don't know.
I don't know. No, I don't know. I'm not sure. There's inherent. I mean, there's a survival instinct, so you don't want to do horrible stuff to people because you don't want it done back to you. That's a huge.
I don't know. I think
don't murder people because I don't want to get murdered back. You know, we don't go around doing that because it's not.
I don't know. I think that's too mechanistic. It's like.
I mean, the whole good and evil thing's overrated anyway. Let's be honest. Because if you look at the dark side of people, they actually believe they're the left hand of God. and they're doing God's work.
Right.
And that's what they do. They're being evil and doing this horrible stuff because they're doing the left hand of God. That's actually what these people believe. And in a way, they absolutely are. Because, like Lee said, if there is this one supreme thing or this one force or whatever word you want to give it, evil wouldn't exist, would it? So it really comes down to, like, to sound like Obi-Wan Kenobi now, your point of view. Really.
Is that Masonic?
Oh, hang on.
Right.
We're getting on to free will here. Like, if God decided
it's about
that,
choice, like I said.
if God decided that evil didn't exist, then we wouldn't have free will to make evil choices. And then what would the point of it all be?
That in itself, Phil, is the left and right path of the Freemasons. You can have a grey path within the middle, which I believe we study mostly, yeah. But you can't actually, very difficult to break away from either path.
Mm.
Very
Right.
difficult. So be grey.
It kind of sounds like the Rosicrucians encapsulated this, didn't they? Between they would say the left and the right would be Luciferic and Ahrimanic. They're the left and right paths, and you have to find the center ground, like the Christ mode or the Christ middle ground.
Exactly.
Where you sort of in balance.
Yes.
You know, whereas the
Paul,
Luciferic would be very airy, very new agey, very spiritual is not the right word. Whereas the Ahrimanic would be very menachistic, very solid, very tactile. Those sort of energies. Oh fucking hell! We've got Ryan 7 in the room.
Expressed, and the fact, like me and Paul talking during the week, like the Jesuits, IHS, okay, IHS was their he's bringing a video on it. But, then if you understand IES, yeah, which was the original version of the Jesuits, okay? So it was IHS now that we know. IES was the original. That in itself, like, when you understand the etymology of it all, so powerful, the way that they've changed everything. Just changed everything. And we are at the point where, all right, we might be having families and doing things like that, but a lot of us are actually trying to realise where the fucking hell are we? Do you know what I mean? This place is like fucking got mental. Do you know what I mean? It's like, wow, hang on a minute. Like, and understanding where we are, and that is now. That is now. It's called now. Now. Understanding where you are now. Fuck me. That's a crazy place to go.
Ryan, are you there, Ryan? Can you read us? I'll take that as a no. Ryan joined the...
I'm loving this, gents, but the missus is giving me the look now. I've got to go to bed. Knackered.
Yeah, good shout, good shout.
It's been a pleasure. Thank you, everyone. Been awesome.
Big hugs, love.
Thanks for joining us, Hogdan. Have a good one.
Big love, man. God bless. Take care.
God bless.
Right, I'm going to have to go as well.
Thanks for coming, Lee.
And all that rubbish. That's okay. It's been a blast.
Yeah, nice to see you.
See you later.
What episode are you on now, Lee? Are you on 103 now?
103 we just done.
Nice.
So we'll get there slowly. Anyway.
Nice to see you. Have a good one.
How do I get out? How do I get out of here?
Just do I have to kick you?
Big ugly.
Kick me out.
I think Ryan's having computer issues. Oh God, he's there. I can see his mug. Hiya, Ryan. He's no audio. You know audio, right?
Leave. Right, I'm off. See you later.
See you, Lee. Have a good one. Ryan, you have to sort your mic out. Do I have to do it? Do I have to do it from my end? Where's my end? Yeah, you're muted. Ask to unmute. Watch this.
Seven is here.
There you are.
Here we go.
Oh, there you are. I can hear you.
He goes.
Hear loud and clear. You've already been.
Hello.
You've already been streaming tonight, haven't you, Ryan?
I have, mate. Yeah, I've just been in America.
What you been doing?
Talking about strange substances and purple dyes and breast milk that was possibly tainted with all kinds of substances.
Purple dyes. Would that be what they call it? Tyrian purple.
Yeah, Tyrian purple. The from the Murex mollusk, found famously by Hercules' dog on the shoreline.
That was a lucky find, that, wasn't it?
Well, what's fun about that is, we didn't talk about it in the podcast, but there's been a scroll found, an ancient Greek scroll called the Herculean scroll, and the first word in there is purple, and it was Hercules' dog that found it. So,
oh, would that be Herculaneum? Would it be a scroll that was preserved by the eruption of Vesuvius?
Yes, it would.
Yeah, because Pompeii and Herculaneum were covered in ash and buried at that time. Maybe that's where it comes from.
Yeah, and they can't even open it because I don't know about the actual.
It'll disintegrate.
Circumstance, but they can't open it because it'll fall apart. It'll just disintegrate.
Fuck.
So they've scanned it with AI, and the first word they found was purple. So
no way.
Yeah,
I love fucking ancient history, Ryan.
You love having sex with ancient history.
Oh, I love it. It's fascinating. I don't know why. I often wonder why our culture as a whole is so fascinated with the past rather than looking forward, to the future and what could be.
I think that's that seems to be a bit more recent. You do get these renaissances, though. As things fall apart, we look to the past for a firm foundation from which to build on. And if the past worked, then we look back. It's these golden ages, cycles, mate, cycles.
What kind of age do you think we're in?
An age of. Oh, it's like I know, mate. You know what it is? It's happening.
His camera's gone nuts. Oh God, it's chaos, Sam. I hope he's still there. Are you still there, Sam?
But I would love to ask Ryan about black goo.
About what?
Looking into black goo. If you looked into black goo, for instance, that's been around for 20 odd years. Yeah, looking into black goo. What the fuck is it? I don't know.
I have no idea. Are you talking about the stuff that they put on skin cancer? That black goo?
No, there's been black goo for about 20 odd years now. People aren't understanding, like, scientifically, but then conspiratorially as well. That have been putting these stuff together where, like, it goes back to the fault. Well, we could do a show on this. It goes back to the Falkland Islands, basically. That's basically why That's where
they found the black goo the first time, was in the Falkland Islands.
Falkland Islands, yeah. They were dealing with it there.
Is it? I thought that war was about oil. Is it not oil?
No, it's about black goo.
Black goo. Fuck.
Yeah, and that in itself, like, it's the how do you explain it? So, understanding how things are implanted into different areas of whatever we are. Like, I don't know if it's planetary or it's just like visionary, whatever it is.
Yeah.
You can still keep implanting onto ourselves, okay? And that in itself is where we are now, is the fact that people have been implanted continuously with memories, basically, which is what Paul Knight, his black sheep researcher, his next shows about. Is the fact that we are just frequency, sound, and vibration. Okay, and until you realise that, you're lost, basically. And then you can get to the point where sort of where we are, we realise everything is bullshit. Everything is a lie, which is what he's talking about. Like we're talking about a lie. Look at lie as a word,
right?
Okay? Yeah, and you can put loads of different things in between and after it to make loads of different words, but they're all a lie. So, and I'll leave that up to you because, like, that could take fucking hours. But it's all a lie. So we're all being given a lie, and the reason is that we're in a place that we shouldn't be. Tetrahedron, yeah, tetrahedron. Just to understand what that is, and yeah, we're working ourselves out of what we actually put ourselves into, basically, because it's just the best place to learn. Like,
it's the only place to learn. We're stuck here.
It's the strongest place to learn because, like, if, for instance, if you are thinking about, like, Adam and Eve, for instance, yeah, Christ Almighty, did you not realise that that was the worst place you could be to actually learn? If you're here and you're thinking, yeah, you want to learn, well, that's the fucking worst.
Right. Yeah, the Garden of Eden. Right. So you disentangling the meaning of suffering. The reason we have suffering is it gives us an opportunity to learn about our own character, our own choices, what choices we want to make. That's a great observation. You know, if you go, who would want to live in the Garden of Eden? It sounds idyllic and utopian and whatnot, but there's no challenge. There's no challenge there. It's like a dead end. It's like the Eden is where you want to arrive. You don't want to start there, do you? Because you've nowhere else to go.
Beautifully said, brother. You know, like what are you going to learn now? What on earth
send
is
us to
learn?
this shithole.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Maybe you might have took a bit of stuff from there. Yeah, exactly. But then you get here and you realise, fuck, I've got no survival challenges. Sorry, not challenges, but I've got no realisation how to live here. You know what I mean? I don't even know how to make wood because on Telegram, for instance, Phil. I did this in 2018. For some reason, got really interested into survival. I hate camping. I can't do camping because of my back. But just got realised that, like, you need to understand this stuff. And so on Telegram, I've set up about 4 or 5 different channels. Just one on survival, like realising if you were in the shit, you could actually survive. And I realised that over 2 or 3 days, I'm fucked. I'm absolutely fucked. Do you know what I mean? I couldn't live in that area.
No.
No, I'm fucked, mate. So I need to learn this stuff. Do you know what I mean?
Right. Fair enough.
And yeah, it's like, and the other thing is like survive. Like I started boxing at the age of 5. Done lots of different martial arts, but even in itself, realizing that a lot of what you've learned is useless. Okay, and that is, I think, with what exactly the same with the survival is the fact that right, we're all in the shit at the moment, and not a lot of people realise that we're in the shit. Okay.
Yeah.
And we are really in the shit, mate. Lots of things going, and the other thing is geopolitics. Okay. No one wants to know what's going on in the world. I don't understand it, but they're all very spiritual people and all the rest of it. But they don't want to know what's actually like, because I study everything all the time. And geopolitics is so important. And most people, they're not interested. Not interested.
It's too painful. It's painful for people. Because we're reliant on the news sources that we're given, that we're offered, and it tends to be filled with suffering, and it's not nice. It's horrible to watch. None of people don't want to see it. I don't blame people for that. I don't want to see it.
That is life, though, isn't it, mate? Like if you actually
Life
study
is suffering.
nature,
Nietzsche. We're just going to
yeah,
start
you
quoting
study
Nietzsche.
nature. It's like all of it's like just study a ladybird, for fuck's sake. All it does is eats everything else. So, like, the whole place that we are at is like a continual, combined, like, it's eating itself, yeah. But I want to know exactly what's going on and where I am in that place.
Yeah.
If that makes sense.
Yeah, that's fair enough. That's fair enough. Ryan, what was that you were drinking then? That looked like
I saw your eyes light
like
up.
a stein.
It is. I normally drink tea. It's like it's almost a pint and a half. But I have a cup of tea of that in the morning. Right now, it was the only thing close by, so it's got wine in it.
Wine, red wine.
Red wine.
Very nice. Which is it?
Dionysus.
Yeah, you channeling Bacchus. Have you done the correct sacrifices tonight before you drank the wine?
Yeah, I watched Back Us to the Future.
Yeah.
But I watched the third one, so it was an extra sacred sacrifice because nobody wants to watch that one.
No.
I listened to Bachman Turner Overdrive, whatever they're called.
Yeah.
You ain't seen nothing.
Ain't seen nothing yet.
Yeah, and I scratched my back.
What about Johann Sebastian Bach?
Yeah, I thought about him, but it's probably a bit over your listeners, that isn't it? Quality there.
Yeah. Bit high, too highbrow.
Yeah, low lives. They
won't
I
get
feel
it.
that's why I come on. I feel above everybody.
Yeah.
I just
Quite
feel a bit better
right.
about myself.
Quite right.
Yeah.
I saw you were streaming earlier today. Earlier this evening, in fact.
Yes. Sorry about our broken conversation a minute ago, but
you had technical difficulties.
I've been sculpting, so it was my tripod's upstairs, so I just stuck the phone into the sculpture, and the sculpture, and of course, a phone gets hot, so the clay started to melt, and that's what happened. True story.
True story. Fuck
True
me.
story.
What you been talking about tonight?
As I was saying, like drugs basically, and purple dyes, and the root of a lot of religious stuff. And there's been I've got affiliates with this Greek philologist I keep talking about, who knows a lot about the purple.
Is that Dr. Ammon?
Dr. Ammon, yeah, and he's blown up over these last couple of weeks. So.
Has he?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. So let's just see what goes on with that. It's only a peripheral thing for me. I'm not that bothered about Christianity, having been raised one. I find the whole thing a bit annoying. But and I've got no interest in blowing up Christians either, in a mental way, because it will. It's very incendiary, the stuff he's got, which is basically about Jesus, the people pirate, the purple people pirate.
Yes. Well, we've talked about this on some of our previous episodes.
Yes,
and it's fine. It's like, people with strong beliefs will find it triggering. I guess, they'll get wound up by it. But, it's a point of view. Listen to it. Investigate it.
Yes.
Do your due diligence.
Yes.
Use your discernment. This is an open platform. Like,
Yeah. Don't listen to me. I put a half a glass of wine in a 2-pint jar.
You know, it's like who am I to judge where someone else is coming from their point of view? We all have unique experiences. We're all approaching a subject, say Jesus, for example. We're approaching the subject from different perspectives, different life experiences, different reading, different documentaries we've seen. We're all individuals. And so who am I to say who's right or wrong? Unless you know, like people talk about gnosis.
Yeah, you
and
don't
stuff like
know.
that.
No, absolutely. I'd say this is a strong possibility that this is very strong possibility that this is true. Everything once you know a few things about this purple drugs trade, or it's a dye as well, Tyrian purple, and you realize that a lot of the manpower of the ancient world was from pirates going capturing people to use as a workforce or for sex or other things that you'll find out about if you go and investigate this purple. But yeah, they were Phoenician pirates.
I do have a book on the shelf. I've not tackled it yet, and it's all about Tyrian purple and the role that it's played. There's a few books, they're quite good books, where they'll like investigate a commodity. So like salt is one, and they'll just like do the history of salt from like ancient Mesopotamia through to the modern age, and like analyze the role that it's played in society. I mean, salt is a massive one because it's a preservative and it's a seasoning and all the rest of the things. It's been a highly valuable commodity since time immemorial, you know. I feel like I might be talking to an echo chamber. Fuck. Our Zoom died. Oh, God. Are you still there, Sam? Well, Sam's still here.
Yeah, I'd like to ask. So, for instance, there's a guy called Lady Babylon. Now, I'm not sure about him at all. Okay?
Oh, yeah. Well, that's who Ryan's been streaming with this evening. So,
right, okay, you're right.
We might be able to get. We might get to there.
That is because it not be funny. I'll be honest. He freaks me out. The bloke sort of freaks me out a bit. Okay, but he's got so much really good information, and I was going to ask about the whole thing of Jesus with Judas and the child in the park. That in itself is a deep fucking study. If you, it's like, oh, fucking no. But Dave spoke about it very well, amazing. You know, fielding all the topics.
Right.
Like, for instance, Jesus was caught with a child in the park, and also drugged Judas. Yeah. So what is so basically you get to the point where it's like, what can you believe of the whole Bible? Because it's all bullshit.
Oh.
Basically, when you break it all down, it's like, hang on a minute, this is all bullshit. It's like, if it's all bullshit, and you've got like untold stories in there, hang on a minute, you've got to in yourself, like if you bless yourself in any way, like they're telling you in the Bible, love yourself and think, hang on a minute. Fucking hell's going on here? Do you know what I mean? And those stories. So would have loved to have spoke to him about those stories of like Judah.
He's coming back now, so hopefully we can talk to him. But I've seen some of Ryan's streams with Lady Babylon, so I'd be interested to hear your questions. I think Ryan's back now. Actually, where are we? Where's Zoom? Yeah. There it is. Can you hear us, Ryan?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Your ears back. Yeah.
Cool. It just bounced me out, mate.
It's all right. No. I noticed over the last few. Sorry, where's OBS? Over the last few weeks, you've been doing lots of live streams with a few different creators. I'm forgetting the names. Lady Babylon is one. The
occult
guy with the
explorers.
shaved head. Who's the chap with the shaved
Yeah.
head?
The with the tattoos on his. There's Dion.
Dion.
Who's
Dion. That's
Dion.
one.
Yeah, he's cool, Dion. He's really good at exploring and researching and stuff. He finds some weird stuff. He doesn't go into everything like to the nth degree, but there's an overall spread, and from that overall spread, he's really got a good knowledge. He knows his stuff, does Dion. You talk about it, he'll know something about it.
Sam, you were while Ryan was away, you were talking about you'd been watching some of this. I think you'd been watching some of the live streams, and you had some questions for Ryan.
Yeah. Oh, God bless, bruv. How can you say questions? It's just like we've been studying this sort of stuff for years, okay, and like the dark and the light, explaining dark and the light, and then the grey that we try to commit through all the time. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
That would be a great study, good and teaching, because I can't teach that because I've just been trying to do it. But the light, you've got light one side and then the other side. Yeah.
Yes.
Light, dark.
Yeah, you've got like a light, a dark light. There's a light dark and a dark dark, and yeah, this starts to get very polaric. I think one of the things about you got to think about dark and light is in this reality. You've only ever seen light. Even the dark's got light in it. You can even say because it's manifested, that darkness is still a form of light. And then you get concepts like the black sun, which is the dark of the light. Look, when you close your eyes and you think, or you have a dream, there's a light there. There's a light that you can see that isn't natural light. It isn't coming from the sun. It's not coming from a source burning. It's coming from an imagination, but it still is real. On whatever plane it's real, it's still real. So there's this dark light. It's that same light of the unconscious. All those memories that are there, but you've forgotten that you even remembered. Everything that's down there, that's another dark light. It emanates out. It's radiation of history, of all the things that have happened in the past, or those feelings that you have about the present. It all radiates out as a black hole does, losing that little bit of radiation every now and again. It sucks everything in, and certain things can leak out under certain conditions. There's also a Kabbalistic idea of imagine the beginning of the universe. At some point there was light, and the light comes out and everything can be something because the light bounces from it, or the light condenses into things. Well, what came before that? Well, it was a radiant darkness. It's a darkness with the potential for the light. It's a darkness with everything already in there, all the structures somehow embodied into its matrix, even though it's not anything. Darkness is a lack of something. But this darkness, this nothingness. Say that again, sorry.
There's no such thing as darkness. It's the lack of light.
Oh yeah, this is the point. Yeah, there's only the light, and then it gets polarized, or it may be absorbed by something, and you think you can't see it. But as with my first statement, in this universe, because we're embodied, because we're materialized, even the darkness is light. The very tool that you're using to pick up the darkness with is condensed light. And then how are you seeing the darkness? Well, you don't really see anything. Again, it's that dark light within you that's illuminating that concept that it's dark. And how do you know it's dark anyway? You only know it's dark because you saw the light.
Well, yeah, that's totally alchemical. It's like, how do you know hot if you haven't experienced cold? How do you know dark? Well, it's the lack of light. You have to have experienced light to know what dark is.
And this is why the Garden of Eden's so rubbish. This is why,
so rubbish. Yeah. So utopian.
Well, you think that's why everything's going mad now, because half the people on the planet think that utopia is a good idea. The other half the people are going, don't think so. No, don't like utopia. Utopia is not so nice. Everybody bored. Shagging got boring. Wine, it got boring. We don't know. We can't be naughty. I want to be naughty, please, God.
Well, it's kind of like Brave New World, isn't it? If we're just reduced to sort of base brain chemical reactions, endorphins, and whatnot, it's very easy. It's very easy to create a happy in inverted commas person. Just feed them the right chemicals, the right cues on social media, the right amount of likes to something you post will make someone happy. The right amount of subscribers on your YouTube channel this week will make someone happy. It's all bullshit. It's all bullshit.
Yeah, it is though. And I think one of the first things that happens when you start to study all these things is that you realize that culture. God, this is a Terrence McKenna quote. Culture is just a game we play.
Yeah.
That's it. And we can see that on certain levels. I mean, even somebody that can say that and mean it and validate that, you still engage in culture. So culture is still really important, especially that it's a good culture, because that idea that all cultures are equally valid is just patently ridiculous. Sorry, dude. Come on, I just tell me piece, me. But yeah. It's a game we play to much of an extent, and although we're induced to always be playing it, no matter what we're doing, we can also bear in mind that it is a game we're playing, so we don't fall into its traps. You know, propaganda doesn't work on us.
Absolutely,
otherness isn't so easy to push onto us, because we know that othering the other person, you know, can lead down many a
dark path.
You know, Germany went down that. Well, lots of countries have been down that. It's one of the first things you do is otherize the enemy.
Yeah, we're born into cultures. That's why it's so difficult to escape them. We're born into them, and we're bombarded with ideas that encapsulate this culture from the tiniest age all the way through adulthood.
Well, it's as important as the walls around your house. It's important for us to be in something of a tribe. We've seen what happens when we totally detribalize. Everyone gets worried about each other, and you know, these things must be balanced. It's like, yes, I'm within a tribe, within a greater tribe, within a greater tribe, within a greater tribe. And again, as long as you don't fall down that pitfall of othering the others, like we do with the French, or probably people from the next town over, if you like. It's strange, that, isn't it? Oh, them from the next town, they're all inbreds.
Yeah.
It's weird.
11 fingers,
Yeah,
Well,
I think
like
I think
in the town that I live in, like I live in Gravesend, and we are so multicultural. It's unbelievable, and we all get along. It's very strange to say, but how you can have so many different people from different places around the world all together. I mean, we all just get along, you know. I've had people come down from London. That London's a strange place to live in, and they come down and they're like, "How the fuck do you all just get along? It's got so many different cultures. Everybody lives together, and we've realised that, like, if you got no food, you got no food, and everyone gets together on that one stream, Aaron, you know what I mean? And it's like, and people come down and see it, and it's like, wow. But
I think to speak to the opposite of what I was saying, I spent 13 years in London as well, and a few years in New York before that, and I saw what happens when you get too many different tribes together. And you could call it multiculturalism, but they're not. They're like monocultures living quite separately and interacting when they had to. And I think as you go further out of London, particularly immediately further out of London, there's less of that, and more people have more time for each other, so they can mingle a little bit better.
Yeah, well, the reason that these have happened is because in London they started selling up all the properties, like all the massive properties they had there, and sold them off to the council. So I'm not being funny. Where I live, it's a shithole, yeah, basically, and they allowed these Caribbean, let's say Caribbean, like the best way I can say, Caribbean African families to get their kids out of the problems that they're going to have in London, all the gangs, yeah. So they all come down to us. Now, within the first 2 years, they were fucking trouble because they were like big boys, they're not small boys.
Yeah.
And you'd be walking down the road with there might be 6 of them, and they'd literally smashed you into a road. They were not nice, let's put it this way.
Yeah.
Then all of a sudden they realised, hang on a minute, I've got a fucking chance to actually get a proper life because I'm seeing what my cousins are doing in London, yeah. And it all changed, bruv. It all changed. It's beautiful, actually. I've lived here for all my life, 45 years. And I love the fact that these people have come here because they've actually, not be funny, my school was a normal school, a shitty old, shitty old school. They've rebuilt it into science. It's called they call it science and sports place, yeah? No, it's just all of these lads and ladies as well. And they're not be funny. It's all colours. Doesn't matter what colour you are, because the black didn't mean nothing then. It's everybody. You've all got a chance, yeah. And I've seen it here. It's beautiful, and the fact is, I don't give a fuck what colour your skin is, yeah.
I think that's different than culture, though. I think the English have always made a distinction between colour. That doesn't matter. Culture, I think that does matter. And I think those kids abandoning that London gang culture, that's the important thing.
That's the thing, brother. Yes.
We've got to have a shared culture. We can have, changes here and there, but I think we must have a shared culture. One, as you said, based on coming together, liberalism to some extent, and respect.
Yeah, like I said, that took 10 years. Do you know what I mean? To get together with everybody, and now I know everybody. And well, not be funny. Like cannabis, we sort each other out and whatever. And we just we're all like brothers, yeah. But that's taken 10 years, yeah. 10 years of understanding one another.
Well, I'll tell you something funny. Phil, are you still there?
Yeah.
Did there was a Caribbean festival on in Preston?
Yeah.
Last weekend. I didn't manage to go, but I normally go there. And that festival's been going on for long enough that the Caribbeans aren't even here anymore, as far as I can determine.
Yeah, you're right. It's been going on 50 years, man.
Has it been going on that long?
I think it's been going on since the Windrush, near enough, yeah.
Yeah. So that shows you a point where this is different up north, we're quite inviting. So come on, we'll celebrate with you and all that stuff. And that carried on for so long, and we enjoyed it so much that, like I said, the Caribbeans have gone back to the Caribbean and we're left here.
Who could blame him? I mean, I'd go back to the Caribbean if I had the choice.
Yeah. You won't let me.
Yeah, they can have the Caribbean Festival in fucking Preston. I'm going to St. Lucia. I'll have mine in St. Lucia.
They got Preston Festival over there now. They're all out there with the butter pies in the middle of Jamaica. Yeah, man, me give me butter pie.
Hey, have you got your whippet? Oh, fuck.
Yeah, but that's the shame with like where we are with everything is the fact that like what was it the line I can't think of the fucking name of it now. They had a festival the other day. They had about like 2,500 people there, all like we are, okay, understanding where we are, and they had a great festival. And this is what we need to bring together more is the fact that, well, I'm going to say it here now. In August, we've got a get together, Phil. Hopefully, anyone else can come together. Yeah, getting together is the best thing you can do. Is actually like bringing that love together and the understanding. It's very, very, very powerful when you actually get together. It's all right us chatting all the time on podcasts and whatever, but when you actually get together, it's so powerful. And
yeah, I go along with that. I concur with that.
Right.
Actually, meeting people in the flesh, swapping a bit of sweat here and there, and
you share a little something, don't you?
hugging some stuff out. It's
really
more
powerful,
it's more meaningful. You know, it's more meaningful than just meeting people on Zoom or whatnot. Definitely, I go along with that. I'd encourage that. I think that's a good thing. It's a public good. People should do more of. You know, the society is pushing us to do less of this. To do more things online, do more things via Teams, Zoom, Google Meets, whatever. No, fuck that off. Actually, go. You know, it's Friday. We're finishing at dinner time. Go to the pub with your work colleagues and have a pint and just chat the shit for a couple of hours. You know, I think that's valuable. It's what more people should be encouraged to do. Definitely.
That's why I like coming down to the studio.
Well, you're lucky. Yeah. You're so lucky, Ryan, that you live so close. So that you can come. But I love having you here as well. It's
it's great fun, yeah.
It's so much better than talking over.
Actually, how do you two actually talk the queue? Like, for instance, like what we all talk about. How the fuck do you actually do it properly when you're just talking in a pub? Like,
I don't quite know what you mean.
It happens naturally, doesn't it?
Under kosher. Do you know what I mean? So no one else goes, what the fuck are you talking about?
Oh, I don't talk to people. I just get on the internet and connect with other folks. In my daily life, I don't really speak about this stuff.
No,
you know, it's not for everybody. The heads can't take it.
You can't. You can't.
So
no, you can't, can you?
No.
I do it though. Every with every word that comes out of my mouth, with every interaction I have, with if somebody's talking to me, I can label the mood and their energy, and just I feel secure knowing what I know. How can I put it? It's like we're all surrounded by the four elements of fire, water, and earth. And if you notice that all the time, it's more of the same. You might be in an argument with a new person. If I can see they're being fiery at me, and I can see the content of the argument is emotional, watery, I'm comfortable in that environment and I can deal with it. I had a bit of air or a bit of, whatever to put it out, to put out the fire. So I'm always kind of practicing the art.
That's cool. Sort of an alchemical dialogue in some ways.
Yes.
Like you receive some energy from whoever you're dialoguing with, and you can interpret it. You can interpret that astrologically, if that's the right word, or alchemically, and then sort of feed in the opposites to try and neutralize it, like a pH, acid and alkali, sort of neutralize the flow of what you're talking about.
Absolutely. And that sounds like alchemy, doesn't it? Alchemy moving on to chemistry, moving on to everything else. So yeah. Oh, I've been having some adventures in China recently.
What have you been
doing? Only in the mind. I've been studying a lot of Chinese alchemy because that's a lot closer to the surface than it is in the West, and it is the same thing, but they've got a lot of cool practices. You see them doing qigong and tai chi and all that stuff.
Yeah, Falun Gong.
So coming to a deeper understanding of all that stuff. Very interesting.
I'm guessing most of martial arts came from that area anyway, didn't they not?
Kind of, yeah. Like a lot of it's like India then bleeds out into China, which then bleeds to Korea and Japan. And
so it all started in India. Like martial arts started in India.
I mean, martial arts are so old, mate.
Well, obviously, right? Yeah, we're going Göbekli Tepe.
Yeah, you can see them in Egypt. There's a famous stick art from Egypt. But the root of modernish, the martial arts that got through to the modern day. So there's a martial art that's still practiced called Silat in India. That eventually moved down to China, and when it got to Japan, it's called Koto-ryu, which is one of the 9 ninja schools, which I know. And it's very linear, and when I look at Silat, I'm like, oh yeah, it's the same. It's very, very similar, let's say.
Do you know, martial arts are probably a good proxy for civilization. So you mentioned that martial arts appear in India first, and then they go over to China and then Japan. I think maybe we're talking about civilization, because martial arts, like you said, are probably hundreds of thousands of years old. People have been practicing martial arts as long as they've been people. But once you get like a firm footing of where martial arts emanate from, if you can say pretty categorically or pretty securely, well, they start in India, and then they go to China and then Japan. I think you could argue that that's a proxy for civilized culture. Yeah.
Well, if you cast your mind to those things that make civilization, so you've got like matriarchal societies, matriarchal being based on agriculture and birth and small villages and stuff like that, and lots of ritual behavior. And then as you start getting actual agriculture rather than just going out and gathering, you start to grow and you get these more masculine orientated cultures where the masculine becomes more important. Suddenly you've got something to defend. Suddenly we've got a store. You weren't just going into nature and picking the stuff in season. Now you've got a storehouse of grain. Now you've got a plot full of animals.
A store of value, a valuable store.
Yeah. Now Mars comes, the masculine archetype that needs to defend that feminine archetype, and with that comes martial arts, strategy of defense, of war, of
Martian arts.
Martian
arts.
Yeah, that little black dude with the helmet and there you go. Yeah. Actually, it's Jordan Peterson now I think about it. Oh, what was he called? Marvin the Martian. He's now Canadian.
Where all the transsexuals are, by the way. I just rewatched Cabaret. Narcissistic, psychopathic, Machiavellian, and that wasn't enough. And the Nazis are in the audience. I think we're at the end of the Enlightenment.
Yeah.
Let's follow that to its logical conclusion. We don't know where the bloody hell that is.
Yeah, so martial comes from Mars, essentially.
Yeah, from Mars.
Civilization evolve or devolves from gathering stuff, just picking things when they're in season, to figuring out that we can plant things, we can harvest things, we can grab masses of stuff and then store it. Okay, but we need a place to store it, though. Okay, so we'll pick this place. All right, well, I don't want anyone taking this, so we better put a wall around it. We better make a wall around this grain store. We can call this like a village or a town or some shit. Who's going to run it? Well, we'll pick that guy. We need to pick the most competent person to run this encamped, this enclosed space. And now, we've got a border now. We live in this space on the inside. You live on the outside. You're outsiders. We're the in-group. You're the out-group. We love Mac, you're PCs. We're Man City, you're Man United, man.
Yeah, and further than that, we've gone from this matriarchal society, which can be communistic and egalitarian. Nature's given it to us.
Yep.
But now suddenly I'm the chief. I'm all fucking stressed, mate. I'm having to tell him what to do and what to do and what to do, and make sure everyone's secure. And the worry's mine. What the fuck do I get out of this? You can have more of the grain. Oh, that seems compensation. Now we've got a hierarchy.
Yes. Maybe you could pay me sort of like 5% of whatever you make for going to the trouble of organizing this. You know,
taking on that
I
stress.
don't have time to make my own grain. Right. I'm a busy guy. I've got so much shit on my head. Right. So if the rest of you just give me 5%, that'll keep me sweet, and I will look after the whole village. And then this introduces property rights.
Yes.
I own this. Once you start making a border, once you start making a dividing line, you start drawing lines in the sand.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, the ownership comes into question. We own this land, maybe communally at first.
What you've really done there is make, rather than taking from the feminine outside, you've made a feminine inside. This is a lady, this is a womb which is growing crops, which is storing and gestating it into beer, or you're making bread, or, you know, we've got this lady to protect. Well, ladies need protecting by men.
Yep.
The trouble is, there's another lady over the river. There's another hierarchy in that womb.
I've heard she's hot as fuck as well.
Sorry?
I've heard she's hot as fuck.
Oh, yeah, she's all round and she's enclosed, mate.
Yeah.
She's got a fallow field that's just ripe. I'm telling you.
Maybe we could send like a 80 ships over there to that other lady. Get her on our team. Yeah.
Well, because there's been rumor that he's thinking the same about us as well. So.
Well, he would do, wouldn't he? He would do. Because I don't trust him because he's part of that other group.
Yeah. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna go over there, and because our beer is far superior to his, we're gonna see if he wants to buy our beer, and see if we can get those things that he's got for some kind of a trade. Now, 1 year, that trade keeps going, but 1 year his crops fail. He's got nothing to trade. Everyone's getting hungry. He comes up with the plan, and he's coming over to our fortified lady to come and take what we've got. There you go. This is it's adventure and discovery is the masculine archetype, and but order as well. You get order from that chaos, and nature, which is the feminine archetype.
Well, it's the Chinese story, mate, where they had the greatest protection because of the forests that were around them, and then they cut them all down and made the greatest navy in the world. They mapped the world. The Chinese navy mapped the world.
Treasure fleets in the 15th century. Yeah.
Yeah, and they gave the actual maps to the Pope.
Yeah, and the Venetians.
Yeah, but what they did was they cut down all of the defence from the north, so they were fucked basically. So they actually got infiltrated from the north because they cut all down their defence, which was the forest.
Well, did it? Are you still there?
He's still there. Yeah,
still there. There's a recent story from China which I've always found funny. So it was during the communist era, and they're like, "Oh, we need to keep all this grain going. We've got so many mouths to feed. We need to make sure that this crop grows." They're like, "Right then, let's shoot all the birds." So they went diligently. Do you know what I mean? Straight away, like, you dick, China, you're a dickhead. So let's go and shoot all the birds. So they shoot all the birds, like that. Half a season later, all the crops have been eaten by a swarm of insects. That's what happens. Nature's delicately balanced, and making these little fortifications, you better be careful because something will get you. It's what you're not expecting that will come and get you. It seems to always happen in China.
Life finds a way.
China. With a Y. So what have you lot been talking about tonight then?
Oh my gosh.
What's been your favourite topic of conversation?
That's a good question. We spent a lot of time on Jesus, actually.
Jesus.
Yeah, Jesus. I think we did it.
Well,
Did it to
ask
death.
the why. Why? Ask the question why, didn't we?
Why what?
Why Jesus?
Why everything, basically. Why are we here? What is this fucking place?
Oh
And
my gosh,
why-
it's the eternal question. It's one of the several internal questions. Why am I here? What is the purpose of this reality that I'm living in? And where are we going? You know, and we didn't come with any sufficiently cogent answers, did we? But what do you expect?
Exactly. It
It's
is that eternal burning.
it's difficult. I mean, I feel maybe hamstrung in some respects because I've not had any really good psychedelic experiences. I've had some shitty ones, which didn't really encourage my endeavors in a spiritual sense. They were kind of sort of giggle fest, basically.
Yeah. We'll sort you out, Phil. It's just last year.
I'm kind of scared, though. I'm kind of scared, Ryan. I'm very I'm a bit skeptical actually about psychedelics. I know we've talked hours about how, you know, your thesis about psychedelics being the root of theology, essentially. I don't think that's
essentially, yeah.
I don't think I'm
At the
overstretching
root.
it there, am I? You know, that's pretty much the
there's
base.
There's more to add. Can I
Obviously,
just restate that slightly?
Yeah.
Like,
well, hang on now.
Whoa, let him restate it, Sam, first.
No, I'm gonna
let him
just jump in here. It's the fact that the last ayahuasca ceremony I went to, okay, she told me, and you would understand this, she told me the veil is too thin to protect you, okay? So I didn't go to the next day. When I come back to the next day, all fucking hell had broken loose, and I saw the devil, okay? So what I'm saying here is, bruv, explain the fact that, DMT, all these different things, even mushrooms, you've got to be very, very careful of where you go with it. Yeah.
Yeah. Really respectful. It's you're having something of great power. Yeah, it can be a giggle fest, but if you establish things correctly, it can also be deeply spiritual and relieving and releasing and empowering. You know, I'm still from the very first big trip I ever had, I'm still working things out from that it was telling me things to do, and I wasn't quite picking up on it. And later on in life, I keep going, oh right, that's what it meant. And it's always something really profound. It's never something small or to do with my family or something else important to me. It's always something spiritual and almost technique based.
Do you know, Ryan? One of the sort of stumbling blocks I have when it comes to psychedelics, because I've been toying with DMT, toying with the idea of DMT, because I've heard so many things about it, and it's seductive in that way. And one of the stumbling blocks I have, and one of the concerns I have, is that maybe psychedelics are a shortcut that maybe we're not ready for, and that maybe, I think you would agree that there are ways to establish these states of consciousness that don't require ingesting certain, you know, whether it's tantra or yoga, meditation. We've all heard different breathing exercises. And I'm kind of scared of the shortcut, because if for instance we believe in a bipolar world where there is good and evil, and there is a higher good power and a higher bad power, if you want to
kind of thing,
you know, dissect it in that kind of way. You know, if I was wanting to tackle the good people who were searching for a good path, maybe I would offer a bit like Snow White with the apple in the forest. So I offer this shortcut to people rather than putting the work in, which is I don't like saying that, but do you follow my train of thought that I feel there is a danger with psychedelics that I'm not comfortable really. I'm not comfortable taking that risk yet because I worry
Many things.
maybe it's a kind of thing of it being unearned. Like you're getting this sort of, you're taking something, and even though you can put a lot of preparation, spiritual preparation, physical preparation into the thing that you're going into. I'm going to have this ayahuasca experience in 3 months. This is what I need to do for the first 6 weeks beforehand. I'm going to go vegan for the last 4 weeks. I'm going to do breathing exercises. That's all fine. I'm down with it. I understand it, but I still feel that maybe we're shortcutting what we can do, sort of not iatrogenically is the wrong word, like within ourselves. We can do it physically, biologically within ourselves. Do you feel
exactly
me on
what
that?
you mean. Yeah, I know exactly what you mean, and I agree with everything. Every single point you made, I agree with, and I also disagree with it at exactly the same time. And here's why.
Yeah, no, it's perfect.
Oh,
you
have to elaborate. What do you agree and disagree with?
It's not only, but also, yes, it's a shortcut. Yes, it's unearned, but no, it's not a shortcut, because the whole point is you only want to do that so many times before you're like, oh, okay, I get it. It's unearned. And then you find out how to do it for yourself. You've had that taster. You've been shown how far you can get. So now it's time to go and do it for myself. That's what's happened to me. That's what happens to most people. If you're on the path, you'll quickly find out if you're just doing drugs, that's not on the path, unless you're a bit stupid.
Right. So you'll sort of
you were saying that
sorry.
You can do it internally, but if you've not had an example by which to lead yourself by, that might be 10 years down a wasted path.
That's part of the journey now.
Yeah, no, it's not. Why should you? Western man would not waste 10 years meditating and then not get there.
If you get there in the end, it doesn't matter.
I don't think. Yeah, but you're not guaranteed, because you don't know if you get me.
No, you're not.
Because you've not had an example.
But
now, if I give you the mushroom and say it's like this, but it's like
that's
different.
it. You're seducing me again. Don't waste 10 years. Don't waste 10 years down this path. I can give you this mushroom, and it's there now. That's what I'm having. That's what I'm having a problem with.
For you to get there, but you stipulate that this is at once it's more difficult because of the other reasons that you stated. It's scary. You can prepare yourself as much as you want to, and you should, but you're still diving headfirst into the unknown, and it's still scary for me. Every time I do it. Look, as soon as it engages, you just resign yourself to it. That's the best thing to do. It's like,
you have to let
there's
go.
no turning back now.
Yeah, you have to let go.
Yeah, you just do it. It's all about release. And that's one of the biggest lessons in all mysticism. I could boil all mysticism down to the technique of release. That's what all mysticism is. If you want to go on your path, release. From martial arts to Tai Chi to alchemy to everything, it's always release.
What do you call it? Going with the flow.
Yeah, or the Tao.
The flow state.
Row your boat gently down the stream. Merrily, merrily, merrily, merrily, life is but a dream.
Exactly.
There you go. A more profound philosophy you don't know. Sorry, mate.
The thing is, you in yourself, I know that you're a fun guy to be with. And the mushrooms, they come when they come. Do you know what I mean? We can all enjoy mushrooms in ourselves and experience what they bring to us. But the fact is finding the real fungi amongst ourselves. Yeah. Because otherwise, Christ Almighty, we'll just be here fighting amongst our families and all the rest of it. No. we've come here to find the true people that we like to be with.
Well, Phil, I'll tell you this. What I'm going to do is I'm going to just the actual expedition to go out and hunt. You can come and mushroom hunt. You don't have to do it. You don't have to have even touch the buggers, but you can come for a hunt with me up in the hills. Come this autumn. Are you there?
With a fungi hunt.
Yes. Where's he gone? Phil's gone. I think the show's over.
The fungi hunt. Just bringing people together, bruv, would be lovely. Do you know what I mean? It's what I've been trying to do for the last 6 years. Bring like the people with our vibration together, and it's a beautiful thing to do. Yeah.
I like what Phil's doing and keeping it kind of British centric. He's keeping it like, you know, because I've got lots of American people I could attach him to, but he's like he's keeping it strong for us because we don't have that much of a presence in this area really on the web. Nobody that famous. All the big podcasts and all the big esoteric stuff seems to be in the States.
Yeah, all of it does. Yeah, and the thing of like survival, realizing where we are. Are you on Telegram, bro?
No, I'm not. No, mate.
No,
I'm barely on YouTube.
I've set up over the last couple of weeks. Just realised, like, hang on, we've got like all the stuff that I look at. Oh, I know it's not for everyone, like especially geopolitics. You know, if you put geopolitics into,
I am very well with it. Yeah.
You know, I mean, it's upsetting to people. It's really upsetting. Some people can't deal with it, basically.
You know, I think as well they don't have the capacity to deal with it either. They've got enough stuff going on in their own life, and they expect that stuff to be taken care of by the people in charge. It's just that the people in charge are so corrupt, and it's like a school out there. It's like a schoolyard. They're all just squabbling and arguing and posturing. But the problem is that it's a Billy Connolly quote: "Anybody that would want to become a politician should be immediately stopped from doing so on the same grounds that they wanted to become a politician in the first place."
Yeah, it's not like the old days, isn't it? When they used to be a politician because they wanted to help everything. But now,
I'm not sure about that. I think it's always
I'm
been
not sure
the
about
same.
that either. No,
I think politician
I
is
think the propaganda was stronger.
Yeah. It's always been the same. What right do you to tell anyone? It's like Gerald Celente says every week. Who the fuck are you to tell me what to do? No one. You don't have it.
No one.
And I'd never want to be in a position where I am telling people what to do. And I'm immediately skeptical and dubious of anyone who puts themselves forward to say, I've got all the answers. This is how we should do things. And maybe you should change your life to fit with my philosophy because I think this is a good thing. I think this is going to work. I've seen the future. It's swell. And, just give me your vote. Just donate to this. Just dial 1-800-2323-3333 and
but
we'll be in it
they
together.
Want saving. Yeah, they want saving. They don't want the responsibility. They don't want to have to be the king in that womb that we were talking about before. It's too much effort. There's too much stress. Too complicated. People want a simple life, and we've been roped into this strange post-industrial, complex, interwoven nightmare, which is so balanced on a knife edge that it is. We can all see that it can't continue. It can't. Something's going to have to change, or it'll give.
Most of them, mate, don't. What I've found is they don't actually want to actually say, I've got to actually do something. Yeah, they realise I've got to actually do something, and most of them they're not interested, not at all interested.
The British, I mean, I'm seeing a turn back recently, but the British have lost the spine. They've lost interest and they've lost the spine. They've lost interest with the system that doesn't listen to them, but they've totally disengaged from it. And then they've lost the spine because everything's too much bother. Everything's attacking you, especially for men, white men particularly. Everything's attacking you. So they've just given up, and it pisses me off. like sort it out, guys. I'm
That-
seeing a bit of rebellion happening now.
That's me, that, Ryan. You're describing me.
No, mate, you are broadcasting on the internet. You've not given up at all. You're literally discussing the things that will save us.
I thought you were talking about the system. It's like I've given up on the system. I don't
Yeah, I
like
know
the
I've
system.
given up on the system.
I'd like to see the system go in the bin and maybe come up with something better.
You're doing your own thing. You're broadcasting knowledge, you know.
Exactly, and you're allowing other people to see, and it's not easy to see, but it's so easy to see. But you're allowing people to see Amish. You know, you're allowing people to see it, and like you're saying, it's not because you can't put this information into someone's face. It's like waking them up with a
Breadcrumbs.
floodlight.
Right.
Well, it's like waking someone up with a floodlight. Like everyone's been woken up, yeah. But you do it in a different way. You do it in a way that is comical, which is the best way to do it.
Clownish.
And you bring all the different news from the week, for instance, that can wake people up because they'll say, "Fucking hell, really?" Do you know what I mean? What the fuck? Yeah. So basically, we're being fanboys, and no, you do it properly. You do it properly.
I've got a tagline for you. Come for the beard, stay for the gnosis.
Oh gosh.
Is it wet beard?
It's a great beard.
You've got a beard,
exactly.
Ryan. You're growing a
do
beard.
It properly. They do it properly, mate, and deliver the news, because this is the whole thing with it. Like,
the news is a fucking shit show. We play the wackiest. We do the wackiest news stories of the week for the purposes of the news. The news is a shit show.
Even look at the weekly news, mate. They won't actually look at what has actually been going on during the week, let alone the nutty news. Yeah. So that in itself is brilliant.
I think the more people that disengage from news, the better. I think that's probably a good thing. If people just went to stop watching the news at 5 o'clock or listening to the news bulletins on Radio 2 when they're commuting or whatever, the more people disengage from the news, the better. We didn't used to have rolling news. We didn't used to have news bulletins every hour. And people just got along fine. They didn't need to know what was happening in Australia at 4 o'clock in the morning or what was happening in Tajikistan at 2 a.m. People got along just fine, and we need to get back to that. So highlighting a few nutty stories every week is showing that most of the things that you're being shown is fucking nutty. Really, so stop paying attention to it.
Said something really empowering, mate. Did it get on fine? The fact that everybody watched the news exactly the times that you said.
Yeah.
And what did they do back then? In the 90s, 80s, 70s, 60s, they just cracked along and done what everybody else said.
Everyone still does that now, but they're being psychologically damaged because they're taking this shit in constantly. And it's even worse with Twitter and Reddit.
They don't know what to believe anymore, so they can select what they want to believe because they're all neurotic.
Yeah. And it's easy. It's easy.
Kind of people that are on social media are more likely to be neurotic or, introvert or, normal people aren't on social media.
It's easy to divide people.
Exactly
on
what
social
we were saying
media.
earlier with TikTok. This is why Israel has gone bang on TikTok, because that's the biggest place where all the information is getting flown.
Is it?
So they have to. Oh fucking hell! Like, look at Gaza, for fuck's sake. Like, we all know what's going on there. I'll say nothing more because it's YouTube. Okay.
TikTok is the lowest common denominator, so it's easy to cast magic spells on them.
Exactly, and all the kids use it, don't they? So TikTok is run by Israel, basically Mossad, and all that sort of information stuff. So they realised that they had to control it at a very early stage because it got out out of hand because there's like not really funny, like influencers, what they call influencers that they've been doing over the years, that were actually putting stuff on TikTok, going, "What the fuck is going on here?" Do you know what I mean? This is bollocks, and you had to get all controlled. And yeah, it's all been realised. The amount that well, it's Mossad, okay, and well, if you understand Mossad, you understand Shabbat. They're the blokes, yeah, that are controlling the whole fucking thing. But yeah, and they went after TikTok very, very early days because they realised they couldn't stop the propaganda pushing against them on it.
Well, I think because at its root, that is the left have control of the media. The left are more likely to be artists and women and journalistic types, and they're more likely to be creatives.
Yep.
So naturally, the media has the left. The left are more likely to, because of the predator-prey dichotomy that they have as an ideology. That's, you know, tribes dissolve to some extent, but there's definitely a predator-prey thing going on there. And if one side's winning and another side's losing, there's that predator-prey dynamic there. So they tend to base their ideas on that pattern recognition, but it's illogical. And so I think that's why the media are more inclined to be on one side than another on the whole. Wanting to get down to the root of these things.
Yeah, but that shows you that they have got no control, basically. Because I grew up in marketing, and if you've got control, you know what you're doing with the patterning, like you said. Yeah. Now, if you've not got control and you're trying to do more marketing to try and push your the way that you think, you've got no control. And this is where we are, is the fact that
they've all lost control. I think the word control comes from now is the way that you're thinking. So because people are turning to the internet to gather an opinion rather than to discover, they're gathering an opinion. You can get whatever opinion you want. You collect enough of it together, that affirms your beliefs. And I think the other side to that is people with critical thinking skills that are able to go to lots of sources and gather the information. Now, what I think will happen is over time, wheat will separate from chaff. And like you see on YouTube, a vast majority of the information on YouTube is done by passionate, probably men, probably slightly right-leaning. So now you've got lots of logic floating about on YouTube. So it tends to be better researched than things and longer format than things like TikTok, which would be a lefty, more feminine, childish version of that, quick, and a place that you could just go and get opinions from rather than do some research. However, YouTube has staying power, whereas TikTok's already in trouble, you know? And you don't go to TikTok for information. You might well go to YouTube. I'm not saying you should.
No, but
you might well go to YouTube for technical information.
You hit the nail on the head. You go to TikTok for entertainment.
Yeah.
Whereas YouTube, I'm using the royal you.
Pornhub.
You go to YouTube you can go to YouTube for entertainment, but you can also get information from there. Yeah. And in-depth information.
From people that are passionate about it, and it seems to be dominated by men. So you're going to get male, technical, dry.
I think that's going to change, you know. I think the YouTube domination of men is going to change over the next 10 years. As TV dies, more females are going to go onto YouTube, and we're going to see a shift. And YouTube is going to become more egalitarian, I think.
I wonder what kind of content it'll produce. I wonder if it'd be more narrative driven, because it's quite technical.
I think it will. You know, we've been in contact with another channel fuck, I can't remember the name of it now. Shit. But she has been doing videos on Atlantis, and she's been pulling clips from our podcast, from David Stig Hansen, from Jimmy Corset, from all over the place, and referencing us. And
Did
again,
she reference was Plato on shrooms?
it wasn't Plato on shrooms. No, I don't think she got there. But it was, to answer your point, it was more narrative. It was more story narrative orientated. It was scripted. I'm crafting a narrative. This is how maybe the Atlantis story works. So I think you have a point there that maybe as more females come onto YouTube, we're going to see more story based. It's going to be more bookish, more audio bookish, more crafted, more scripted, which isn't a bad thing. I have no problem with scripts.
Yeah, why? Yeah, no. It's the same.
Great
it's
thing.
the same thing. It's just the opposite side of the same coin.
It's a different
I mean,
interpretation.
my own work, when I do it, there's a narrative in there. It's, there's a good portion of me that's feminine, and those are my favorite things in life. I'm an artist, and even martial arts comes from when I was a bit of a dancer when I was a kid. That and Street Fighter 2. Hadouken. Yeah, before I die, I will do a Hadouken. I'm telling you.
Yoga
I'll record
fire.
it for the TV. I can already do a yoga fire.
Yeah, brother, if I could just step it, like, fucking hell, exactly what you said, street fighting and understanding how your body works. Okay, that's the whole point of understanding how your body works.
I've no idea how my body works. It shouldn't really.
Well, it rocks in certain ways, and
my body
you
rocks.
Dance.
Do you say my body rocks, Sam?
Your body, you dance, okay? You can feel yourself dancing, but your body rocks. And like gentleman said earlier, with street fighting, okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not good fun, but you do it when you're younger, yeah, and you understand yourself. You get a good understanding of who you are, really, don't you?
Yes.
You just like realize, okay, who you're gonna be, who you are, and the fact that where we are now, because I'm nearly 50, and like don't want to hurt fucking anybody, but you just learn how to fight properly. But that in itself takes a hell of a long time, and training from people that actually want to teach you properly how to do it properly, because you can't actually learn how to protect yourself properly unless you've learned from somebody that has done it themselves. Okay, I'll just say that out there, because like everyone should teach their kids to at least learn boxing at 5 or 6. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So they know how to protect themselves at the first point.
Well, I think what always surprises me, or something that often comes to me, is that the first thing you learn in judo, jiu-jitsu, most of these arts, is how to roll safely to protect yourself, or how to fall safely.
Yeah.
Why isn't that the first thing we show children how to do? And then to have that skill through to old age, imagine how many hips you'd saved if you knew how to fall.
Yeah, like but then like I've learned what's it called? Some
the cream of Sun Young guy.
No, jiu-jitsu. Fucking hell. I'm no good because I've got a busted back, okay, and trying to learn jiu-jitsu. He's a purple belt, I think, who trained under one of the Gracies. Yeah, so he knows his shit, okay. And I realised very early that, Christ Almighty, if I went to ground with someone that knows jiu-jitsu, I'm fucked, okay. Even it doesn't matter all the stuff. I've done like so many stand-up punching. I could punch the shit out of him standing up, maybe ground and pound, yeah. But once he got me, I'm fucked. And I realised that very early on, and then realised that
as a young boy, I realised if I met a black belt, I was probably going to get beaten up.
Well, he's a purple belt, and but he knew stuff. You know, where you go to the ground, and like if you've been standing up all your life, yeah, and doing like boxing, jeet kune, all this sort of stuff. You know what I mean? Standing up, and I've gone to the ground and learned stuff with him, and realised, fucking hell, like because the only reason I was learning this was because I was doing naughty stuff out on the streets, okay, and I knew how to learn how to fight. So, and you never get to that point when you're out on the streets like that, where they take you to the ground. But all of a sudden, they
it's the silliest place to be. Is the ground?
Yeah. Exactly. That's what I fucking learned instantly. Yeah, like never get taken to the ground because you're dead. You're dead. Basically, you're dead. Because like the guy that trained, he's a purple belt trained by the Gracies. Yeah, and he's an excellent photographer. Okay, and he was taking photos. What he does, he goes to different bars, or he used to anyway.
Wait a minute, he's going to different jiu-jitsu places and taking photos.
No bars, because the different bars would give him £100 a night just to come in, take photos of people, because he's an amazing photographer. Yeah, and what back in the day, what people would do would actually pay you money for the photos. You know, like imagine you and your partner were sitting there, and he's got the perfect picture of you, like sitting there, and people will pay money for it. One night, he took a photo of a woman, and this guy went, "What the fucking hell are you doing? Taking a fucking photo of my missus?" He's gone, "No, hang on," and he's got about a grand's worth, if not more, of equipment. He's gone, no. I'm not doing that. And this guy just started throwing punches at him. So he's just literally dropped all his gear, gone into what he would do usually as a jiu-jitsu. And I said this to him years and years and years. You can't just train that, mate, because you got to train the fists, okay? You got to understand how the fists work. And he was never interested. And all right, yeah, he's fucking really, really trained under the Gracies. But, yeah, he grabbed this bloke, took him to the ground in a pub, and then got a complete shoeing, complete kicking from...
Off his legs.
Yeah, 6 of them. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I was trying to explain to him, and he went, yeah, right. What the fucking hell? I understand what you mean there. I was like, yeah. It's all right. Yeah, I can roll around with you all the time, and you'll put me into these places and whatever. But the thing is, I said to him, like, right, what if I did this? And I just pressured my thumb into his eye once. It changed everything. Yeah.
Phil's laughing. I did that. I did that in a real fight, Phil. I got attacked by 2 guys.
Yeah.
And I was like lying on a couch. These 2 guys, something sinister was happening. I called them out. I was literally waking up. I called them out. They didn't like it. They came over for me. First guy, big. I mean, these guys were both over 6 foot, big dudes. And as the first guy's coming for me, I guided his hand down the back of the couch that I was lying on. Like he's fallen onto me, and my training took over because it's horrible every time I think about it. I've cracked him in his face.
Is it?
No, it's not. I cracked him in his face, and then my thumb's just gone under his eye there. And I remember thinking, "Oh, shall I pop it out?" Like I was like, "Whoa, don't do that!" But I'll never forget the feeling of my thumb on the back of his eye socket. And like it took me about 2 weeks to get over it because it was like a visceral moment in that brief flame that is violence. You know what I mean?
It's horrible.
Yeah, it's horrible. It's horrible.
Yeah.
Horrible. I had so some we've got the biggest like it's horrible. It's big. It's called Thurrock. What's it called?
Well, that's where Nigel Farage was standing.
Thurrock. Yeah, it's that area. It's it's the biggest fucking industrial unit you can think of in the world, yeah. And while they were building it, me and my sister and my girlfriend and her boyfriend, so this is how I split it up, yeah. So I was with the girlfriend, and we all hated one another at this point, yeah. And we're walking through town, and at the time, these people were coming down from north and like building this place. And there's these two blokes that were in town that were known for being like wanting to fight all the time. And we bumped into them by accident. And fucking hell, yeah, one bloke, he bit so we've had a fisticuffs and he's inside like I've got him in a place, basically, in a place where he can't move. And he started biting on my right finger. And fucking hell, that fucking hurt, yeah. And I've just instantly just gone with all the training, like stuff, martial arts I've done, put my left finger in his eye, yeah. Now, it makes you feel sick now, but I popped his eyeball out, yeah. And popped his eyeball out. He instantly let go of my fucking finger. And I instantly went in with my right finger into the other eye. I was just going at it. And he was screaming like a fucking... He was bigger than me. He's like twice the size of me. And he was fucking screaming like a bitch. But not knowing what the fuck was going on. Because imagine if one of your eyes was popped out of your head and was looking somewhere else. Yeah, and it got to the point where I was like, "What? He's had enough." Do you know what I mean? And I just got away, found my sister, like I always do, find my sister, and we just got out of there. Do you know what I mean? But fuck me, I've still got scars on my my left right. Well, yeah, my left thumb, it's still got scars all around it where this fucker just bit into it as hard as he could. Do you know what I mean?
Guys, I need to interrupt. My phone's doing weird stuff, so I'm just going to come out of it and come back in.
Okay. AC, are you joining us tonight? I'll see you in the Zoom there. Auntie.
Evening, fellas.
Hello. I've never heard your voice before, AC. I don't think has anyone heard your voice? Have you phoned into Rise Above before?
No. I've done dojos with Sam. Sam's heard my voice.
Dojos?
Was that Auntie Chloe?
It is, yeah.
Hello, beauty. How you doing, Missy?
Hello, beauty. What, Governor? He's putting on the southern charm, innit? Fucking hell.
I don't believe it. It's anti-Coviet.
You're
the mean master. The mean master.
We live in the same.
Mistress. I'm not a master.
Don't we live in the same town? Are you in Preston as well?
I am, yeah. You're in Forward, aren't you?
Yeah, near Blackpool.
That's why you're always in there then.
I usually go in there. With Zosie on a Friday night, on a Friday dinner time, not dinner time, Friday tea time. Usually take Zosie out for a walk Friday afternoon, and then if it's sunny, I'll go in the Blackpool Beer Garden just for a quick one. Because he drags me in there, that silly dog.
Yeah.
He, like, as soon as we walk past, he just pulls me into the doorway, and we have to have a quick one in the beer garden. What about you? Where do you go drinking? Coviet?
No, I don't drink anymore.
No, I don't.
Well, it's all me Asbos, you know what I mean?
Yes, I mean those tags around your ankle get in the way.
Yeah.
It's like
that's a mean lady, auntie. Him getting pulled into a pub.
Yeah, Yeah. Once you've got like 10 ankle bracelets on, it's like hard to get in anywhere.
Do they still give them out now?
Do they?
Don't know. Do they still give them out?
I'm sure they do. What do you say? Like you don't know? Like you don't have any? Honestly. Terrible. I enjoy your memes on Instagram.
Thank you.
What are you working on?
It's weird, you know. Sometimes I sort of get lots of inspiration and I can do loads, and then other times
You get a dry spell.
yeah, it's dry. Yeah.
It's like inspiration, isn't it? Where's it come from?
I know it sounds a bit cheesy, but I do feel that there's like a higher power kind of me. I mean, that just sounds so stupid, but
There's a higher power to your memes.
yeah,
It's called God.
it just comes. I don't know where it comes from sometimes.
Are you channeling, is it Zeus or Yahweh or what God are you channeling with your memistry?
I was gonna try and think of something really funny, but I want to say Bob Cowlgees, but he's not dead yet.
Hey, that's a good shout, yeah. Oh, you could have said like Michael Mosley. He's literally...
Did you notice that he's got MM as his initials, and his birthday is the 22nd of March, so 322.
What's 322?
Skull and Bones.
Oh my gosh! Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Fucking
then
hell.
somebody's posted about he was 67, so that's got a lot of the geometry.
We did a whole episode on Skull and Bones. I forgot about it. 322. Yeah, of course it is. Shit. Okay, right. That's his birthday. What day did he go missing? Would it be Wednesday? Would it be like the...
I bet, yeah, it was probably like the 6th of June, wasn't it?
The 6th of the 6th.
Probably, yeah.
And 2 and 4 equals 6. So
but even
that's
today, because
666.
today it was announced today, wasn't it? Well, the 9th.
It was.
And then that's the 666 as well.
Yeah, fucking hell. So he's been sacrificed, essentially.
Well, I don't think people actually get sacrificed. I think it's like an energetic thing. I don't think these people actually die. You know what I mean?
No. Extrapolate. Explain. People don't really die.
Well, not like celebrities.
Celebrities don't really die. No. They're pawns, are they? They're energetic pawns being used in a game. And
well, I mean, like, you know, like Princess Diana. I don't know if you watched the Human Vibrations presentation
thing
on Rise Above, but I mean, she didn't die, but in the minds of the public, she died. You know, so it's just Lou Charvists and
Lou Charvis. Yeah, it's like Bowie when he did that interview the day after.
Oh God! Do you know what? I've got a friend who she loves Bowie. Right? I showed her that. What was his name? I showed her it, and she says, "What am I looking at?" I'm like, "What? He looks just like David Bowie."
It sounds like David Bowie. He walks like David
and they're all
Bowie.
laughing.
If he looks like a duck, it sounds like a duck. It's David Bowie.
Well, the thing is, with that dude, all they needed was like a cheap wig.
Yeah.
And like prosthetics.
Yeah, a bit of hair and makeup.
Yeah. And like, and the guy even said, I felt like a part of me died. And they're all laughing. And like giving each other like little looks and...
It's so weird, isn't it?
Yeah.
And you play that for your normie friends and they're like, you can see it. You can see it in their eyes, like certain things twitching, like, oh, this is a bit weird. But
the weird thing that I see is like the wig that Terrence Howard wore, yeah. And we're all talking about what he's brought into the space at the moment. Okay. And he had, not be funny, like, why does a guy sit there in a weird looking suit anyway, but with like a weird wig on, and then bring this information?
Is that not just because he's Hollywood, man? You know, he's in the system. He's been in Hollywood. He's lived in Hollywood all his life. He's been in the first Iron Man film from like 96.
Well, COVID brought loads of different lovely points in to the point of play. Is the fact that like what the fuck is going on, basically.
Excuse me. I don't know. I don't know what to make of that Terry Howard thing.
He's not even like A-list, is he? I mean, he's not well.
No.
I don't know who he is. So
it's B-list.
That's like not A-list, but you know what I mean.
He's
like,
B-list. He's a recognisable name. He's been a successful actor. He's been in a lot of big films and big TV shows. So, as far as the public consciousness is concerned, he's not a nobody. He's a recognisable face. People know who he is. So for him to turn up on JRE and spout all this esoteric gobbledygook is interesting. It's interesting. It's puzzling, is what it is.
Yeah, and when he went to the open evening in one of the big universities, no one wanted to talk to him.
It was Oxford, yeah, and they wouldn't let him put his slides up, apparently.
No, and the only reason he got a viewage was because the kids went there, basically, which is good in itself, because they're going there to maybe hear some information that was taught 100 years ago from, Russell. It is what it is, but no one wanted to talk to him. They didn't want to hear him. The only reason they got a hearing was because, the kids said, no, we want to hear what he's got to say. So that in itself is good. Sorry, Auntie, you're going.
You know when they have the Oxford Union talks and they always get some like big celebrities in, don't they?
Yep.
Yeah. It's just like, I know they've had like Tommy Robinson and people like that go in, and it's all just like, it's just a platform, isn't it?
It is. Jordan Peterson was on there a couple of years ago.
Do you know what? I've never heard his voice, so hearing it on your jingle is just like hilarious, because that, somebody like that you think would have a bit more of a masterful
hedonistic orgy, and the Nazis are in the audience.
He sounds like a South Park character.
I think we're at the end of the Enlightenment. Narcissistic, psychopathic, Machiavellian, and that wasn't enough. Bloody brilliant.
It's Kermit the Frog.
Yes.
Yeah. But he did the Oxford.
Maybe. Oh, here's a conspiracy. Maybe Jim Henson became Jordan Peterson.
Right. Okay. Someone has to Google Jordan Peterson's date of birth and Jim Henson's death.
Right. I know.
It's not going to work out.
He died the same day as Sammy Davis Jr. in I think 1990 or 91.
That would make sense. I think it was. Yeah, I think I was about like 8, 9, 9.
Yeah, we're the same age. So
Jordan Peterson's like 60. He was born in the 60s, I think. So I'm not convinced. You're gonna have to go some way, AC, to convince me that Jim Henson has been reincarnated.
Oh no, hold on. Was it? Did he actually do the voice, or was it Frank Oz?
Yeah, but then where does Miss Piggy fit all this?
Frank Oz is still alive. Frank Oz is still alive. Frank Oz hasn't been reincarnated yet.
Yeah, but you can still. I'm sure celebrities play different characters.
Maybe. But the thing is, Jordan Peterson plays different characters if you listen to his podcast.
Well, I probably never will.
No, it's kind of interesting. He has some good guests on. Like, I don't listen for him. I listen for some of his guests. He has some good people on there. So, I'll give it time of day, depending on the guest. It's discernment, isn't it?
Everything's worth listening to.
Yeah, of course it is. It's just information, isn't it, AC? Yeah. And you have a choice in how you digest it. You can take it seriously. You can take it lightheartedly. It's like some podcasts are like dog walking podcasts, and some podcasts are cooking podcasts where I have to be like this. I have to be zen in the moment. I'm very serious about my cooking chops, and the podcast can just be a bit of fluff in the background. But when I'm walking the dog, I can zone out and get involved in a conversation and sort of let the world escape me, and forget about the life. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Do you not do it? What's your sort of media diet look like, AC?
If I'm honest, it's Rise Above, Sheep Farm, Richard D. Hall, but obviously he's not doing a lot at the moment. Yeah, I don't really listen to like all the big ones.
Do you have some Welsh heritage?
Yeah. I thought my voice was like full Lancastrian now, but
No, I can pick it. What's your so are you an expat? Are you a Welsh expat living in Lancashire?
yeah, I guess you can call me that.
Good.
Used to live in Newport.
Oh.
Which, funnily enough, became a city same time Preston did, 2002.
That's right.
And Elizabeth Breath visited, and that's one of my regrets in life. I didn't go and see her.
The lizard,
whoever it was playing her, anyway.
Yeah, the Lizard Queen. You didn't.
Yeah,
see
just it would have been interesting to see her. See her in real life. I think.
What made you leave the wonderful vales of Glamorgan?
Well, I actually I got a job in Butlins.
All right.
in Minehead.
Oh. Right.
Yeah.
That's down south.
Yeah. It's a long story, but.
Were you with like a blue coat?
Red coat? No.
Sorry, red coat.
No. Everyone, do you know what? Everyone always says that. No, it's just a cleaner.
Okay.
And it's a terrible place to work, as you can imagine. The amount of people that just the turnover.
Disrespect the property. I had this argument with Matt the other week because I introduced Matt to caravan holidays a couple of years ago because we've always had caravan holidays, well, since I was a kid. And then when we had our own kids, like we've been to, there's a big site in Bethwelly, which is a haven. And we've been to a big haven in Scarborough. And it's like the way, we take our Hoover, our vacuum cleaner on holiday because like our caravan is spotless when we leave it. We leave it as we find it. And we're talking to Matt after he went on his first caravan holiday. He didn't even fucking wash up. He didn't even wash his pots and pans. Just left it a complete shithole. I guess that's what you're dealing with every day.
Well, I did start off cleaning chalets, and I think they gave me my notice.
Yeah.
And then I just begged them. I said, I'll do anything. And then they put me on doing the toilets. But it was actually one of the best gigs there.
Why's that?
Because you're just basically walking around checking them most of the time.
Right.
So it's all right.
You get the odd bomb getting dropped.
Oh yeah, big log.
Take a photo of that for Instagram. I'm having that. What's your AC? What's your handle on Instagram? I follow you on Instagram, but I can't remember what your handle is.
Funnily enough, it's Anticoviate.
Right. You're on,
it took me a while to
brand.
think of that one, but
You're on brand. It's a great name, though.
It's thanks to Lance.
Did he come up with it?
Well, sort of, because I basically I used to watch all. I sort of binged all the previous shows, and then that was like he kept saying Anticoviate, and then because I love puns and stuff.
Yeah.
I just thought it just worked brilliantly to change the spelling. Yeah.
It works, definitely.
Surprised you can read the chat. It's tiny. Is that how big it is for you, or can you make it bigger?
Sorry, what was that?
Oh, pardon.
It looks. To be honest, it looks bigger. It looks bigger at my end. You know? It looks pretty ginormous at my end, but I could do with a second. I've been wanking on for weeks that we need a second screen that I can put the chat on, because the thing is, it disappears in the background once I click on. because I'm clicking on OBS and this like software, this fucking software we use. So if I want to, just pull up a meme,
just enormous, and not just the length; it's massive girth.
The chat automatically goes to the back, so I can't see the chat now.
Pleb?
It's Jeremy Wade, River Monsters, man.
Oh, I've never.
God, you never what?
Missed out there, aren't I?
Gosh, you need to.
Could I just say?
Get with the program.
Not being funny. Auntie Covey, I love you to bits. You banned me from everywhere. I love you to bits. But to find Auntie Covey, his best places is Discord. Explain where they can find you, mate.
You explain to the 24 people listening.
Is there 24 people still watching?
No,
this time?
It was something like that.
There'll be more people, Mrs. And explain where they can find all your stuff, because you're on Discord.
Oh, there's 27
You've got to
actually.
be on other places.
Oh, 27. Wow. big time. Well, I'm on Instagram. I've got my own page on Facebook. And you can also buy my T-shirt from Rise Above.
There you go.
Do you have your own Discord server?
Well, it's not. It's
No,
like it's the dojo, isn't it?
Yeah, but it's private, isn't it? Actually, so
Oh,
that's,
is it?
I don't actually know how Discord really works, to be honest. It's just like a message board.
That's what we needed to do. So
What happened to yours? Did you get yours back up?
No, we got
like,
banned. My
got
account.
blown up, didn't it?
Yeah, I'm not allowed to have a Discord anymore. But we should have made it private. That's where we went wrong. But Element is unbannable. It's unnukable.
Well, I was just about to say, yeah.
But
why is not everybody on Elements?
Because
not on the Elements?
Never heard of it.
It's not convenient enough. It's not as slick as Discord, so it takes a bit of work to get used to it and how it works and whatnot. It works the same way as Discord, but there's a learning curve, and people should be adopting it because Discord fuck people
Mike's
over.
just said that you ignore the peasants in chat. Well, we're big time now.
Who's that?
Well, Element is like Linux server. When you were geeky enough to understand what Linux was, that's what the Element server is. So it's difficult to you've got to go and find it, but once you get on there, the whole system works perfectly. And it's beautiful, isn't it, Phil? The fact that we can all chat there once another, and it works.
Oh, it's dead easy. All you need is
so easy.
All you need is an email address, and
you just need a rectum and a third eye.
you just need a rectum and a third eye, and then you're fine. You'll get in there.
Oh, Jason in chat wanted to ask you about the scepter.
Oh, I replied to that. I saw a message.
Oh, did he? Oh, okay.
I saw a message earlier, and it didn't make any sense. He was asking about a scepter, and I didn't know.
Some sort of like angles and.
Is he talking about the scepter I have here? Because I have a scepter here. Oh gosh, I'll have to reach.
Like the symbolic scepter.
Do you mean this scepter with the Jewish
well, maybe
star?
not that one. Is that your Israel?
No, it's a cudgel I got given. It's from the ancient order of Druids. The scepter. I've got the scepter, and I've also got Mallet's mallet. Hang on. I just have to push Mumra out of the way. I've got the mallet as well, and I've also got an obelisk. It's Timmy's mallet. Mallet's mallet.
So I think you discussed that before. That when he used to do that thing on his show, and he used to whack him with the mallet.
Whack-a-day, yeah.
But there was something to that, wasn't there?
I mean, he's a fucking creep who goes around whacking kids. It's not good. It's not a good look, is it? But when you're 10, it's the best thing ever. Because
he was good mates with Margaret Thatcher.
Sorry,
he was good mates with Margaret Thatcher, wasn't he?
I can believe that. What kind of creep goes around whacking kids with a giant mallet? But it was as a 10-year-old, he was just a goofball. He was the ultimate goofball.
Yeah.
And he was like 35 years old at the time. Okay.
Well, he looks about 50.
Yeah, well, you got to ask questions about the parents then, haven't you? Why are your parents letting you watch this goofball whacking kids with a giant rubber mallet?
I'll tell you one show I wanted to go on. Do you remember Noel's House Party?
Yeah.
And they had Wait Till I Get You Home. And the kids had to like answer questions. Remember that bit? And then they got like some like a SNES or something at the end.
What did the kids have to answer questions on?
Oh, I can't remember.
Was it about their parents?
I don't know.
Something's ringing a bell where Noel would get like 3 kids and they'd be on stools and he'd go around each one asking them questions, but I might be dreaming this.
There was a Ronnie Corbett show that was similar where he was talking to kids.
Kids say the funniest things. I'm thinking of Kids Say the Funniest Things, aren't
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you remember when Gordon got it was Gordon and Philip and they got Gordon the Gopher and they were in the Gunge tank? Do you remember that one?
Well, I was just about to ask what the fuck happened to Gordon the Gopher, bless him, after everything that we know that was Philip Schofield. Christ almighty.
Do you know, I've got a T-shirt. I've got a Going Live T-shirt in my bedroom.
You've got a jingle, haven't you?
Philip Schofield.
Gordon?
Dear me.
Literally.
The best. Well, it makes like you think of like the hand.
Shut up, Sam.
Like, figure going up something into something. It gives it. Think of the Catholic Church. All changes, doesn't it?
Oh, amazing in their love and.
Yeah. I've got a Going Live T-shirt. And I've not worn it for 3 years now because I'm afraid to wear it because it doesn't have Scoff on it, but it has Gordon on it, and I'm concerned about the whereabouts of Gordon, so I refuse to wear it. But maybe I should wear it. Maybe this is the question we should be asking: where is Gordon?
Well, I was about to say you need to put a T-shirt out. Where is Gordon?
Right. Maybe I'm going to get on that.
For a while,
I'm going to get on that this week. AC, you need to work on a design for me.
Yeah, meme me up. Meme me up.
Meme me up, Scotty.
Do you think we could do that?
Exactly.
Can you feel any juices? Where is Gordon T-shirt? Juices flowing. Any ideas?
Yeah, possibly.
Maybe we'll convene. We'll convene midweek and see if we can come up with a T-shirt design.
Because
going
dodgy,
live.
I think it's always easier when you've kind of got like, if I could do like a Where's Wally, you know, it's always easier when you've got an established.
Where's Gordon?
Thing to work on, yeah.
Yeah,
it's all dodgy, that, isn't it? You think of Schofield, old.
He'll be back on our screens before the end of the year.
Ginger disappeared. You know what I mean? It's all a bit dodgy, all that.
There's been whispers already this week that he's going to be coming back on This Morning, because this morning's ratings have gone through the toilet since he left, and there's already talk that they're going to try and shepherd him back in. Now that the Ferrari has died down, but I'll believe it when I see it.
Well, it won't happen because Auntie Coviot will bring in a meme of esteem to blow him out the water, like, and show everyone. No,
yeah, my memes changing society.
That's all we can hope for. Can you beat the Cube? Maybe he'll come back on the Cube. That's a safe environment. He's locked in a cube. He can't touch anyone. Maybe that's what they need to do. Put him in a just usher him in like gently. Just seal him into a perspex box where he can't do anyone any damage. Maybe that's how he'll be reintroduced back into our TV.
Yeah, hopefully with that ginger thing that he what was it? Because he had Roland Rat, didn't he? Was it him with Roland Rat? Right, so I'm thinking
what's this ginger
Where
thing?
the fuck are you going? Are you
What's the
talking about
ginger
the
thing?
hamster?
Exactly, aren't they? What was the fucking ginger thing he had?
Hot Pocket.
Nigel Ginger or something, wasn't it? His name was Nigel.
Oh,
Nigel,
the hamster, Kevin.
Kevin, the
Nigel,
hamster.
exactly. That's it.
Kevin the
That's
hamster.
it. You know what I
Yeah,
mean? So,
Nigel the ginger.
yeah, and
that
this
friends.
is exactly what we're watching in like MPs. So we've got Rushy the rat. You've got the fucking the other guy on the other side, which is Nigel the fucking hamster, which is Keir Starmer. Do you know what I mean? We're being played. It's fucking ridiculous, isn't it? but we're still here, and like, fucking hell,
Don't
going
you think
through.
it's strange though? I can't remember an election where they called it so quickly. Because I always remember it dragging on like months. Like they say, oh, it's 100 days till the election, and now it's like 6 weeks that they called it.
Yeah.
I know they're allowed to do it and everything, but it seems very.
And don't you think that also, Auntie, the fact is time is speeding up? Have you not felt that as well? The fact that time is just like speeding up. Sometimes I don't know what day. Well, sometimes I don't even know what day it is.
It's
because
Sunday.
Time is speeding up.
It's Monday. It's Monday. It is speed up, Sam. We started this podcast on Sunday, and now it's Monday. Fuck.
Yeah, but like a lot of people realise, like feeling this is the fact that it's just speeding up time in itself.
I think
so.
Hang on, Sam.
Yeah, sorry.
I've got a postulate to apply to you. Is this not the nature of getting old? So as we get older, time moves more quickly. If you talk to anyone from the older generation, they say, "Gosh, where's this year gone?" Time seems to move quickly as you get older, and there's a biological reason for this because the way our memories are stored. If you imagine, right, we all remember the summer holidays when we were kids, when we were at primary school. So you'd be 7 years old, and the 6 week summer holidays felt like a lifetime. They seemed to go on and on and on, week after week after week. And then when you get to, 27, 6 weeks is nothing. And that's because if you're 7 years old, what fraction of your life is 6 weeks? It may be like a tenth of your life, a 5% of your life. The older you get, the smaller a 6 week chunk is in comparison with what you've experienced throughout your conscious experience.
I also think it's like enjoyment because like they say, time flies when you're having fun, and obviously when you're 7, you're having loads of fun, aren't you?
Yeah.
But then when you get older, you got all these responsibilities.
I think that definitely plays into it, but also it's a perspective. A year feels like a long time when you're 7 years old because you've only had 6 of them. You've only been alive for 6 years. When you're 60, you've had 60 of these slots, these manufactured constructs of time allotments. So one more is neither here nor there. It's like I often forget how old I am. Someone asks me how old you are, and I'll say, I don't know, 40-ish. Like, who's counting? I don't know. I might be 60 for all I know. It's like it all merges into one. So imagine what you're like when you get to 70 or 80 or 90. It's like you give up counting. It's meaningless. There's little chunks of your life. Stunned him into silence. My nonsense.
Like, I'm looking for the. I can't find it.
Silver lining? Are you looking for silver lining?
Oh no, this right. So fractals. Just looking for this realization of fractals, and it's like understanding that you are who you are, yeah, And that's the first thing, is realizing who you are. It's really difficult for most people to understand who they are and realize. And then you get to the point where you're taking everybody down and trying to understand other people. Tourist fields, like we were talking earlier, yeah.
And donuts.
Yeah, but then if you understand the perfect torus field is the perfect triangle, yeah, and then one by one by one by one by one, which continuously makes the torus field, which is like a 2D triangle, yeah, but that in itself is the torus field that we're in. So what I'm saying is basically understanding love, and I know you're all in love, but like just loving everybody and not giving a fuck when people come into your play and and you play over one another, and basically it brings stuff that brings content. Yeah, but it's just love. We just go through love with it. Okay. Yeah, these tourist fields, fuck me. They're big fields to analyze and deal with your daily fields. Okay. But if you study them, Christ Almighty, you'll realise that just the light that you're seeing is a torus field. Yet every single thing that you go through in life is a torus field. My dog's in the background. You might feel we're all torus fields. And to study that is the greatest study you can do.
Hey Ben, I'll take that on board. I'm sort of I'm not really done any research on the tourist things. I've sort of hit it tangentially. Is that the word? I've come across it in different places, and electric universe theory and different theories about.
You watch Godfadge?
No, I haven't been watching Godfadge. What's he been up to?
That's one of my other essential doings.
What God Vlamaj? Vlamashed?
Hoofdflemster, I think.
That's how you say it properly.
Godfadge, yeah.
What's he been doing recently?
He's just something on horoscopes.
Right.
And all the sort of like hidden meaning that's within him. And I love watching him because he's always gives you like puzzle pieces. He's one of those that it just resonates with you and you go, yeah, I understand.
Yeah, it's great. And the best place is Zoom, isn't it? Is it Zoom? Where's the best place to catch him?
Rumble.
Auntie Caveat.
Rumble.
That's it.
Yeah.
Rumble. Yeah. Sorry.
What's his output like? How often does he upload?
Every month.
So does a video a month, and what sort of length? Like 20 minutes?
20, 30 minutes.
Yeah. So that's digestible, isn't it?
Yeah.
20 minutes a month. Fucking hell. Anyone can take that, can't they? I could probably take it.
And like Auntie Covey just said, if you can get your head around it, because someone said on the chat, they were like, "Wow," like Auntie Covey, "Wow, this stuff is just like over my head. I just can't get my head around it." And it's like, yeah, okay, yeah. But you've got to fully understand yourself, like Auntie Covey does, and realise. That's why Auntie Covey can put out the memes she does, is realise yourself. Just be with everything and take in all of this information that we're getting, yeah? And that that radiation matters. Radiation matters. Okay, is another place you can go to. They take this crater Earth realization into another place, and he's great. He's fucking great because he brings into actual films and stuff that have done. So he'll do what you've just been talking about with the crater Earth realization, but he takes in also the like Hollywood realization of where we are, which they're trying to do with the wood of holly, to spell and tribe, and he explains these films that have got exactly the same stuff as Godfrey, but with explaining that it's basically explaining the light, well, the colours. That's what it is. It's all the colours, because we are all the colours, and it just explains all of that in one. It's amazing how he explains it all together, and brings you to the point where you realise that, yeah, we're just all one, and someone else is playing around with what we are, which that in itself, yeah, okay, but we've got to get that in ourselves. We've got to understand that. We've been playing around with it.
It's difficult, I'm sympathetic with this sort of universal consciousness sort of philosophy that you're putting forward, Sam. It's kind of Gnostic in a lot of ways. That word kind of they would describe us as shards of light. That we're all individual shards of light, and we're aiming to get back to the source, the universal consciousness, to make ourselves whole again. That's the aim of being put forth in this realm. That we're trying to escape this realm and to unify our consciousness in some ways. And it's a beautiful philosophy. I really like it, but I have problems with it. And this isn't a personal slight
so
or anything.
What is
it's
your
just
opposite to what I've just said?
I think I'm kind of individualist in a lot of ways. I think there's something special about the individual. And this is where I see a pitfall with the sort of universalism, in that it can lead to, well, we're all one. We're all one anyway. You're nothing special. You're just part of this whole. So we don't need you. You can go over there. We don't need you. You're expendable. You're just part of this oneness, and you'll find your way back eventually. I think there's utility in the sacrosanctness. Just invented a word. There's a unity in there's a utility in the individual being sacrosanct, is what I was trying to say. And that's part of the problem I have with this sort of universalism. Is that you end up being like a part of a whole, which sounds great, and I've already said how much I like that philosophy, but I see the flip side of it, whereas you can become expendable, and I think the individual, personally, the individual is sacrosanct, and I don't want to see that eroded in any way. At current point of recording, my views are subject to change.
The biggest aim of demoralization is convincing people that they don't matter.
We've had
And
it like
a lot of
since
things has to be done for the greater good. You know, I mean, the last 4 years has proved that.
I've had it since I was a kid. Like, you're a meaningless speck living on a rock, hurtling through space at 40 light years an hour, whatever. Life is essentially meaningless. I grew up listening to Richard Dawkins and the other Four Horsemen, Sam Harris, fucking hell, Hitchens, Christopher Hitchens, and Daniel Dennett. And they made convincing arguments that life is meaningless, and you should just should thank your lucky stars that you're here to experience it. And it becomes nihilistic quickly. It goes back to that essential question of what is the meaning. If you can't derive meaning from this experience, then you might as well just end it. But I'm feel like I'm on this path where I'm looking for meaning, and I'm searching for meaning, and meaning is the only thing that makes this experiment worthwhile. Otherwise, you know, if it is just a complete biological accident, then you might as well just end it. But I'm not in that camp, and I see a correlation between the determinists, the materialists, and the universalists who encapsulate consciousness as a singularity, like a universal singularity which we all take part in. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm most likely wrong. I'm usually wrong. I usually get most things wrong unless it's making a sausage roll, because I did that successfully this week.
Popping in the black ball.
Yeah.
I just love having these chats, especially your chat with Ryan earlier. It's just like, imagine if we could have these chats with, you know, just when you're on the bus, or do you know what I mean, or just meeting random people in the pub, and you can have these kind of chats with people. It'd be amazing.
Do you think that used to happen, AC? Like, if you went back, you know, before mass media, before TV, radio, print, like if you went back a couple hundred years.
I reckon a lot of people were more intuitive. Because we've had so much of our like natural powers taken from us. I think people are a lot more wise,
receptive.
Yeah,
maybe. I think a lot of people have put walls up, like they build artificial walls around their heads, essentially. So if you try to have a conversation like this with someone, like you said, on the bus, people will automatically sort of build these psychological walls around the brain just to sort of deflect the arrows that you point at them, like a question here or a question there, and they'll just put walls up and they'll throw things at you. You know, it's like I'm reading a book at the minute about miraculous conception. Parthenogenesis it's called, where a woman can, through spiritual practice, meditation, all the rest of it, can conceive a child purely without a man. And it's wild, but I'm open to the idea, and I'll read the book, I'll finish it, and then I'll weigh it in the balance. But if you hand that book to a dyed-in-the-wool materialist, they won't even entertain it. They won't take it seriously. It's like it's the wall is too strong for certain ideas to get through.
Well, I think you have to have established views to even, you know, because so many people don't accept, they don't understand the power of our minds and the power of our bodies. So if you don't have that, and you know, you're not open to anything else, really.
I don't think most people understand how much of their worldview is formed by outside influences. I read a load of books last year about propaganda. Like I read Ernest Bernays, Jacques Ellul. I read about 3 or 4 books about propaganda from like the early 20th century when the mass media was getting, into its full swing, like in the age of the wireless and radio and stuff. And it really highlighted how open we were to be programmed in that way. And I just think that most people you meet on the street have no idea. Just have no idea how susceptible we are psychologically to be programmed.
But then, me personally, I only woke up about 6 years ago.
Right.
And I think of the life before, and it feels like a completely different...
What?
It was a completely different reality.
Why do you say only? I only woke up 6 years ago.
Well, I mean, I look back and I was just fully believed pretty much all the lies. And you're talking about when you were 10 and you were thinking about these concepts of you and your friend being the same consciousness, or...
Yeah,
I wasn't thinking things like that when I was 10.
But that was a one-off.
Okay.
After that, I went back to just playing football and collecting...
Watching Going Live, yeah.
Yeah, watching Going Live, going to the Go Fair, collecting SO tokens for the World Cup and stuff. Yeah, that was like a...
Oh, do you remember the books you got with PG Tips, the little cards?
Panini. Was it Panini?
No, PG Tips. They had like little rectangular cards that you could and then you stuck them in a book.
I can't remember because we used to get Yorkshire tea.
Oh.
Obviously.
In Lancashire?
Yeah, we're not having that southern muck. PG Tips. The monkeys.
You can't do Yorkshire tea in Lancashire. That's heresy.
No, it's fine. We're like brothers. It's all a con. It's a con for the southerners. Oh, Yorkshire, Lancashire, Roar of the Roses. No, everyone knows that we hate them down there. Right? The southerners.
Thing is, once you go to London and then you come back, you realise how much better. Well, pretty much everywhere else in the country is so much better than London.
I've not been for years. I've not been since I was a kid. Since I was like 12 or something. I've no desire to go back.
I think for me, like that's one of the worst things they do to us is how we're all like crammed in spaces and like all that stress. Even if we're not aware of it, you know what I mean? Like just the stress of like hearing your neighbours and they can see you and you can see them, and you know what I mean.
I imagine there's nice places in London where you could live, but none of us would be able to afford to live there. No, so it's kind of a nonsense, isn't it? I want to be in the country somewhere, like away from civilization. I want to be like the Unabomber. I just want to have a cabin in the woods, just writing a journal about the ills of Western civilization that no one will read. So I'm just looking at the clock. We've been streaming for 6 hours and 20 minutes now.
This is
a record.
Ooh. Well, it won't be Rise Above because I think they did. When I first had my meme show, that was that went on to like 5 a.m.
Sorry, what did you say? You're never going to beat Rise Above?
Yeah, because they did a stream till about 4 or 5. But then technically they did about 12. I think Lance left it running.
That sounds like a challenge.
Challenge Annika.
Oh my God, Annika Rice comes and floats down on a helicopter.
Oh, do you know? I really like them kind of shows. You know, where you see something like get fixed and get done and get made.
Like Jim will fix it for you.
Do you know what I did? I did write to him.
Did you?
Yeah, I said because I used to like watching Batman. You know, the old Batman, the 60s Batman, and then when they used to walk on the ceiling. And obviously now I realise it's just a camera trick. But I asked him. That's why I asked him.
Oh, what did you ask him? Explicitly, what did you ask him?
I want to walk on the ceiling.
Like Batman.
Yeah. Yeah. Thankfully, never replied.
Yeah, this isn't going to be good content. We can't do this. So I know someone who actually went on it.
Oh yeah, you did. You said when you went on Rise Above.
Oh, did I? Yeah, because I had soap on the rope.
Soap on the rope, yeah.
I had soap on the rope like until I was about 12 years old, and then it disappeared. It ended up getting thrown away. But yeah, I know someone who's on it, a female who was on it. I can't remember what her wish was now. I can't remember. It's probably not important. But yeah, I'm tangentially linked to that shit show. But it makes me wonder, like, did all the adults not realise that this guy was a fucking creep or what? Because once I got to adulthood, once I got to like 18, 19, that guy was still alive. And I thought, this guy's a fucking creep. I wouldn't let my kids anywhere near him.
But you know what's weird is that obviously he is creepy, but he's also got like a weird charisma. It's like even though you do feel a little unsettled, there's still something about him.
Yeah, I can buy that.
Yeah.
But it's like, I wouldn't trust my kids with him.
No.
But the thing is, like, all the shit came out after he was dead. Yeah. So, like, you can watch these interviews. I remember watching an interview. He was on some show on BBC Two. I can't remember the interviewer now. I want to say Frank Skinner, but it wasn't Frank Skinner. Like Dara O'Brien.
Was it Ricky Gervais?
Oh, it was the Ricky Gervais one.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
And how old is he? He's like 80 years old.
Yeah, it was towards the end of his life, yeah.
Yeah, but it was fucking weird. And like none of the accusations that came out, it all came out after he died. But you get the feeling that everyone knew. Everyone was in on it. And it just makes me
Yeah, and then
wonder.
Esther Ransom came out and blamed everybody that watched the telly. That we were somehow culpable.
She's another story, yeah.
Oh yeah.
Fucking Childline.
Esther Rancid.
Yeah. I remember we used to watch when I was a kiddie. When I lived with Mum and Dad, we used to watch
That's Life.
That's Life. That's Life. Richard Madeley was on the panel. And every now and again they would have a story where they would say it was like a heads up, like just so you know, if you've any children, any young children watching, it might be best if they leave the room now. And so us kids would get shepherded out of the room, and then we'd sit on the stairs and listen from the hallway while they did some feature on some bloody serial killer or whatnot. It was strange. And then she ends up founding Childline. And and then she's an outspoken. What would you say? Sorry.
What?
She's an outspoken. I don't know what the word is. She's a eugenicist, essentially.
Oh, what a surprise.
Yeah. I know. So I don't know what to make. Well, I do know what to make of her. I won't trust anything that comes out of her mouth. But that goes for anyone with any media persona, to be honest.
On a COVID or with sheep farm, knowing sheep farm stuff, they're all introduced into trying. It's disgusting, basically, what these people have done over the years to get us to this point. Christ almighty. It's disgusting, aren't they, isn't it? And the fact is that these people have brought us here, and they're trying to do it again now. They're trying to do this disgusting thing that they do all the time, and we're not going to have it. Basically, this is the thing where they're trying to work out what is possible, and we're not going to have it again. Like, it's not going to happen. Not going to happen again. Sending kids to war. It's not going to happen. Our people are not going to have it happen again. All this different disgusting stuff that they're doing, they have done before. You
But
know,
I think they do this, and you know, I don't think they're going to bring back national service. It's just one of them. You know, it's just something that, you know, kid can be, you know, for it, and then whatever the situation. Do you know what I mean? One could be for it, one could be against it, and it'll just be a talking point. You know,
it's not possible, Auntie, is it? It's like, gosh almighty, there's no possible way that any way that we'd send our kids off to school, that's sort of school. Do you know what I mean? Getting killed. No. I'm sorry, no. We're not doing it.
well, technically, if kids are going to school and getting jabbed, some will die. So they don't have to go to war to die.
Yeah, that is it. That is a big picture within itself.
I don't know what I walked into there. I just went for a piss and I came back and AC's saying they don't have to go to war to die. Fucking hell. Where's this conversation going?
So I was just saying about national service, but I just think it's just one of them. It's just one of them subjects in it that they know is going to be very controversial. That they can whip.
It's headlines. Get some screen time.
Everything is, and I keep saying to people, just remember it's a panto.
Yeah,
it's a stage show.
The people
don't get sucked into getting emotional about it. That's what they want.
They want your energy. It's a loosh farm. It's the people's pantomime.
It's an alien ant farm.
What? You gonna sign me up for national service? Gosh. Oh, I'm gonna vote for the Reds then.
I think my dad said when he was 18, that's when it stopped being
right. Yeah,
we're talking 1969.
69 was it?
Yeah. So, as if, you know what I mean? If they were going to bring it back, they would have brought it back a lot sooner, wouldn't they?
Yeah.
And I'm sure they were talking about this a few years ago as well. I'm sure they were.
Yeah, it's
when
bullshit.
About it for Ukraine, like 2 years ago, I'm sure they were.
Oh yeah, the foreign secretary. So the foreign secretary at the time is my MP. Well, it's probably your MP as well, Preston North or whatever it is, in our constituency. Ben. Bend over. Yeah, MP for Preston North.
Well.
MP for Preston North Bend over a couple of years ago was highlighting the need for, you know, increased military spending, and he was floating the idea of national service. It's like you get laughed out of the town, man. Like, it's bad enough that we're spending umpteen billion pounds to line the pockets of Ukrainian oligarchs for the weapons, you know, some of which, you know, they might use in defense. But we all know they're corrupt. We all know it all gets siphoned off into the pockets. So don't give us this shit, man. But if you take it to the next step and actually threaten to put our kids' bodies on the line, you're going to find out very quickly.
They have put the kids' bodies on the line by all these Britneys.
Oh, well, I don't know. I think that's a different topic, really. I mean, threatening war. Well, yeah, I suppose you could argue it's like a biological war. They threatened biological war on us, and so they tried to convince enough adults to line the kids up to go to the Britney Spears concerts. I mean, I imagine even like most of the normie parents I spoke to said, "No way, you're not having. My kids aren't having it." So that sort of heartened me to some degree. That most normal people were like, "No, I'm not giving this experimental shit to my kids. Fuck off." And that's the response I got. Maybe it was different for you too.
Well, it's interesting. The friend that I've got that didn't believe that Jack Stevens was David Bowie. She was against. She was against the COVID jab because she said, "Oh, I could see it coming. It was rushed and all that." But she's fine with all the other ones.
Right.
And she was fine with, what, I can't remember which one it is. You know when you put the thing up your nose?
Yeah. PCR nonsense.
Yeah, PCR. She was fine with doing that to her kids.
Oh my God. I mean, it's horrible. Like having like these things. These things were massive. They were like 8 inches long. You expect me to shove that thing up my kid's nose? Get to fuck. It's not happening.
It just always sort of puzzles me how people pick and choose what they want to believe. Like how, she didn't let her kids have the Britneys, but doing the PCR tests.
Right.
And then like she didn't wear a mask either.
Good. That's good.
But then it's like, well, I don't understand why you'd say no. Wouldn't say no to all of it.
Fucking hell! Like anyone who didn't wear a mask, respect. My respect, because
hey, you've got a jingle with Farage saying respect, haven't you?
What? I missed that. Sorry, you broke up a bit then.
You got a jingle of Farage, haven't you?
Oh fuck! Oh, you don't. You
respect.
Do I look like I take requests?
Yeah.
You're asking me for requests of a jingle. I have to go to music, and do you know what? I have a folder. I have to go to outro clips, and I have a folder that's labeled Farage.
I bet it's a big one.
Oh my God, it's not even playing. Congratulations. What? Come here. Oh my God, maybe I've moved them. Big up the man dems. I smoke drugs. I'm too fat. Isle of Cox. Oh, Willie G. Lads, Blopland. Run boy respect.
Are these from Cameo?
You got caught sucking your fingers on the bus. What are you asking for? What did he say?
He says respect, doesn't he? Respect.
Fuck. I can't find it.
I'm sure there's one of them saying that.
Might not be. You've put. I think. I believe you. I totally believe you, AC. But you've put me on the spot. I'm looking at your big chungus, and I'm too stupid. And vegan sausage roll. I can't find it. Sorry, I'm lame.
Maybe it's part of another one. Maybe he says it. I don't.
You're vexing me. Big boy. Is it not big boy? Respect.
Might be, yeah. Try that one.
I think it might be big boy.
I never sucked any ding dongs.
That's not it. That's not it.
Wagwan fam, you're going to Somerset. I'm too fat. I'm too stupid. I'm too lazy.
That's not it, is it? Is it this one?
I don't get out of bed in the morning. I smoke drugs. Give me money.
Fucking, it's such good value.
Why is the question that we should be asking? Why are they?
Why are we
now
playing Nigel Farage at 2:30 in the morning?
building this new like? It's not going to win anything, is it? This new like fucking hell. It's ridiculous, actually, when you think about what they've put together. But it's going against the two arses of the same cheek, yeah? So it's almost like a turd, isn't it? It's like a turd sitting there.
The two arses of the same cheek?
You know what I mean? It's like a turd, just like a floaty turd.
Oh, my God.
Hanging off of a hair.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
A dingleberry.
Yeah, a transdimensional winnet. Yeah.
Yeah. Why now?
Why now?
Like, why now? Like, why now with that and like with Terrence Howard and all the rest of the shit that
but you remember in the 2017, in the run up to the 2017 election, we had 2 so-called terrorist attacks, and then the week after there was Grenfell.
Right.
So at least they're not pulling that kind of shit.
Every cloud, AC. Every cloud has a silver lining. At least they're not bombing us with nonsense.
Exactly, like she says it perfectly. There's lots of stuff coming down the line, I think, but you haven't actually worked out yet.
Do you know, I'm kind of optimistic. I think the mass social tolerance for this kind of bullshit that you just mentioned has dropped. I think more people are more skeptical, and the line that people will cross has raised. And I'm optimistic about the future. I think voter turnout in this nonsense show on July the 4th is going to be a lot lower maybe than normal. More people are checking out. Less people are watching the fucking news, the shit show on TV. People are disengaging. And that's where the power comes from, man. Mainly it's from the media and the programming. So the less people who watch that shit, the better. Less people engage, the better. And as I guess, you know, there's a hazard there that they will become more desperate. You know, if they see the male glove, you see us slipping through their fingers, they might tighten that glove and overreact and drop some events like AC mentioned before, sort of snap us back into the game, the big game that happens on the screens. But I hope that won't happen. I think it's happening. I think more people are disengaging. I'm very optimistic about this general election.
Exactly like you just said, Auntie Koviet is wonderful for breaking these things down into memes. Yeah.
Yep.
But we have to, like, how do you explain this to your normal person that is next to you? Yeah. We've got to work out in ourselves, like AC does, is breaking this down into a point where you can actually explain it to the next person. Because it's getting to that point, isn't it, where unless you can actually explain it to the person that is next to you, that you know, you don't understand where they come from, where their religion comes from.
This is where memetics comes in, because you can't unsee a meme, right? Like, it's hard to explain a concept to someone, particularly to someone who's asleep.
But as I mentioned there in the intro,
but you can throw an image to someone and you can't unsee it. And something like a meme, it takes 2 seconds to get into your consciousness and for you to understand it and decode it. And then that's it. It's there. You can't get rid of it. You can't unsee something. So I think AC's onto something in that memology.
Yeah, AC, Auntie Koviet, mate, she's quality. She brings it there instantly to you, and that in itself is like it. This happened in the Second World War, where you know they used memes back then. You know, Auntie Koviet.
Lord Kitchener. That's such a famous poster. We need you.
Your country needs you.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly, sister. You know, bring it.
But these images have power. So if you can take that Kitchener poster and repurpose it with your own message, you still get that sort of collective memory, if you like, that sort of subconscious trigger. You know, as long as it's not too different, like you follow the same format, the same sort of shapes, shades, color palette, whatnot, different ways of doing it. But you can take that spark, that image, and then redirect the message to something else. Your country
you're also changing the energy as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because, you know, the amount of times where I see things and I'm so frustrated or angry, you know, all sort of propaganda for Convid, and I just think, no, I'm not having this. I'm going to change this, make it, you know, funny.
Laughter's the best medicine. Isn't it?
Yeah.
You know, if you can mock them. It's like we did plenty of that with Schwab and his WEF goons and stuff. You've just got to laugh at how absurd it is. You can't take him seriously. I don't even think they take themselves seriously in some regard. You know, if you watch these guys in detail, guys and gals, you know, because Ursula von der Leyen, they're all there. And it's pantomime-ish when you watch them in detail. And you watch the, what do you call it? They'll have like a little, like 4 people around a table. Call like a webinar or something, a discussion, I don't know, about a different subject, and they almost can't keep a straight face. They're taking themselves so seriously, and they're talking about big global issues, and they're almost giggling to each other, and you get these little.
Oh, there's Jupiter's delight going on.
Sorry, love.
Jupiter's delight.
Jupiter's delight.
Yeah. Have you not heard of that?
No.
It's like
Explain.
you'll get a lot of getting like sort of in crime documentaries where say someone's a killer and they know they've got away with it, and then they'll do like little smirks because they know that they're like, you know, they've got away with it, they're fooling people, and it's probably the same thing. Because they're all psychopaths and sociopaths.
It's like it sounds a bit like Schadenfreude.
Yes. Oh yeah.
Taking delight in other
people's misery. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah, because we just, you know, we are, to them, we are little ants scurrying around that they can just step on anytime we want. And they love it.
It makes you wonder how they came.
That's mad, actually, Lady COVID, because I watched a video yesterday about this lady where she explains how to see lies within your eyes. Yeah. So she explains completely how to see a complete character of something. Like, she explains actually completely how to stand yourself in your ground and then see someone else in front of you and actually understand their complete character just by looking at their eyes. And it was like, wow, that's fucking mental. Do you know what I mean? And it's 3.5 hours long, but wow, it was just like, fucking hell, like, this is amazing. And she explained stuff that she got from ex-CIA training, basically. And yeah, it was really, really deep. And after watching it, I was like, fucking hell, that's just mental. Do you know what I mean? It's really deep stuff.
You need to put a link to that in the element, Sam. I'd be interested in that. Hello?
I think we know, like instinctually when people are lying to us.
See, I wonder, like, if I'm good at that. Like, I doubt my own ability. I don't think I'm particularly gifted.
Just seen your t-shirt.
What?
Just seen your t-shirt. The raccoons.
Gosh, are you on like a 30-second delay? I
No,
sat down
I can
like
only
30
see
seconds
the
a day.
top of your t-shirt. Oh no, I'm looking at
It's Bert
I'm looking
Raccoon.
at YouTube for the comments.
See?
You just stood up. Sorry. I got them back.
Run with us. We got everything you need. Run with us. We are free. Come with
Hey,
us.
Cyril Sneer. Who did he remind you of with his cigar?
Bill Gates. Who's Cyril Sneer meant to be?
Well, he's got a cigar, so.
Oh, fucking hell.
Double. Yeah.
Bill Clinton.
Lewinsky.
Lewinsky. I didn't have sexual relations with that woman. It kind of, when I look back at the raccoons now, even though I loved it as a child, after watching Sarah Green and Philip Schofield on Going Live, it kind of seems like green programming, because it was all about like this is Bert Raccoon. He lives in the evergreen forest. But there's these other guys, these pink pigs, who are the industrialists, who are the energy producers.
Well, there was quite a lot of stuff. You remember Fern Gully? That was all like environmental, wasn't it? That film and
yeah, Captain Planet.
Yeah.
He's our hero.
Because like in the early 90s, it was kind of people, you know what I mean? Like you had to be like a real kind of hippie type to be into all cycling and.
You had to be. Do you remember the guy, the Avatar, Swampy?
Yes, he was on Have I Got News for You?
Was he? When?
Yes, whenever it was his heyday, so 96 was it or something like that?
Fuck right.
Yeah, bloody Swampy. You can't tell me that wasn't a bloody psyop.
Well,
oh no, it was just a group of people that really cared that there was going to be a bypass in Newbury.
Where is he now? Where's Swampy now? Probably works for.
Well, the bypass got built, so that was all a waste of time, wasn't it?
Probably works for Big Oil now.
Yeah.
Flip sides.
Probably works for Pfizer.
Ugh. Yeah.
Like you're talking about that now. Like back in the day, fucking hell, we're talking how many 20 or 25 years ago when the internet started. Yeah. I've done a website for a company called True Cost. Okay, they're still going now. True Cost, they were called, and I didn't realise what they were at the time, but they're still doing the same stuff now. Where at the time they were working out your eco
allowance, your carbon allowance,
all that sort of stuff. They were working out all of that stuff back then on this website, yeah?
No.
And people were signing up for it because it was like the thing to do back then. That was 20 odd years ago. So, like, not being funny, like when I was 8, I don't know if anyone can remember, but what was it? CFCs?
Yeah. Greenhouse gas.
Yeah.
Hole in the ozone layer.
Yeah, we had to actually learn how to spell the whole fucking name of it. Like, and
fluorocarbon.
Yeah. Wasn't it? Yeah. We had to name it.
Yeah,
like,
stop using hairspray. Can't use hairspray anymore.
You can't. And where did that go? Like, all of a sudden,
it healed. It healed itself because of everything that they did. Because we chucked away all our fridges and all the hairspray.
They healed the earth. It's a beautiful thing.
Yeah, the ozone layer's gone, but we've got something else.
We are the world. We are the children.
Do you know what I mean?
Earth song, man. Wacko Jacko.
I've got to give him credit though, because like my memories, like I said, of the early 90s, where you had to go to the supermarket with your recycling. And now, if you don't do recycling and you don't have a reasonable coffee cup and you don't do this and you don't do that, you're like a pariah.
Yeah.
And it's like, wow, they managed to do that in like 30 years or 25 years, you know.
And the great thing is, it all just goes to landfill anyway.
Yeah. It's like, what about all the stuff that's gone to landfill?
Or it gets set on fire.
It's still there.
Just they either torch it or it goes to landfill. It's great. But they got everyone separating all the shit. It's like I caught my missus washing out a tin. She was washing out a baked bean tin or something. I said, fucking behave! You're not washing that out. Don't waste water on a fucking bean tin. Chuck it in bin.
Yeah, I saw a fantastic meme where it said that some Belgium airline, and they probably all do it, that they run hundreds of empty planes every day. And it's like, and you're worried about washing out. This is what I'm saying. This is what they do. They're taking the piss, right? All the stuff that they, you know, all the stuff they waste and all the pollution. But we've got to worry about our little things that we do.
Yeah, make sure you wash your jam jars out, for fuck's sake. Save the planet. Captain Marvel. You gotta save Captain Planet and wash your bean tins out. It's fucking pathetic, man. But people just bite hook, line, and sinker. It's like certain things, like, you know, it doesn't happen anymore. But you used to buy 4 cans of beer, and they used to come on a ring pull. You used to pull a can of beer off a ring pull. They all come in cardboard boxes now, and I can understand cutting them up. Like, we used to do that. We used to cut the ring pulls up because they would chalk fucking. Because we all know it gets dumped in the fucking sea with all the rest of this shit.
Or poor little hedgehogs get caught in them walking around in the pavement.
Definitely, yeah. So it makes sense. Like, I happily take 10 seconds out of my day to cut the fucking ring pulls up. That's no gravy, no big deal. But I'm not washing my fucking bean tins out just so you can dump them in the ocean. No, or sell them to China so they can put them in landfill. Get fucking wrecked. It ain't happening.
What Auntie Covid just said is perfect. Is the fact that, like, these bastards have been funding, you know, just the money that's gone through this system over the last 5 to 6 years.
Yeah, it's an industry
and
now.
They've been like giving money to each other out of our pockets, but out of nowhere they make money. So this is what we're thinking about. 8 years ago, they put one of these places that incinerates loads and loads of crap, basically, just burns everything. And when we looked into it, it was a local lad that was tied to the Conservative Party, and they had money. Yeah,
Mind on
and
the money.
it was all just like basically a money-making system. So they were making us recycle everything in the town, and then they were just burning everything in this one place to make power. Yeah, all right, we need power, but Christ Almighty, what they were charging us to do this was ridiculous. Do you know what I mean? And people, they started realising it's like, hang on a minute, we're just being ripped off here, because the people that own these facilities that burn all of the shit that they say they're recycling, no, it's not good. None of it's good.
We had it. It's nothing new. Like, we had it. We covered it in 2020 with Mancock. You know, Hat Mancock, and he was selling. You know, he was in charge of all the testing, all that bullshit PCR testing nonsense, and he did a deal with his landlord, with his not his landlord, the landlord of the pub who lived down the road. And he was getting all the test kits and just filling. He just ended up filling them with bin bags. And there was like a satellite photo or some journalist took, and the whole back of the pub is just full of bin bags of test kits, and then he just set them all on fire. He just started torching them all. It was just a massive wealth transfer, which is the point. That's the whole point of being in government, man. It's like, go back. Sorry, Casey.
Is it last row flow? They're the plasticky shit.
Yeah,
don't they?
Yeah, the thing you piss on.
There's millions. So there's all this fuss about plastic over the years, but suddenly it's all right for them to be testing themselves.
Yeah, it's same with the masks.
Yeah,
all these disposable masks.
Shitty blue masks trigger me. If I see somebody in a shitty blue mask, I'm just like, no. I still see people wearing them now, still.
Yeah, occasionally. I've seen an odd one.
Aldi. The Aldi that's where you got Iceland Warehouse. You know, is it Queen's
Retail Park.
Yeah. So saw a staff member and they're wearing one. I was like, oh my God. They don't care. They don't care about being the odd one out either. They're such a hypochondriac. Do you know what I mean? It's like, oh, you know what I mean? I bet they feel like really special.
You can't. Some people are beyond saving.
I know. That's what I think when I see them. I'm just like, nah.
You just have to let them go with it. It's your life. Like, you've got to live your life how you see fit. And you know, you can't help everyone, man. It's like, that's just the way it is. And,
I mean, where would you even begin with somebody like that? Where would you begin? Well, you know what I mean? Like,
Jimmy Savile, maybe?
they're in a different reality. You
Yeah.
can't reach
Well,
them.
it's Dimension A and Dimension B. So we've all experienced this. Some people live in Dimension A and some people live in Dimension B, and never the twain shall meet. There's just no crossover. There's no point where you can break through. So you just have to leave them. You just have to leave them. You just have to let them get on and hope that they'll find their way into Dimension B sometime in the future. But that's just the way it is.
I was just about to say, Lady Auntie Caveat could not
Lady
mean
Auntie
most of these
Caveat.
people out of any of these places, even though she's the greatest meme artist in the world. She couldn't.
Yeah, I don't think she's been knighted though. I don't think you can call her
No,
lady.
no, what it is, Phil, is when we did Rise Above chat, we call people like lady or, well, mostly we'll say lady such and such.
You're a lady. You're a lady and a lady.
No one called me lady.
Yeah, it's just from Rise Above chat.
Right.
Oh, wait, and it's also from because we used to call Helen it, didn't we? And it's from the dojo as well. We used to call people lady.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, sorry.
Interrupted.
I just want to talk about respect, basically.
Yeah.
And you, my lady, you're a lady. All our ladies here, all the girls, all the ladies. And the fact is that you can meme ourselves out of this place because it's getting shitty, isn't it? It's getting to that place where it's it's all coming together. And we need some more memes, missus.
It's just like I said, it's just having an inspiration. You know, I avoid the news like the plague because it's just horrible, isn't it? It's just trauma, basically. So I kind of think I let it come to me. So somebody might post it on Facebook or whatever, or they might mention it on Rise Above or something.
Do you know? Sorry, AC. Do you not have a muse?
In what sense?
A muse, like a source of inspiration.
Not one.
No.
Not one source. No, not really.
It just happens or it doesn't happen.
Like I said, I might see a post on Facebook or somebody might say a phrase. Like Jabby Dodgers, was actually somebody was in Rise Above chat, and they had that name as their thing. But they were only in a few times, like quite a few years ago. So that's where I got that one from.
It's something philosophers have wrestled with for hundreds of years, thousands of years, probably, isn't it?
I know Rembrandt. Do you know about the Rembrandt thing that he said that he got energy from people in the future admiring his paintings?
Yeah. Yeah, he was kind of a psychic time traveler when it came to the muse. So yeah. Well, you sound like you might know more about this than me. But the way I interpret it is he's a draw.
Can I just say, I've visited. Oh, mate, exactly what you just said. It's amazing. I've been there. So I went there once, thinking, I don't want to go there. And when you go there, it's amazing. And every single time you go to Amsterdam, if you've been there once, you want to go there again because you are in a stand. It's an understanding of yourself. Yeah. If you understand what was just spoken about, is the fact that he told you that you will realize more about yourself looking into, because it's Janus 11 in itself, looking into the past, present, future, and the possibilities, which is the fourth world.
Fourth dimension.
Yeah. You've got to go there. You've got to go there. It's amazing because I've been there about 3 times now, and every time you look at the pictures, they're different, absolutely different. Beautiful, beautiful. Yeah, sorry to interrupt there, but I had to interrupt there because you've got to go there if you're in Amsterdam.
See it for yourself. Yeah.
It was interesting because that concept came up on Rise Above, and when Lance did the first Ra treat, he had all the meme artists and he had all their work on like a board that people could look at, and when I saw it, I sort of thought, I wonder if that's happened to me, you know, where everyone was looking at it and liking the memes, that's what inspired them in the first place, you know.
Yeah,
makes sense.
This kind of sort of escaping time.
Mm.
You know, Sam sort of hinted on it before about the fourth dimension, and that time we conceptualize time as the fourth dimension, and really we're looking at this thing from our monkey brains that's wired for 3 dimensions for survival reasons, to keep us away from predators and to find our food and whatnot. And if we could, you know, this is what's interesting about Steiner and Gurdjieff and Uspensky and these other guys, these esoteric wunderkinds, is that they open this opportunity to think outside the box, to think outside of 3-dimensional space and time. And that if time is the 4th dimension, and 4-dimensional beings exist, in fact, we are all 4-dimensional beings, there may be an avenue for us to escape the consciousness that we inhabit in day-to-day life, and then transcend, in a way, beyond space and time. It's kind of sounding like Star Trek now. I'm rambling because I'm not, you know, I'm a complete novice when it comes to this kind of stuff. I just find it fascinating. I find the possibility fascinating. I'm interested to learn more. And you know, these are things that you can't talk about in normal conversation, in normal circles, you know. It just wouldn't cross anyone's mind to analyze their own consciousness. And like introspection, I feel like introspection is like a dying art. Most people don't have enough psychic energy or time to even analyze their own thoughts.
I don't think people want to. That's why we need these constant distractions.
God, that's dark. They don't want to because it would be damaging.
Yeah, I mean, I've known people that they cannot just sit and think for 5 minutes. They have to. It's just a constant stream of distractions because they can't face what's inside them.
God, that's horrific.
It's been said that most people can't actually understand and control their emotions and thoughts longer than a fucking like a tadpole or even a fish that you have in your house. You know, like
a chocolate Miranda.
Where, the kids. This is where we are. We've got to really train the kids up properly because the kids are stupid. Kids are fucking stupid, yeah. And we've got to a point where, with the world that we're living in, we in ourselves have got to be careful how we go about it, because they built this certain type of world where they've put mines everywhere where you can't actually express yourself properly. Do you know what I mean? Just to look after your kids, for fuck's sake. If I had kids nowadays, I wouldn't know what was going on, because just to look after your kids so they're not like they are in life. Do you know what I mean? It's like, fucking hell. Jesus Christ.
Well, it's our attention spans. I mean, they've worked on it, so we haven't got one basically.
No,
We haven't got the time to give to anything that we need.
Yeah, totally. Sorry, I'm playing around with the.
I liked when Ryan came in and he was like poking you.
He does that all the time. You know, it's weird talking to Ryan on video because normally he comes in. He's been in, I don't know, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 times probably, sitting in chair number 3. So yeah, we try and do things, guys. Like we were having guests in the studio before the nonsense in 2020. It's like the UK's premier orgone expert lives in Preston. Did you know that, AC?
No.
Yeah, it's called forgotten his name. Peter. It's called Peter, and he's like the #1 expert on orgone energy in the UK. And he came into the studio. You're gonna have to come into the studio next, AC.
No.
You have to do one. Do a live
Not on
podcast.
camera.
No. You need to protect your anonymity.
My anonymity. You know, I never made memes before. I did start making memes for Rise Above.
Well, you've obviously got a talent for it.
Yes.
Do more.
I mean, I do. You know where you sort of cut and paste your mates' faces on stuff. Like I do little things like that, but not anything.
What do you use? What software do you use?
Paint.
MS Paint.
Yeah, Microsoft Paint. And it's like an old. I know there's like a sort of like a new jazzy version now, but I just.
I'm so disappointed.
Why?
I thought you were gonna say like, oh, I have this new slick AI site. It's called
I'm quite a Luddite, really.
It's called memepaint.io, and you just go there, you type a prompt in saying, I want a meme.
Where's the creativity doing that?
I want a meme of Schwab taking up the bum.
There's no creativity there, though, is there really?
I know.
I mean, I do like the idea, because sometimes I do have ideas and I can't like conceptualize them. You know, or maybe it might be too complicated to.
For MS Paint.
Yeah.
Do you know, I need to introduce you to the GIMP.
What's the GIMP?
I need to introduce you to the GIMP.
Is that all you're going to say?
It's a piece of software. It's called, what's it? Graphic something image manipulator. Graphic integrated
Microsoft Paint. That's what it is.
Yeah, graphic image manipulator program. I shall introduce you to the GIMP. You might. I can use it, and I'm a Luddite. I don't like computers. I don't work on computers or anything, and I can use it. So maybe you can. Maybe AC it will like evolve your meme game.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I don't know. You're just comfy with paint. You know,
I'll have a look.
You'll have a look at the GIMP.
No, I'm not saying that as in like a throwaway. I mean, I will have a look, but sometimes you can get to grips with stuff, and sometimes you can't. You know what I mean? Sometimes you get a feel for it.
I mean, the GIMP is pretty slippery.
Okay.
It's a slippery GIMP, but once you get hold of him, it's a learning curve. It's like any kind of software. Yeah. It's a learning curve. I'm just throwing it out there. You know, just trying to broaden your horizons. Don't expect you to take it on.
I'm pretty chuffed that I've actually got merchandise. Because if you don't have merchandise, you're nobody these days, are you?
Is that through Rise Above, or do you have your own site now?
Through Rise Above.
Right, how do you get it?
Just go on their website, and there's like all the merchandise is on there.
Right, so go on the Rise Above website. Do you know the address? Is it .co.uk or something?
Bring it up for you.
Oh, look it up.
Riseabove.tv.
TV, of course it is. Riseabove.tv. Yeah. Have you thought about like making sort of 3D models of your memes? You know, like Chris on Sheep Farm. Chris on Sheep Farm does his 3D models on his Gaping Gobs Etsy store.
I mean, that's something I've never really done. It's kind of weird, you know. When you do art in school, you think that they would kind of introduce you to all the different
mediums.
Yeah, mediums. Yeah.
I'm doing it now. I'm introducing you to another medium.
Well, I was interested that Ryan does sculpting, doesn't he?
Yeah, Ryan's he does everything. He does video production, computer. What do you call it? Like graphic design. He does physical sculpture. He does music. That's what I mean. He lived in New York for a while because he was doing music. He's an MC. He does freestyle rap. He does everything. He's a Renaissance man. He breathes fire. He does fire. You know, like when you go to the circus and they put fire in their throats and stuff. He does all that shit. He does martial arts. He essentially does everything.
I have found this about our kind of people, that there's a lot of like multi-talented people out there. I don't know whether it's like there is a connection between, being awake. I don't know. Maybe.
Well, you have to be open, don't you? You have to be open. I think. Well, Ryan's not.
Sorry to interrupt, everyone. Has Lady Auntie Covia got a Telegram channel? Because
No, she don't like it.
You don't like the Telegram now?
No, it's all like you have to kind of keep scrolling. You know what I mean? I don't find it very slick. Like where
I know
Facebook.
exactly what you mean. It gets heavy and heavy. Yeah. But
it's just scrolling.
You can set up things where you just, like Bob Moran, for instance, has done, where he just puts his images up there, allows you to comment on them, and they're just up there like your memes would be. Yeah. It'd be beautiful, basically. So people can find them, because lots of people, they're finding it difficult to get onto different platforms. Yeah, and like Telegram is a great place to be at the moment, where it's pretty silent, but we can find each other. And like Bob Moran, for instance, I dare say his art.
Yeah.
He's got a channel at the moment where he just puts all of his pictures up there. You can comment on them, but he just leaves them there. So it allows it to be shared. So right, I'm sorry, I'm speaking outside the groove, but just saying that could be a perfect place, Auntie, where you could get all of your memes out, because I know you've got great memes. You know what I mean?
There's nothing stopping anyone from following AC on Facebook or wherever you are, and then screen grabbing that and putting it on Telegram.
Yeah, just keep sharing it.
The thing is getting people to share it, which is what we've had the biggest problem with. People just don't do it. People just don't do it. They keep it to themselves.
I can't understand this. Why can you not put like 2 minutes worth of effort in to just share this shit everywhere? Just put it everywhere so everyone knows about this stuff, and then we can all come together again.
Fucking amen. Amen, Sam. That's what we do every week in the housekeeping. Like, word of mouth is the best way. Share links, post links in Telegram channels, Discord servers. But guess what? No one fucking does it. So, that's just how it is.
If it wasn't for Richard D. Hall putting up Sheep Farm on his website, I wouldn't have found Rise Above.
Exactly.
Exactly. Same for me.
This stuff about between each other.
I heard of Sheep Farm through Delingpod, and then I heard from Rise Above through Sheep Farm. This is how it
What's
works.
funny was when I watched my first Rise Above was when it was Sheep Farm's first appearance.
Yeah.
And I didn't get it.
I don't get it.
It was always waiting around, and then all the music, and then Lance was doing his come on as the general. And honestly, I didn't watch it for a few months because I just thought I don't understand what's. And now I realise it's brilliant, and that's an absolutely classic episode. But at the time, I was like, I don't get it.
No. Did you know?
When the Travis Scott thing happened, and then they did the emergency broadcast, I thought, yeah, these guys know the stuff because they were breaking it all down and everything.
Yeah. Did you not go to Sheep Farm Live this summer, this spring?
No.
No, didn't fancy it.
Where was it? Home Firth, wasn't it?
Halifax. Yeah, that neck of woods.
No.
Should have gone. It was good. Devlin was there.
I know there was one in St Anne's, wasn't there?
Yeah, I went to that one as well. That was like a year ago. That was like 18 months ago.
Yeah, I think it was last June or it was about a year ago. I think that was.
Yeah. What's it called? New Horizons. New Horizons at St Anne's. I'm meaning to go to more of them, but I just I think it's on a Monday night, if I'm right. And it's
You need to organise something in the Black Bull, and then.
Well, it's my night to take the kids to bed Monday, so I have to make special dispensations to get the night off taking the kids to bed. But I will try and make it to more of them.
The tickets sell out like no one's business as well. It's so popular.
On the Sheep Farm thing.
It's so popular.
Definitely on the Sheep Farm thing. Like the New Horizons things, anyone can turn up. It's £3. £3 on the door and you're in. And it's like they've had Devlin's been there like 6 times. If you want to go, if you're a fan of Mark Devlin's books, he goes there every year, pretty much, twice a year maybe. Nick Colostrum will go there. Loads of cool people. So I need to do more, but I'm just fucking stretched thin as it is, man.
The thing is, Phil, you're too busy washing out bean cans.
Fucking tell me about it, man. It's like
I ain't got time for all this stuff.
And
that's another thing. It's like it's another distraction, isn't it? Because if we're like worrying about bean cans and recycling and all the other shit, we're not doing the inner work.
Yeah.
We're not doing the introspection that we need to be doing.
Yeah, life's hard enough. I've got 2 young kids, and Saturday, it was Saturday, wasn't it? Yesterday. So I got up about 7, took dog for a walk. Then I had about an hour to myself, emptied dishwasher, put dirty stuff in. Then I took the kids to Lidl, 11 till 12. Then I made the lunch, given the bacon butties. And then that was it. So by about 1 o'clock, 1:30, I pretty much had the afternoon to myself before I start making the tea and stuff. So you get like 3-hour windows here and there. Like this morning, we had a football match on. Last Sunday, we had a tournament on. That was all afternoon. So it's like my kids take 90% of my free time because I don't want to miss that shit. It's easy to fuck it off, or you're not going to that. You just keep yourself busy on your tablet. I'm not going to take you to that. You're not doing that. But I want to be involved, and I'm more cognizant than ever that we only get one go at this merry-go-round, whatever you want to call it.
Well,
life.
Personally, maybe in this meat suit we do, but I definitely believe we've been here. People like us have been here a lot of times before.
Yeah, I don't think
we didn't get it right last time, so we got to do it again.
Yeah, exactly. So I don't think I'm going to come back in this meat suit. I might come back in another one, but I only get one go in this one. So you got to do the best you can. I think that's my sort of viewpoint.
And with that, both you and like Phil and Lady Covey, the thing is I've not had the benefit and it's the beauty, of having a child. Okay,
Right.
I've never had that beauty of having a baby here, but there are others here that are looking out for you, and like the thing is, like, we're all looking out for one another, okay, and we're all looking out for what's coming next. Like, not be funny. Your babies, for instance, Phil, we're all looking out for them. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, Christ almighty, they're our babies as well. But there's different levels of realization, basically, I can say, Inner standing, like Master Lee would say, is realization of where you are. And that in itself is inner standing where our little babies are that are coming now, and like you've got the best explanation of this. My mum is not gnosis at all. She told me to realise that if the world was coming to an end, there'd be enough ladies in the world that were pregnant that would keep the world going, because there'd be enough boys left in the world, if that makes sense. Doesn't matter what happens, this place keeps going. And we've got to look after the women that are coming next in this world. This is where we are. I am finding in the world is the fact that we've got to look after what's coming next, because everything can happen so quick, and if we don't look after the women, which are our portals, which are our elemental realization into the world, then we're fucked, basically. Basically, if you don't look after them.
Oh God, Sam, you sound so patriarchal. Ugh, us men have to look after the women. Ugh.
Well, we should do, mate, because they're the most important thing that we've got here.
Yeah, but I'm saying, like, the current society would reject that kind of the role. I agree with you that there is a masculine role in protecting females. And maybe I'm being horribly misogynistic in that viewpoint, but that's just the way I see the world. There's a reason why men are bigger and stronger and fitter, and Yeah,
but you can look at this micro and macro as well.
Of course it is, yeah.
If, like, not be funny, like, as I said, my mum.
Women,
nothing like us.
Men aren't, what would you say? There's nothing more vulnerable than a pregnant woman. In the human species, there's nothing more vulnerable than a pregnant woman, and that's why men develop the way they are, to protect pregnant women and infants and children, and that's our main role. Well, speaking as a man, apparently, that's our main role, is to protect the next generation and childbearing women. That's just the way it is.
Yeah, but the thing is, bruv, is right. You've done that, and God bless you. You've done it the right way. Is the fact that there's so many other families, let's say, in this place that don't do it the right way. Yeah, like I have to walk through a road every single day. It's called Waterdales. Yeah, Christ Almighty, man. It's just disgusting, you know, just the kids that are there. And you're thinking, who are bringing these kids up? Yeah. Christ, it's just disgusting. And I actually, as a bloke, all right, you kids and that, you don't want to fucking hurt them. But you're walking through it every single day thinking, Christ almighty, this is like, because you could get attacked by a group of like 15 kids, basically.
Yeah.
And I just listen to their voices, what they're saying every single day, and it's disgusting. And you're thinking, fuck no, this is what's coming up next. Yeah, well, this is part of what's coming up.
How's it got to that though? Because I wonder if this is part of. I wonder if this is like a deliberate attack on the family unit that's been brewing since.
They wouldn't do that, Phil.
They won't do that.
No.
Yeah, I think
it's sacred.
And this is like a very, very obvious version of what is going on. Yes, exactly, Phil. This has been going on for decades and decades. Well, who can we start with? Like, if you, well, hundreds of years this has been going on. But the thing is it's all boiling up now, okay? And I have to go to points, like, it's not even in, like, I'm not talking London, okay? Because I've lived in London, and it's not even London I'm talking about. I'm talking about, like, suburbia, where these people have actually moved to. They've got out of London and moved to where we are. So, like, bless him, he's a great lad. He's called Tom, okay? I know he's Tom. And I'll get him a bit of weed every now and again. And we talk, okay? So he's a black lad who's come, his mum brought him out of London down to what they call suburbia, but we know it as like a shithole, okay? It's fucking like, all right, it's better than being in London, but it's a shithole. And we talk, and he's like, fucking hell, like, this place isn't much better than where we've come from, is it? And I'd say to him, like, no, yeah, keep your head down, just like, you do this, and this, like. And now we've got to the point where he's like, right, yeah, this place is fucking no better than where I was before, because he's about to bring kids into into the place. So he's going down looking for other places, and I'm looking around my place where I am, thinking, fucking hell, this is really multicultural, yeah. Where I live is amazing, actually, for multiculturalism. We've got so many people here. We all get along. But the people that have come here to get away from the shit that they're in London and stuff have realised, oh, fuck me, there's as much here than there is up in London. Let's get out of here. Do you know what I mean? It's a strange old place where I live, but the people are beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. We all get along, and there's so many different cultures here. But God bless them, they're seeing the shit and they're going, nah, I'm getting out of here.
Can't blame him, really, can you?
When you get like, yeah, exactly. When it gets like that, mate, like, yeah, because it can get nasty, like when you've got no money, basically. That's the first point of it. Is when
you get desperate.
It gets to the point where you got no money. You got to go elsewhere. Yeah.
Yeah, it is what it is, man. It's like, what can you do about it? This is a society that we're born into, so yeah, you just got to.
It's all insane.
It's insane. You got to make the best of it. That's all you can do, man.
And it'd be such a shame if it all collapsed, because everyone gets along so well.
I don't know, sure.
I think we're all waiting for that.
Oh, let's raise a flag here. Would it be a shame if it all collapsed and we get to start over again? I say, hang on, we're going to make some new rules, right? Rule number 1. Don't be a dick. Rule number 2. Don't tell other people what to do. Rule number 3. That's it. That's the end of all the rules. Just don't be a dick and don't boss people around. Do you not think we could figure it out on our own?
I don't know. I think we, you know, like you were saying about people in the past. People in the past were a lot more resourceful.
This is
like
the
nowadays,
thing.
like no one's got any. Like most people haven't got any skills, have they?
That's
reasonable
huge.
skills.
That's a huge point, man. You know, if you go back even like 50 years, most people knew how to like butcher an animal. But like kids would go out and they'd shoot hares. They'd catch rabbits. They would have a vegetable patch in the garden if they had one. People, yeah.
Sewing your clothes.
Sorry, love.
Sewing.
Yeah, like arts and crafts. People make their own, make, mend, and do.
Yeah.
You didn't just go out and buy a new pair of socks. You darn your socks. But that's all kind of been lost now because it's so much easier to go to Amazon and get a new pair of socks for £1.50.
Did you ever get any of the Lidl clothing?
Did I get anything from Lidl?
The clothing.
I did fancy the trainers. You know, the little trainers with the little logo on the little trainers.
No, it was I think Aldi. No, it's Lidl and Greggs because they have their own clothing, don't they?
Yeah.
What inspired Mr. NPC?
Inspired by Greggs. Is my trainers inspired by?
Yeah, because there was some idiot who was in the paper and he was head to toe in Lidl clothing and trainers and whatnot, and it was like, oh, and then the headline was, oh, Mr. Lidl. I'm like, no, you're not Mr. Lidl, you're Mr. NPC. You fucking twat.
Yeah, that was hilarious. I do like the trainers though. I was gonna wear them ironically, you know, obviously.
Yeah, that's what I always say about everything. Yeah, it's ironic. I don't like it.
Yeah, I'm so cool. Can you not respect how cool I am?
I'm postmodern, all right. You don't get it.
Fucking hell, you just don't get me, man. I'm wearing my little trainers ironically.
It's like you want to wear stuff that makes you look like you work there. You know, it's not even it's not even inspirational, is it? It's not even like wearing Gucci or
no, it's bright yellow. It's yellow and blue. They stand out like a fucking mile.
It's a modern day clown outfit, isn't it?
It kind of is, yeah. But I still thought it would be funny. All right. I didn't get any, though. Maybe if they bring out a baseball cap, I'll get one of them. Like a proper baseball cap, like a trucker cap. If they did a little...
You wear it backwards. You cool and you wear it backwards, yeah?
Natch. Naturally. Obviously.
Hey, exactly what was I miss. Do you remember Hypercolor t-shirts?
Hypoglober technical.
Yes.
Yeah,
Oh.
you used to get people coming up and sucking on you. I'm going to come and suck your t-shirt and make it change from blue to pink.
I didn't have that experience.
Yeah, can you suck a bit lower, please? No, that's my navel. Suck on my titty. Yeah, it's like because this thing, like, it didn't just appear overnight. It grew. So you'd spot one kid. I've got a global hypercolor t-shirt, and then some other kid would get a global hypercolor t-shirt.
You brought back scrunchies, right?
What? Yeah.
You know scrunchies for your hair.
I've never had long hair.
But you must have seen a scrunchie.
Yes.
Yeah. Then why can't they bring back hypercolor?
They're probably worried about people sucking people's tits through the t-shirt.
I bet there's probably like loads of horrible chemicals to do all the.
How did it even work?
I don't know.
It can't be good for you, can it? Is that why we're retarded? Because we've been sucking on global hypercolour t-shirts as children.
Retarded, don't worry.
I think maybe that's it.
Retarded. What are everybody else?
I don't know. The people who didn't suck on global hypercolour t-shirts. Maybe that's why we're weird and in-betweeners.
Yeah, we're weird, yeah.
I don't know.
Retarded.
I don't know. I'm joking. Kind of. But I am kind of retarded. I would like to... someone must be making them t-shirts. I want one. I wonder if they do...
I had like an orange one, I think.
I wonder if they do trousers.
Oh, God.
Do you think they do trousers?
That's a bit... I don't think that'd work, do you?
Do you not think it'll work? Of course it'll work.
Yeah, it'd work, but I'm saying it's not an appropriate, area of your body for...
Oh, really? It's not an appropriate area of your body, is it not? You're a secret prude, aren't you?
You can be sat down. You can have a fucking hot bum, aren't you? And then you can have like this big hat.
There's two massive peaches. You get up from the couch and just walking away with like two massive red peaches walking away from you. That's
what about
class.
them mugs? I remember I had like a comic relief one.
Yeah.
Where when you put the hot water in, like a red nose would appear. Do you remember them mugs?
I do, yeah. Red Nose Day, Lenny Henry, Billy Connolly, Dawn French.
I mean, they're quite rich now, aren't they? Funnily enough.
Are they? Yeah. And Africa's still poor, isn't it?
Yeah.
How's that happen? How's that work?
Bob Geldof is like, isn't he a billionaire? I'm sure he's doing pretty well.
Is he a billionaire? From what I remember, he wrote one half decent song in the 80s, and that's it.
He's got a shitload of money.
He seems to have done well off that one single, doesn't he?
That was about a school shooting.
Yeah. I don't like Mondays.
So, oh, yeah, that's a lovely subject for a song, Bob. Yeah, well done.
Yeah. And now he's a billionaire.
Well, let me have a look. I'm sure he's probably like, 300 mil.
Do you think Paulie Yates tried to out him?
I think for a long time I was like, Michael died, and then Paula died, and then Peaches died. But I don't know. I think everything's designed for you to just get, I mean? You know how, when we think we know the truth, and we're like, oh yeah, we know the truth, and it's all connected and stuff. And I don't even think that's like the reality of things.
No, we can, what would you say? Buy our own, our hype. Sometimes you follow your own hype and you think you found something, and
yeah,
maybe
I always think it's like an onion. So that like the outer layer is what the public, the majority of the public believe, and then you strip back a layer, and then maybe people like us might think we know the truth.
I get that feeling. Sometimes you follow a trail of breadcrumbs, and then you realise, actually someone's put these breadcrumbs out for me to find. So maybe I'm not so
where
smart.
Devlin talks to Mike Williams about the Beatles.
Yeah.
And I think I just had a realization when he was saying, Billy Shears, he does all this painting and put all these clues in his paintings. I'm thinking, it's all Easter eggs.
Mm.
You know what I mean? It's like for people like us to go, we found clues.
Yeah, it's a game.
Mm.
Yeah.
It's definitely a game. Yeah. So look, Bob Geldof, net worth.
Oh, you're looking it up now. I'm going to say...
Sorry, it's only 32 million. That's nothing, is it?
Oh, a peasant.
I know, that's nothing.
Practically a peasant.
I mean, you must have a lot of estate, and you must have like offshore accounts and all that shite.
Oh, obviously, yeah. Probably in Africa.
32 mil, that's nothing.
32 mil. Yeah. I won't get out of bed for that. Well, let's turn to the AC show. AC.
Oh, is he gone?
I think Sam's gone. I think he disconnected. He didn't even say ta-ra.
Mine didn't come back either.
What do you say when you're saying goodbye to someone? Do you say bye or see you later or ta-ra or what?
You just say see you later.
See you later. See you later.
Although, ironically, sometimes you say to people that you probably won't ever see them again.
Do you not say...
You get like an as a delivery. I'll see you later. And then you'll never be the same driver again.
Does the other person not say in a while?
Crocodile.
No. Guess not then. Well, it's 3:45 in the morning.
If only it was 3:33. That would have been.
Oh fucking hell! We're 10 minutes late. It's 3:43. We should have finished 10 minutes ago. Is that when Sam ditched?
No, that was only about 2 minutes ago.
Oh, I'm gonna have to check. I'll have to have an instant replay on that. I think Sam might have ditched at 3:33. If he did that without even saying goodbye, I might not hold it against him. He might have done, you know. It feels like 10 minutes ago, but I might be wrong. I'm drinking my Christmas beer. See, I came in here with, I brought in 4 Doom Boys, 2 chocolate stouts, and then because we went long, I went into the garage and I found a box of Christmas beer that someone gave me that I've been trying to not drink for a year now, and I've had to drink this. That's what it's come to. And like, I don't even like. I think I've got one left. It's called. It's a New Year's ale. Happy New Year! Happy New Year!
Although ironically, the new year starts in April, doesn't it?
Well, it did back in like in the 17th century. You know, like Guy Fawkes and Elizabeth I.
All them people that didn't exist. Yeah.
Are you one of these history is faking gay?
Yes.
Okay, when did history start, do you think? When can we trust
They
it?
started writing it down.
Well, okay.
Well, are you into Tartaria and all that?
No, I've not gone down the Tartarian rabbit hole. No.
I just think, like Romans, it's all like, it's all put in our heads, isn't it? Like dinosaurs and Romans and Victorians. Maybe the Victorians. Maybe that's when it all started. I mean, I don't know. But it's like it's all in our head, isn't it?
Well, you get to this point where you can't believe anything without seeing it or experiencing it. So you can view history as a story that we tell ourselves, and then it's reinforced through the education system or through books or whatever. And so you can come to this conclusion that, well, I'm not going to believe it until I see it with my own eyes, kind of thing.
Well, for me, I feel it's like that's why I love watching God Vag, because it resonates. What he's saying resonates with me. I know it's like an intrinsic truth that I've forgotten, and he's reminding me. And I think it's like something either resonates with you or it doesn't.
Yeah, I've not watched enough of his stuff. I know he's into the creator stuff.
Yes. Yeah.
But I just, it's fucking out there though, isn't it?
What, a creator?
The creator Earth thing. Do you not think it's a bit mental?
No. It's not any more mental than being on a spinning ball in space that can't exist because of vacuum.
Because we're moving, we're rotating at 1,000 miles an hour. And yeah, it sounds daft. It does sound daft. Yeah, I understand. Like, it's not more mental. I'm playing the everyman, Most people listening to this probably aren't even familiar with Creator Earth theory. They probably haven't even come across it. But it's kind of like,
Do you know what it is for me? Right, is that not only does it resonate with me, but then I when I look in the world, and then I'll see things like, even like, I mean, you might laugh at this, but you know, the symbol for paint is an artist's, you know, easel thing.
yeah,
and it's got
the palettes.
Yeah, but it's like when you see how the crater looks, and then you see it in images, you go, oh, and that, for me, that's where I go, okay, there's something to this. Do you know what I mean? Because there's all these symbols and things everywhere, and it's, you know, it's a pattern recognition.
Yeah. You've seen a consistency there.
Yeah.
I totally get it. It's just, it's hard to.
It helps you piece together all the other information you've got. So maybe it might not be the same for the people, because they maybe haven't got the other things to piece together, you know.
Yeah, but you know, it's hard to deal with deprogramming all the stuff that we've been fed.
Oh yeah.
Because, you know, most of us come across these ideas later in life, whether we're in our 30s or 40s or 50s, whatever. We've already been through the educational system to one degree or another, if you bothered turning up. Not like me. So it's hard to sort of unravel these things and think outside the box or outside the globe.
Yeah.
It's not easy, and
then there's also the school of thought that the world is whatever you want it to be. So if you think we do live on a spinning ball, then if you actually were able to go and look, then that's what you'd see. So
because it's all perception.
Yeah.
It's what you perceive to be true. This is what's This is what's great about Steiner and Uspensky and stuff, because they will twist your brain about perception and reality, what's real, what's not real, what you understand and what you don't understand. And so it leaves you confused because you don't know what to believe anymore, but it opens up the opportunity to entertain worldviews or perspectives that beforehand would have seemed nonsensical or illogical or impossible.
I think for me, this is why I struggle with, you know, ordinary people, because I feel like every day I'm just moving a little bit more away from their reality. You know, I'm learning about all these new concepts and ideas, and you know, like I said, where do you start? Trying to explain to people.
Most people are stuck in first gear, aren't they?
Yeah.
And they never escape it. This sounds really horrible and condescending, and I don't mean to come across this way, because I think most people are good people, and I have no ill will to anyone, ever, anywhere in the world, unless they're really bad. But most people don't think outside a very, very narrow perspective. And it's hard to get people to expand those perspectives, even just a little bit, just to entertain a little thought, a little query, a little question that maybe doesn't jive with the worldview. And this is sorry.
Why do you think that people like us are able to do it?
I have no idea. That's what's weird, isn't it? It's weird. That's why we're weirdos. That's why we're outcasts. It's why, you know, you get shouted at for not wearing a mask in Morrison's. Because we're not going to play along with the fucking bullshit. I don't know. See, I'm very reticent to say that there's something special. Oh, we're special. I don't like that shit. I don't like that bullshit. I don't think there's anything special about us.
Well,
maybe
I think
we've
it's
just
more that we've retained more essence. You know what I mean? We've
essence from where? What do you mean?
Well, just the innate qualities of being a human, and where a lot of people have had that, drained out of them, being demoralized, that we've somehow been able to keep more, the intuition.
Do you know what? It kind of sounds like past life.
Yeah.
You
I
know?
definitely, I couldn't tell you about my past lives, but
No.
I definitely feel, I think that's what happens with like reincarnation, is that your mind gets wiped, but you still retain.
You retain a bit, yeah, a little.
And then that's why I love people like God Badge, because he's reminding you of stuff, and that's why it resonates, because you already know it.
Right. So you can retain a little nugget of maybe a little piece of wisdom or something, just a little carrot or something to carry forward, and then that gives you a leg up to hopefully escape the next incarnation. I don't know. It kind of, it sounds alluring to me, but it also sounds exclusionary, because I don't think I'm anything special at all. I don't think I have any special powers or special spiritual abilities or anything special. So I don't like to separate myself from everyone else or the vast majority of people. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, but I just don't. I wouldn't say that we're special. It's just that people have lost.
Well, you're kind of saying we are. You're kind of saying we've got a little nugget of, we've been through the cycle once and we've retained
obviously
something.
There's something, isn't there?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe we were just weirdos.
There's nothing wrong with being special, Phil.
Maybe we're all just weirdos. Maybe we're mentally ill.
You do want trainers from Lidl, so.
I did, yeah. But
evidence.
ironically, come on, don't leave that out. I'm not clipping that. You want your trainers from Lidl? Ironically, get it right. Oh, you know what I mean, though? It's like I'm so fucking perilous. I don't really. Oh gosh, it's so tempting, isn't it, to think that you found some certain knowledge and that makes you, not unique's the wrong word, but oh God, it's like the amount of books I read that are talking about the search for enlightenment. You can be an enlightened.
We are like beings.
Yeah, an enlightened being. Oh my gosh, you could be a master like Krishnamurti or fucking Mahatma Gandhi. Name them, like Jesus Christ. Count them, 10, 20 different guys or gals who've been famous in the last 2,000 years for being enlightened beings. And if you follow these steps, maybe you can follow your own path to enlightenment. It's like, yeah, I'm not buying it. I'm not into this sort of division. I've got a lot of. That's something that definitely opened my eyes in the last 4 years. Is that I've got a lot more empathy for people who think differently from me, man. Like people who just go along with the show.
Oh, I've got a question for you.
Oh.
You know when Convid started,
Mm.
did you by any chance put some posters up that were like satirical?
What kind of posters?
I'll have to send you one on Instagram. There was one where it said about eating granny if like food runs out.
No, I don't. No, I've not.
I can tell by your face that you're like, what we're about.
No, why?
Basically, it was fantastic because I didn't know anybody like us at the time, and then these posters appeared like in Brookfield.
Yeah.
In town.
Right.
And I was like, wow, who are these people? Because I didn't know anybody, and I was at a point where I regretted waking up because it was too difficult and traumatic. And then when Convid happened, I thought, this is why. Because as soon as it happened, I was like, oh, it's bullshit. This.
Did you do the stand in the park?
No, I've not done anything like that.
Fuck. It's like I'm kind of similar. I didn't know anyone. I was really isolated in that first 18 months, 2 years, until people started snapping out of it. And yeah, I didn't have anyone. And it wasn't until, I think, 2021. No. I want to say it was early 2022 when I first heard about Sheep Farm, Rise Above, and Stand in the Park. And that's when I started having contact with people who were...
Weirdos.
Well, no, people who weren't going to who weren't having the bullshit. I was totally on my own. Like, and I wish I would have...
Not even your family?
No, none of them. None of them. I had arguments. No.
Yeah, my sister was she said, "Oh, I'm making homemade masks. You want some?"
Fuck me.
No.
My mum made them for my kids.
Oh God.
I said, nope. You know, you're not wearing them. Take them off now.
I think I saw something where it said, if they can get you to restrict your breathing, the world is the oyster for what they can get you to do.
I mean, even if you buy, we have to be careful what we say here because we are still on YouTube. Even if you buy the virus thing, and you go by the official numbers, kids are fine. It's a cold at worst. Even if you just buy the mainstream epidemiological evidence, there's a virus going about. It's a sniffle for kids. Right. So we're not taking them out of school. We're not shielding them. We're not covering the fucking faces. And you better come round at Christmas Day, you fuckers. You old fuckers. Because you don't even know how many Christmas days you've got left. But the fear was so strong. People were scared. That's where I have to rein it back and say, come on, Phil, calm down. Stop ranting. People were frightened. The whole machinery of the state and the media was used to fill people's heads with fear that they were going to die. And so I've got to I have to tip my hat and say, well, you did a really good number on us. And I can't blame people, in 2020, when it was happening, I can't blame people for going along with it and staying away on Christmas Day and all the rest of it. But, 2021 comes and they all get the fucking magic juice, the old 3-door finish. And then 2022 comes along. And if people are still wearing masks, still socially distancing, and, I just have to think, well, there's something gone wrong in your brain then, isn't there?
But you know what it is they think they're being honourable.
Well, part of it is virtue signaling.
Yeah, it is.
So I saw this because I was on Twitter at the time. You'd have these young people on Twitter wearing their masks and putting their stickers that they got on their arm. You get a lollipop and a sticker for...
Like you're 5 years old.
Yeah, or a burger.
Or a donut.
A donut, yeah, Dunkin' Donuts. We played all these clips in 2020. You go to Shake Shack, get a Shake Shack burger and fries to take part in a genetic experiment. Fine, if you want to sign up for that, that's your own fucking problem. You're an adult. If you're 18 and over, that's up to you. And people, I have a godson. I have nephews, nieces. Because the only person I had control over was my kids. And it was, I made it clear that they were never going to have anything to do with it. But I've nephews, I've nieces, I've godsons. And I tried my best to say, don't let them near this shit, man. But people look at you like you're crazy. Yeah. Maybe I am. I don't know. I could be, for all I know. I'm generally incoherent, so maybe I'm crazy as well.
Do you know what really got me was, when you come out the bus station and there's the shopping centre, St John's, and then there was a B&M there.
Yeah.
And then it just coincidentally closed in January 2020, just in time for them to turn it into a Holocaust centre.
Holocaust.
That's what it is.
Fuck.
And there's so many people wanting to get jabbed that they then also had a tent.
They had a
on
tent?
on the bus station thing. Yeah.
Oh,
It's like,
right, on the apron of the bus station.
yeah, the apron, yeah.
Fuck me.
I mean, I was just walking around just going, what the hell is this shit?
The only one I saw was on St. Vincent's Road at Preston College. I saw they had a pop-up Holocaust
I
there.
was getting texts from the doctor or NHS, whatever,
Yeah.
saying, "Oh, we're at Morrison's today. Come along. We're at such and such today." When did anybody ever get a medical procedure in bloody Morrison's or whatever?
I kept the letters, so I even had them in here in the studio.
I don't think I think I might have had one. And they were sending out stuff in.
Oh, they weren't for me. They were for me kids. So I kept the
Oh.
letters they sent to my kids. I never got out. I got 2 text messages and that were it. But they actually wrote to my children. And so I kept the letters just as a sort of ironic keepsake. And they're in here somewhere. But yeah, that's weird. Like, they never bothered me. I think I got 2 text messages saying, you know you're eligible now, right? I was like, no. I didn't reply, obviously. But the weird thing was, I was under 40 at the time, so I think I was like 38. And they wanted to give us all the, like, a lot of people I know got the AstraZeneca.
Is that the bad one?
Weapons that kill. What's it called?
Yeah.
And then, like, 2 weeks after my appointment lapsed, they withdrew it off the market for under 40-year-olds. And I was like, do we not see, lads? Do we not see what's going on now, lads? You've just had this, and two weeks later, they've took it off the market. What does that tell you? I mean, this is like entry level. It's entry level nonsense. Never mind what it might do to you in 5 years, or 10 years, or 15 years. 3 months. Sorry, love.
People haven't got critical thinking skills, have they? Really?
I can't believe it, because like, I'm talking about people who aren't stupid. They're not idiots. They've got good jobs. They earn lots more money than me.
It's been compartmentalized.
Really?
What they do to us and how they do it. People they can't see it.
Or is it that they don't want to see it?
Wow. I do think a lot of people just want to be part of the flock. You know what I mean? They don't want to step outside.
Anything for an easy life. Keep your head down. It always brings me back to that meme. You know, that meme from Germany in 1933, was it? Where young man with the little tash is doing his speech. And it's a picture of the audience. And there's like 10,000 people doing the old salute. And there's one guy there with his arms folded. And the text is something like, you want to be this guy. The test has happened, and you want to be this guy, something like that. But it takes balls to when you've got a whole state that's actively working against you, programming you, propagandizing you through the media, the news, and all the rest of it. It takes a certain amount of fortitude to say no, and often it helps if you've no skin in the game. So I imagine it was a lot harder for like high-powered doctors, people who are in the system, making 100 grand a year, living very nicely, thank you very much. So it's a lot fucking easier for them to turn a blind eye than, say, someone who's in her first year of nursing. She's just qualified as a nurse on 25 grand a year, whatever it might be, you know. And where do we look to for authority? We tend to look to the senior figures, the people who've been in there for 30 years. They're totally engrossed in the system. They're more corrupt. They're easier to corrupt. And, you know, what do we expect? That's why you've got to think for yourself. don't listen to talking heads on the telly box. But we're preaching to the choir, aren't we? Everyone knows this by now, surely.
Yeah, I think any notion of anarchy is far removed from an everyday person. And that's how society is designed, is that you don't have any control over your own life. It's everybody else controlling it. And you're reliant on them. And then you don't actually have the capacity to be self-sufficient anyway.
Are you an anarchist, AC?
I'd say at heart. I mean, and obviously I'm very reliant on the system, unfortunately. But I think, like you, I would like to live in the woods, away from people.
I don't think it's people. It's the system.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the grip that the system has on people. I like people. I get on with people every day. I meet new people every day. Very, very rarely have a problem with anybody. That can't be, and even if you do, it can be resolved usually, tactfully, diplomatically. It's not a problem because we're adults. We can talk things out and sort it out. And I'm very sympathetic to anarchism. I think the problem is anarchism has a lot of baggage attached to it. Voluntarism is a better way of framing it, would you not say?
Well, obviously people think anarchy means, bad stuff and violence and
yeah.
just rebelling, but that's not what it means.
Yeah, that's through lack of education. But I mean, anarchy comes from a Greek root. It's an archaic term to use. Whereas voluntarism, anyone can understand, is voluntary. I believe that we should live in a system where people engage in voluntary relationships, voluntary transactions, voluntary interpersonal relationships. That's pretty fucking simple to explain. It's really, really simple. Whereas anarchy is kind of archaic and open to interpretation in that respect because it comes from an ancient language. Voluntarism, I think, is a much better way of putting it.
Yeah.
Can we start our own voluntary commune?
We can't say commune. That's got connotations. Hasn't it?
Oh, sorry, it'd be a voluntary volume.
Voluntary. I can't think of any words that aren't like corrupted.
That's the nature. That's the nature of language. Things get twisted, man. That's just the way it is. It can't be helped.
For me, even like just breaking down, like with that Michael Mosley, yeah. I saw a news article saying his wife pays tribute, and I thought, oh, that's an interesting phrase, isn't it? Because in the old days, what was paying tribute? It was giving money or something of value to a prince or a landowner or something like that.
Or a priest.
Yeah, I just thought, I mean, I know that's what people say when people die, and I mean, I understand that, but
yeah,
I'm always like questioning. I'm always looking at the phrases, always looking at the words.
People use the words without knowing the origin.
Oh yeah.
Because it's a social norm. It's the normal thing to say. This is the normal thing to say. We pay tribute to Michael.
Yeah.
Without thinking any more about it. And then you think, well, did they really say that? Oh, no, actually, it was a spokesperson who said that for his wife. It wasn't her at all, was it? It was a spokesman made a statement on her behalf. Okay, well, who's this spokesman? Oh, he's a lawyer.
Was he in Spain or something like that?
Greece.
Spain? Greece. Do you remember when John Noakes, he went missing? Remember that?
No.
Yeah, because I think
Blue Peter.
Yeah, because I think he had dementia or something, and then he was missing, and they found him in in a storm drain or somewhere weird. And then I think he was living in Spain at the time.
Did he
And then
die?
I think he died. Yeah, he survived, but I think he died like a few years after that.
Oh, right. So he survived the storm drain.
Well,
Was he bitten by poisonous snakes?
bitten by Shep.
My my mum was telling me that Mosley was bitten by poisonous snakes in a cave.
Oh, okay.
There was some sort of.
But for me, it's like, well, what do snakes mean? Do you know what I mean? Like, because people look at it literally, like you say, the 3D. It's like, oh, when they say bitten by a snake, well, they mean a snake. It's like, yeah, but what's it actually mean?
It means a little slithery thing.
What's the hidden meaning?
It's a slithery thing that doesn't have legs and arms. It crawls on its belly. Well, serpent. You know, snake is a modern word. They would have been called serpents forever. I don't know where the word snake comes from. I think you're onto something, actually, AC. Snake may be a modern interpolation in our language because forever and a day they were known as serpents. There was a serpent in the Garden of Eden, not a snake.
Yeah. And you've got the Serpentine in London.
Yeah, the Caduceus. I think.
Here we go.
Sorry.
John Noakes went missing for 10 hours, and he was found spotted lying by blackberry bushes.
Right.
So I don't know where I've got storm drain from, but he was dehydrated, so maybe it's like, water. But 2015 that was.
Fucking hell.
Yeah.
Blackberry bushes. It's kind of
round the blackberry bush.
It's kind of less dramatic than found unconscious in a storm drain.
Look, I watch a lot of TV and films. So.
Oh my god! You went like The Fugitive. He jumped off a reservoir.
I tell you, storm drain goes on to then JFK, because the whole story that conspiracy theorists believe is that he had 8 people shooting at him, and one of them was in a storm drain.
Yeah.
Then one of them was Woody Harrelson's dad.
That's right.
And then there was a couple of Cubans, a couple of mafia.
And it was Woody Harrelson's dad who was in the blackberry bush, shooting from the blackberry bush.
No, it was the grassy knoll.
The grassy blackberry bush, yeah, that's right. Yeah, it all ties in.
That is one. It's such a brilliant psyop, that one, because there's so much. For me, the more detail there is, the more it's like suspicious. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because it's so convoluted and so much like, oh, do you know about this thing? Do you know about that thing? And
the only question I have is where was John Noakes in November 1969? Was he in the Blackberry Bush or the Texas Book Depository? He might have been a mole. Noakes might have been a mole in the Blackberry Bush. He might have been. Crazier things have happened.
I remember Red Dwarf, season 7. They did a thing where they time traveled to the book depository, and then they ended up. Oh, they landed on Lee Harvey Oswald, and they stopped it happening, even though it didn't happen anyway.
I've got a poster. I can't see it now because I've put bookshelves over it. But I've got a poster of the Wild West episode they did.
My sister went to see that being filmed.
Give over.
Yeah.
The Riviera Kid.
Yeah. But that 93 one. It's 93. Like that.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah.
Yeah, because they did that thing, didn't they, where they put the eyes on the chin to look like weird little aliens, didn't they? That was that episode. Yeah.
Yeah. On Holly.
She went to see it being filmed. Yeah.
They put VR headsets in and they got locked in the VR room. And
that sounds like the metaverse, isn't it?
Yeah, it kind of is. Yeah.
I tell you what, Red Dwarf. I bet there's so much stuff in that. When I think about little things about it in the show,
It kind of makes me want to go back and read the books now.
yeah.
You know, I read them when I was like 11 or 12 and probably didn't get any of it. Didn't get any of the jokes, and I kind of smashed my way through it because I was told that I should read this thing. But I should probably go and reread it now because I bet I would get a lot more out of it. The Riviera Kid. Yeah, Life, what was it? Infinity Welcomes Careful Drivers. That's the one, isn't it? That's the second book, I think. I bet it'd be really good. I wonder if he's still around. Naylor, is it?
Doug Naylor.
Doug Naylor, yeah.
See, Douglas Adams, he died very young. He was
Did he?
yeah, he because because they had Towel Day. It was 2 weeks after he died. They did this tribute to him where we had a towel because there was something in Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy about, I can't remember what it is now, but about
A dressing
towel.
gown.
But he was only about 45 when he died.
Wow. I had no idea.
Yeah.
Yeah, nothing ever gets said about him. Like you think about how 1984 and Brave New World, Huxley and George
Orwell.
They're massive in the public consciousness. Everyone always, if ever anyone is talking about a sci-fi film or a dystopian future, they always reference 1984, Brave New World. No one ever talks about Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Why? It's like they're trying to erase them from history. They made a film and it was a flop. It was a shit film. No one liked it, according to the reviews. Anyway.
Yeah, but I'm talking about TV show. I'm not talking about the film.
They made a TV show of hitchhikers.
Yeah. Did you not know about the 80s one?
Oh, in the 80s. Yeah, I never saw it.
Yeah, it's really good.
Too young.
There is a thing called DVDs.
You're showing your age now.
I'm your age.
You're showing your age.
Yeah, my family have always been into, like, Discworld and Red Dwarf and Hitchhikers, so I was brought up on all that stuff.
Good. Well, we used to watch. I was brought up on Red Dwarf, but that was my entry to sci-fi. Red Dwarf and Star Trek: The Next Generation.
Oh yeah, my sister and my dad love that.
It's kind of communist. It's kind of like a communist utopia, Star Trek. Oh my God. I just looked to that side and I've got a signed picture of Patrick Stewart in his Starfleet uniform that Matt got me for my birthday. Oh, I'm gonna have to get it now. You won't believe me otherwise. Oh, yeah. Here we are. A nice pink frame. Oh, there we go. It says, to Sue, love from Patrick Stewart. I don't know who Sue is. But it was probably off eBay.
That's your weekend name, I'm taking it.
It is, yeah. Sue, Amish Sue. Well, what's the longest stream Rise Above have done, AC?
The one that they were actually still there was about 5 a.m. or 5:30.
How many hours?
Well, it started at 9, so
What's that then?
9.5. Is that?
And were they actually on camera the whole time talking?
I think there was there was music towards the end.
Did they have breaks and stuff? Right. I'm wondering because we're clicking up now on 8 hours 20, and I'm wondering if we can wrap this up and say it's an eternal victory for the longest stream.
Well, did you start at 8?
Yep.
Okay. Do another 10 maybe.
Okay. Yeah. Well, 10 minutes. What do you want to talk about? We've got 10 minutes to go. We got 10 more minutes to go. We got 10 more minutes to go. If you let me know in the studio, I'm going to 10 more minutes before we go. We got 10 more minutes. Dot.
What have you read Discworld?
No, I never got into Terry Pratchett. One of my best mates at high school was well into Terry Pratchett, and I never got into it. Would you recommend it?
Terry Pratchett.
What is it about Pratchett that you like?
Well, I'm just thinking that because we talked about it earlier in the chat, where was it? You talk about Ankhs, yeah.
The Ankh.
Yeah.
The Egyptian
And
Ankh.
yeah, and then in Discworld, it's called Ankh Morpork. And obviously, Discworld is they're saying it's the world of Disc.
Yeah.
And then it's on. It's something like and then it's on the back of a turtle, and then the turtle is on an elephant, and then it's just elephants all the way down for like infinity.
That's an interesting twist because it's meant to be turtles all the way down.
Maybe it's the other way around. Maybe it's.
Oh well, maybe yes. Sorry, it is. So it's a disc on top of an elephant, and then a turtle.
Then it's turtles, yeah.
Yeah. So,
but I do think it's. Well, this is why I think sci-fi is really interesting because that's where a lot of the truth is. Obviously, not the whole thing, but like as with all these things, there's truth in there.
Yeah. Well, all of these. The thing is, I don't read a lot of fiction, to be fair, and I should read more. I don't know. It's because of I don't know. It must be the way my brain works that I enjoy non-fiction more because my idiot brain thinks that non-fiction is more valuable in some sense. You feel like you're learning something, even though it's, it is what it is. It's words written on a page. It's someone's opinion. Okay, it might be based in different levels of evidence, and so you can legitimize theories, evidence to a degree. But I need to read more fiction because it's more pure in some sense. I remember we were talking to Devlin. We had Devlin on a while back, and he was talking about how when you write fiction, it frees you to a degree. It frees you up to express yourself better. You're not hung up on finding references and trying to legitimize the points that you're making and stuff like that. And I've heard this with Hancock as well, Graham Hancock, because he went after, was it Magicians of the Gods? After one of his books, he started writing fiction, and he gave a similar sort of rationale that, God, it's so much easier to write fiction because you don't have to spend hours and days and weeks trawling through the text, trying to pull out references and steel man your argument and all this kind of thing. So maybe there's a purity there in fiction that I'm missing that I need to tap into. Maybe. I don't know. Do you read books, AC?
I read, yeah.
Do you read? Read books? Really? That's a rare thing,
What, to be able to read?
Yeah, most people don't read.
Or to like reading.
What you read? Are you reading anything at the moment?
No.
No.
So, do you know what? I don't know if you're into the Mandela effect at all.
Yeah.
But I had this crazy one happen to me because I read 1984 when I was 16. Yeah. And the Manic Street Preachers had just brought out This Is My Truth, Tell Me Yours album. And I had it on when I was reading the book. And then there was, in one of the songs, they talked about Cherry Blossom Tree.
Okay.
And then I had this weird sync where when Winston goes off with that woman into like a meadow.
God, yeah.
All I thought about, he saw a cherry blossom tree. I thought, that's so mad. And then when I reread it recently, and it wasn't in there.
And the next song was, if you tolerate this, then your children will be next.
Yeah.
So the cherry blossom tree isn't in 1984.
Well, I remember it was in the description when I read it when I was 16, and I know that they bring out new editions, don't they?
Right. Yeah.
And like I said, it was such a strong memory for me because I just thought, how crazy is it that this lyric is in this song and it's also in the book? So I reread it and I thought, I think, when's it going to come up? It's got to come up when he goes off to meadow, and it wasn't in there.
God, I don't know. I'd have to reread it. I've got a couple of good ones. I think I've got several. I think I've got 2 or 3 copies of 84 of various ages, so I could like compare and contrast to see if it's in there.
It would have been like 98, 99.
Maybe if they took that scene out, I can't remember. The thing is, like,
then why would they? This is what boggles my brain. Is like, it's not like it was an intrinsic part of the plot.
Did you read Keep the Aspidistra Flying?
No.
Right, because it sounds like a scene out of that book.
No,
like
I've
you
only
might
read
mixing them.
I read Animal Farm in school.
Yeah,
I don't remember much about that. But no. And then and then I was like a total typical truther. I got it was in HMV, funnily enough, because they had 1984 and then Brave New World, and it's like £2 So
read these books. These are the subversive books that you need to read. If you want to be a subversive, read these books. It's in a twin pack, and they're really cool, kids. Kind of feels like that, doesn't it?
I've got Doors of Perception as well, but I've not got around to.
Oh, I won't bother.
No,
I read it last year. Doors of Perception. It's a trip. It's like a diary of a trip.
Okay.
And the most entertaining part of it is him getting like lost in his corduroy jeans. He feels like he's part of his corduroys. It's like, no, there's nothing spiritual, nothing like expansive in it. I'm very dubious of Huxley. I would take all of his work with a pinch of salt. And that's non-fiction as well. But yeah, no, I didn't like it. I thought it was, it's easy. I mean, it's quick. It's only about 100 pages, I think, Doors of Perception. So, it's easy enough to read, but I didn't get anything out of it other than some dude went on a trip,
Yeah, I'm very, I am the kind of person that should be a bookworm, but I'm not.
Why? What do you do instead of reading?
Make memes.
Making memes. Yeah, you're. What's the feminine version of a meme lord?
Memestress. That's what Lance calls me.
Memestress. That sounds kind of sexy. I was thinking more like a meme lady. A meme wench.
There's not many really good words. Wench or witch.
No, it doesn't. That doesn't ring, does it?
Yeah, it's not really cool.
Yeah, I think Lance probably nailed it, didn't he? Yeah. Memestress. Yeah, fair enough. You can
Lance stick.
Yeah. I shall. I'll maybe I could give you some book recommendations if you like Orwell and Huxley, or if you like dystopian fiction. I'm gonna have a look. I'm gonna have a look on the shelves, and I'll send you a couple of book recommendations. if that's all right with you.
It's like having homework.
Yeah, homework. I expect to report.
Hey, I tell you what, I don't know what you did in school in GCSE, but we did Mayor of Casterbridge. Have you read that one?
Who?
Oh no, you're not. It's Thomas Hardy.
Oh, fuck that. That's nonsense. Hardy's nonsense.
No. But
No.
I could actually tell you all the books I've read because there's not many. It's pretty bad.
I'm so glad.
I'm just too like. I like the internet too much as it's kind of. You know what I mean? It's just too much. You know what I mean? There's YouTube and.
Yeah.
YouTube is such a massive distraction, isn't it?
I save that to the end of the night. So
yeah.
I usually get like a 2-hour window in the evening where I have nothing to do. And that's when I tend to read most. And then that's when I start getting tired. Like about 10:30 at night, I start getting tired. My eyes are dropping. And that's when I go to the YouTube and whatnot and I watch videos. So I'm well behind. Like Sam, who was in the chat before, he watches 1 million videos and he posts them on the Element stuff and like, oh, watch this. And watch it at 2 times speed, you'll get through it. It's like I only have like half an hour a night just as I'm drifting out of consciousness. I'm never gonna get through it. So I'm sort of the other way around. I try and put my phone away if I can, put it in another room because it's so distracting. And the thing is, I tend to get drawn to these fucking shit apps like Twitter and whatnot. And you can catch yourself spending half an hour on Twitter and you come off it and think, what a fucking waste of time. I feel terrible after it. Whereas I never have that experience if I've just been reading a book for half an hour. I think, well, it might be a shit book, but at least I've learned that that's a shit book at the very least.
Something I'm quite conscious of is that, especially when you're on Facebook and like everybody on your Facebook's like truther, and it's like people kind of traumatize each other. I mean, they don't mean to, but it's just, it's like just the constant thing of like, got to talk about the WEF and we've got to talk about the claps. You know what I mean? And it's just, it's too much because it's like you're digesting all of this stuff. It's not good for you.
No, it's definitely not.
And it's like, and I feel like I've gone like the other way where I was so desperate to know people, and sometimes I just love the fact that I can just talk to like regular people because I know they're not going to talk about all this stuff, and we can just talk about regular things.
Yeah, you have to.
Let's have a break.
Yeah, you have to disengage.
Yeah,
and it sucks you in. Like I'm not really on Facebook, but these apps, they're all the same. They're all rigged to keep you engaged and keep you scrolling and keep you clicking and stuff. And there's positive and negative aspects of that. But when you're in the sort of mindset we are, where we're looking for potential threats or perils with what's coming down the pike, then it's natural that you're going to get into these sort of doom loops where you'll find yourself only subscribed to YouTube channels that are regurgitating these doomsday messages, or you're only following Twitter profiles who are peddling this stuff, rightly or wrongly. And maybe they're doing a good thing. They see them, well, I'm doing a service. I'm trying to get this information out. Yeah, that's great for you. But for the receiver, the consumer, the person who's scrolling along, they're just getting their timeline filled with this negative shit day after day, week after week, month after month. And it's fucking hard. It's draining. It's like you have to disconnect. I did it. I started unsubscribing from YouTube channels. It's like, well, the Nurse Gladys. Yeah. I watched loads and loads of his videos, and I documented it on the podcast because we used to play clips of him, and I documented his change where he shifted from his prior position where he was gung ho with the fucking nonsense to starting to raise questions about whether this was the right thing to do. Maybe we should question jabbing kids with this fucking weird shit and all this nonsense. And I was still subscribed to him, and I didn't listen to his stuff. I disconnected ages ago because he was tapping into the algorithm. He started curating his content, putting content out that was entirely negative. Wherever you stand on him, whether you think he's a fucking shill or a fucking scion, I don't care. But just from a point of view of watching his videos, they went totally the other way. He was feeding into it. He was feeding the algorithm. He was giving the people what they want on YouTube. The people who just suck up all this negative stuff. So if he puts a video out and titles it Vax Damage Interview, 2 million people are going to go and watch it because they're eager to watch this interview with someone who's had a, been fucked over by the nonsense, which we had. Do we have 2 videos taken down when we talked to people who were damaged? Definitely 1. It didn't even last 12 hours. He can do a full interview for 2 hours talking to someone who's damaged. We do one and it's struck off in 12 hours. The guy who's lost his leg and been paid out by the government. Now, it makes you wonder who the paymaster is, what the agenda is, and I don't know. I'm kind of drifting into just a stream of consciousness and not making any sense. But it's going back to what you said. You can be clouded in streams of negativity, particularly with social media. So I think it's very important to disconnect as much as you can. Yeah. Not all the time, but just for your own well-being. Like, we all know it. We all notice when we're using these things more than we think is healthy. So it's a good idea. I try and put mine in another room as much as I can because I know the temptation's there, and I'm a weak-minded fucking idiot, and I will pick that thing up and just scroll through things because it's there. So I have to physically remove it from the room. Just put it away. Put it somewhere else. No?
That's why I like making memes, because like I said earlier, that I can change the energy of things.
And you get engaged in it.
Yeah, I do. I think I do get into a flow state when I'm, when I've got an idea like clear in my head of what I want to do, and I just really enjoy, the process, and that's why I feel that I wouldn't get on with AI where I can just do it instantly, because there's no process to it.
It'll never come out the way you want it to. Like I've messed around with these different AI things, and it never comes out how you expect. Doesn't matter what prompt you put in, it's always going to interpret things differently. I suppose you could see it as like a starting off point. So you could put a prompt into AI, and maybe that will ignite some inspiration in you to actually do something from scratch. But yeah, it's got a long way to go. I'm not one of these AI doom mongers. I don't think it's going to take over the world anytime soon. I don't buy it. I think it's all hype. It's hype. And most of these companies are totally in the hole. They're spending hundreds of millions every month, and it's like a pyramid scheme. They need processing power, and they have to keep encouraging people to subscribe and chuck them a $5 a month here and there, just to keep buying server space and these server farms all over the place to keep generating this shit. It's complete nonsense to me, but we'll see. I don't know. I'm probably wrong. I usually am. I don't know. Do you think it's an existential threat, AI, to humanity?
I think it's a bit of a red herring, because I think it's the things that we take as normal that actually threaten humanity.
the mundane things that really
Yeah.
upset
Well,
the
just
apple
how
cart.
society is. It's like it's so designed to make everybody scared and ill and stressed and
So I set fire to the carpet. Hang on.
not that kind of anarchy.
Not that kind of anarchy. No, one where we all live long and healthy lives. It'd be a nice kind of anarchy.
Live long and prosper. You're gonna say you got to say that, weren't you? Oh, God.
I'm not a nerd. Says him. I'm just looking at 2 different models of lightsaber I have in this room.
Hey, even Star Wars. There's loads of Star Wars, like the 2 suns, and then the Millennium Falcon. That looks like the crater, and then the Death Star. That looks like the bigger Earth. And you know where it's got that weird little circle, indented circle in it.
The laser beam, yeah.
That's our crater, and then. But you don't know what I'm talking about because you've not watched Bad Batch.
I do know what you're talking about. It's predictive programming. George Lucas is secretly a Crater Earth acolyte. And when he created Star Wars, he incorporated memes of Crater Earth. That's what we're saying.
Oh, he's in the know.
Well, yeah, it would have to be in the know, yeah.
Yeah,
To put it in his
what they
movies.
do. They put all this stuff, so we're aware of it. It's in our subconscious. But we don't actually know what it means, but it's there.
Why not? I don't know. What do I know? I just like the movies. I like the soundtrack. I like
They
lightsabers.
do, yeah, but they do start sounding similar, don't they? Like Superman and Indiana Jones, and
They start sounding similar.
they do. Like Superman and some of them do sound similar. Things.
Oh, right, yeah, because it's John Williams.
Yeah.
The same composer. He's a one-trick pony. He just changes a few notes here and there.
Bill March is fucking amazing, though, isn't it?
I would have to... I need to go back. I need to watch his stuff.
You can't remember the Imperial March?
What?
The Imperial
Oh,
March.
I
It's
thought,
Darth Vader.
I thought you said God of Lamage.
No.
The Imperial March, yes, is amazing. Of course it is.
Yeah, there's one. There's a video on YouTube. You've probably seen it, where they get this orchestra to play it, and then I think John Williams is like conducting it or something.
Mm.
And it's just like it's such a. It's just one of them things in it that just make
Makes the hairs on your arm stand up.
yeah. It's just energy.
It is, yeah.
It whips it up in you.
Something special about music that does this to us. You know, it's frequency, vibration, and all the rest of it. Certain harmonics. When you hear it in a setting like that, like a Royal Albert Hall, and you hear a massive orchestra playing in unison, like throwing this fucking vibration at you, you can't help but react. It's kind of animalistic in some ways. It's like it bypasses the conscious brain and just makes you react on a visceral level. Like your hairs on the back of your neck stand up. You're like, you get this emotive feeling of martialism, army, good and evil, and all the rest of it. It's kind of it brings into focus how easy things like that could be weaponized.
Yeah.
You know. But I love it. I love Star Wars. I love the music. You know, it's great. But, you know.
What I always say to people is that this is why it's so hard to fully, disconnect everything, because you know, films like Star Wars are part of our childhood.
Absolutely.
You know, and it's like you can't take that away. You know what I mean? It's always going to be there, that emotional attachment you have.
That programming is deep.
Yeah.
It's a deep program in our subconscious from childhood, like you said.
Yeah, like Back to the Future. I love Back to the Future as a kid. Yeah. And then somebody did a video saying like all the 9/11 predictive program in it, and I was fucking angry because it's like it's ridiculous the amount of stuff that's in there. Like, you know, where it goes from Twin Pine Mall to Lone Pine Mall when he comes back.
Mm.
And then there's tons of it, and it's just like
I've not seen it. I've not seen it for like 20 years, so I don't get the references.
Okay.
I'd have to go and watch it back. Maybe I will, because I've been introducing my kids to classic 80s films on a Saturday. So maybe we'll do Back to the Future next week. But, you know, they can enjoy it as children, and I'll watch it from an esoteric programming eye, a magnifying glass. Sorry, I'm doing the eyeball thing you're not supposed to do on YouTube. Maybe I'll do that. We did the Three Amigos last week. That was good. They laughed at that. You ever seen it?
probably a long time ago. Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you know, I'm terrible. I'm terrible. For some reason, I've got this thing where I can watch a film and then just like forget most of it. It's like a real like Achilles heel. I've got a really good memory, but for some reason, like films.
In this day and age, that's probably not a bad thing because all the films are shit now.
Yeah.
Like most of the good films were made before the year 2000. It's quite grim. Matt is well into films, and I used to be, but just no one makes any good ones. I've heard good things about Godzilla X1. Is it called X1? The new Godzilla film, whatever. Apparently it's really good. But, I'm not excited about it. I'm really not bothered. I don't know.
To be fair, when I think of Godzilla, I just think of the Chewits advert.
Oh my god! Yeah.
I mean, even adverts. I mean, this is what makes me angry. Is like we get like emotional about adverts, and it's like we shouldn't, but we do. You know what I mean? We get all like nostalgic about bloody adverts.
Yeah, but we're not nostalgic about Chewits. We're nostalgic about Godzilla eating Chewits. It was a great advert.
It makes you think of Chewits, though, doesn't it? And all the jingles as well.
Yeah, the jingles are the secret sauce. That's what gets you to remember. If you like a lot of chocolate on your biscuit.
Join our club.
Join our club.
I'd rather have a bowl of.
Visqueen?
No.
Corn Pops.
Maybe. What's the famous one? What's the famous name for?
I'd rather have a bowl of Ready Break.
No.
You're toying with me now. I'd rather have a bowl of. I'd rather have a bowl of. No, it's not going to be shit. So much shit like cornflakes, is it?
No.
What is it?
What's a famous kids cereal?
Wheatos.
No.
Nesquik.
No.
Cocoa Pops.
Yeah.
Oh, I'd rather have a bowl of Cocoa Pops. Yes, it's coming back to me now.
Do you know what? Right, when I was a kid, there was this advert for Clark's shoes. Right? No, but it was.
Oh,
it
it sounds tragic already.
But it was designed for kids, yeah.
Right.
And it was this girl, and then she went in this dream world where she had to fight a witch or something, and she had a key in the bottom of a shoe, And when I was a kid, I wanted them shoes.
With the key in them.
Yeah.
You wanted
And
to
then
fight the
I
witch.
watched it again recently, and it was shit. And I don't even think there was a key in a shoe either, so I don't know why I thought that. But and I wanted Mr. Frosty. Remember Mr. Frosty, the drink maker?
From
He's like a snowman.
From Clark Shoes.
No, this is moving off on a tangent. Just talking about my childhood, you know. I never got Mr. Frosty, the drinks maker, and I've never been the same since.
God, I want to go back and watch 80s. I want to watch 80s children's TV adverts. And,
God.
And just to jog some memories, because you're bringing them back now. Roll the bag a bowl of Cocoa Pops. Gosh, it was just chocolate rice nonsense. But it made the milk turn chocolatey. Do you know? Didn't it? It made the milk turn chocolatey.
What sugar is in Cocoa Pops? Jeez.
Too much for an 8-year-old, surely.
Oh, I tell you what I used to remember in the mornings. Sharky and George. Remember that?
The Crime Busters of the Sea.
Yeah.
Would you believe me if I told you I have a Sharky and George t-shirt?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, you'd be right. You'd be right to believe me. Sharky
You know what?
and George,
I think this
the
is
Crime
why
Busters. Shut
I
up!
don't
Of the sea.
I don't watch telly
Sharky.
anymore because I watched my life's work as a kid. Honestly, most of my childhood, honestly, it's just like the amount of telly I watched was ridiculous.
Yeah. Well, I was the same.
It's bad though, really, isn't it?
Did you watch Jason the Wheel Warriors?
I don't think I did.
Yeah, you
It sounds familiar, but
you
no.
hesitated, so obviously
Well-
you've never seen it, because otherwise you would have said yes. That's the
That
greatest
reminds me of
cartoon
Back
ever
to Oz.
made.
Remember, did you see Back to Oz, the 80s sequel to Wizard of Oz?
Yeah,
these like baddies that were like
yeah.
That was
I
a
know-
creepy ass film. That
I thought the first one was creepy. Never mind that.
Return to Oz.
I thought the Wizard of Oz was creepy.
Well, yeah.
Flame monkeys and fucking
Yeah.
the house lands on the fucking witch and her legs are sticking out. That was creepy enough. Return to Oz was just like, oh no, I'm not watching this. It's horrible. Put Big Trouble in Little China on.
No.
No.
Gremlins.
Yeah. Love
Gremlins actually inspired one of my early memes because in the second one they were wearing masks.
The Gremlins were.
Yeah, the Gremlins wearing a mask, or one of them was wearing a mask. And then the first woman that got the jab, Margaret Keenan, I did her, Gremlin in a mask, and then
Will
nurse
Shakespeare.
saying, don't worry, just one more, and it'll go back to normal.
Just don't feed after midnight. Fucking Will Shakespeare. Can you believe that shit?
Yeah.
Well, yes, obviously, because it
Bill,
happened.
no,
but
but it was Bill. You see, it was Bill. So
it was Bill Shakespeare. Yeah. I liked. I think Critters is an underrated movie.
you know what? I've never watched Critters.
All right. Well,
Because that was more like horror, wasn't it?
Who?
It was like horror.
Horror.
Horror.
Fodder.
No horror.
Oh no. It's like Gremlins. It's like comedy.
No, I'm not seeing that.
It's more like a comedy. It's not horror. It's not like gruesome or gory or anything.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah, put Twitters. Put Critters on your list. And Tremors. You must have seen Tremors.
No.
No, it's got Kevin Bacon
Me
in
and
it.
my sister, we used to get Labyrinth out at the video shop.
And
we
the
used to look
King
at
of the
that film.
Fairies. Right.
I mean, that's a creepy film now when you think about it.
I watched it not long ago. I never liked it, but my missus likes. She's a big Labyrinth.
Yeah, I think it's a girl film, isn't it?
Is that because of David Bowie?
Yeah, it's my first crush.
I think it is. Well, okay. I've hit the nail on the head. Even though he's an androgynous king of the princes of the fairies.
Yeah, he's got like 80s hair. It looks ridiculous, but he pulls it off.
Oh, he's evil. He's evil, but I want to tangle with him.
Oh gosh.
I never got it.
What the classics were there? Do you remember the one with there was like a green monster living in
a leprechaun.
No, not leprechaun.
The leprechaun.
What was that Fred from Wonder Years? What was
Drop Dead Fred?
No.
That was a great film with Rick Mail in it.
Wonder Years. Fred Savage, there we go. It was such a treat, wasn't it? You used to go to the video shop and get a video.
Oh my
it was such
god!
a big, exciting thing.
Yeah, we used to go to Video Magic, and it would usually take about 3 years for a film to be at the cinema, and then arrive on VHS.
Yeah, he used to take ages, didn't he?
Yeah, it was years. It was years.
Mental. Now it's like 3 months or something, isn't it?
Well, now they don't even put him in the cinema; they just put him straight on Netflix.
Yeah. Little Monsters. That's remember that one?
Little Monsters. Can't say I do.
Yeah, I think he was like mates with like this, monster, blue monster.
It sounds kind of lame.
I actually, when I used to work in Spa, and I don't know when they stopped having them, but I remember people taking out videos, and we're talking like early 2000s. It's just mad how it's so quick.
How it changed. Yeah, I remember spa shops having a video section.
Mad.
It's like we used to go to Video Magic, and if we were feeling flush, we'd go to Jack Beanstalk. Go to Jack Beanstalk and get a VHS out. And then, I remember the Spa at the end of my mum and dad's road having a video section, like late in the game. Like, video shops were already shutting, and the Spa and it had this video section, which was kind of strange, behind a black curtain, if I remember correctly.
Pay no attention to the man behind the curtain.
No, with the videos, with the VHSs. There was so many great movies in the 80s, man. I love them. And it makes me kind of sad that movies are terrible now. There's not much gets me excited. There is a new Alien film. Are you going to watch the new Alien film that's coming out soon?
No.
You're not into the Alien films?
It's kind of gross, though.
Gross?
Gross.
Really?
Alien? Yeah. I'm not. I don't like one making myself feel uncomfortable. And, do you know what I mean?
It's not real.
I know.
It's just a movie.
No, but it probably is. That's the thing with sci-fi.
Do you reckon? Oh, I don't know. I don't know about that. Oh gosh, I just killed my camera. I don't know if the stream's still going. Shit, what did I do then? Oh no, I'm back. I just did a flying knee into the roadcaster.
You're not Bruce Lee.
No, I'm definitely not Bruce Lee. Definitely not. But I did manage to disconnect and some sort of USB cable.
I went through a period where, because when I was a bit more naive, I sort of was like, oh, you've got to watch. I just tried to educate myself and like, oh, I've got to watch like kung fu movies, and so I watched like pretty much all the Bruce Lee films, and he was fucking. It was great, wasn't he?
Yeah. I like The Big Boss. Well, Sam mentioned it before, actually. I had a copy of The Big Boss, which had the soundtrack was a Pink Floyd album.
Was that the one where we had the yellow and black outfit on that was in Kill Bill?
Oh, no, I think was that not Enter the Dragon? I don't know.
No, I think it was one of the more obscure ones, I think.
Oh, that was Black Pants. That was Black Pants only, I think.
Black Pants only?
Yeah. The thing is, they're kind of formulaic and they all kind of blend into one.
Yeah.
You know, so if you've not watched them, like I only watched them a few times, like when I was a teenager, probably. So I've not seen them for, 5 or 6 years. So, they all sort of blend into one.
It's Game of Death.
Game of Death. That's the one. That's the one where he's got the black pants on, isn't it?
Well, it's a yellow.
The yellow
It's
jumpsuit.
a Kill Bill. It is though. It's yellow and then black on stripes on the arms.
Yeah.
And on the sides.
Yeah. I never had the posters. Like most people, I grew up had like a poster on the wall, and so it'd be like the Big Boss poster on the wall, or Game of Death, or Enter the Dragon and whatnot. But it wasn't really. It was kind of counterculture in the UK. I'm guessing because it was Chinese. It's like, yeah, we don't want a Chinese star. Watch James Bond. Watch fucking not Sean Connery, the other fucking lame guy. Roger Moore. Don't watch Bruce Lee. Watch Roger Moore pretending to be a spy as James Bond instead. Because this is good, wholesome British psyop that you need.
You know
to
what?
watch.
As stupid as the films are, they're actually very esoteric.
Yeah.
Because it's like where James Bond's always in some situation where they don't just shoot him; they put him in a situation where he can get out of it if he tries.
Yeah, we're going to tie you up and send a laser beam to your penis.
Yeah, but he's got a chance to get out of it, hasn't he?
Obviously, yeah.
Yeah, so it's like that's a very esoteric thing, because it's like saying you've got the chance to escape.
It is, but I mean they couldn't just kill him because that would be the end of the movie, wouldn't it?
Oh yeah, yeah.
They just run the laser beam up him and cut
Have
him
you
in
seen
half. That's
Zardos?
it. Sorry,
Zardos. It's one of Sean Connery's.
Lardos.
Zardos.
Ford.
It's like the Wizard of Oz. It's like the end of it's the Zard of Wizard, and then it's Oz, so it's Zardos. Yeah, and that's a very one of them. Oh, it's one of them sci-fi films, and it's like
It's been inverted.
Yeah. He basically walks. He runs. He's got like long black hair and a tash, and he's basically wearing like. He's wearing like a big red. It's like a nappy.
Is it
It's
Sean
not like
Connery?
a nappy, but
Is
like
it
a
Sean
loincloth.
Connery one?
Is he a what?
Sean Connery.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then he's got like a big red loincloth on, and then he's got like two what bullet things? What they called? You know what you put your bullets in that go across your body? Yeah. He's got two of them like in a cross, and that's all he's wearing.
I know the one. Yeah.
Yeah. Once you've seen that image, you can't forget that.
You can't unsee it.
No.
It's like I can see your testicles in those pants, man. Yeah, he's got the bandoliers. They're called. He's got bandoliers with the bullets across his chest.
Big, and then thigh high boots as well.
Obviously, because you don't want to get his feet.
He couldn't wear little trainers, could he?
Don't want to get his feet wet.
But it's basically about him and his men are like the last humans, like the last real humans, and then there's this like society's broken away, and they're all kind of like very weak. You know what I mean? So it's a really interesting film.
What's it called? What's the title of that one?
Right, it's Zardos.
Zados. Zados. Right, I might have to check that out. I bet you can watch it on YouTube.
Oh. It's the 70s.
Oh, it's from the 70s, yeah. It'll be funny, if anything. I bet does it date? Is it really dated?
No, it's like predictive programming, I think.
Right.
because it's like I think it's talking about now. You know, because a lot of society is just pathetic and weak-willed and can't look after themselves. It's just one of them films. You're just like, yeah, I get it. Oh, and then it's the whole about the whole holographic construct where it's all just like fractals and it's all just like light.
Full Metal Rabbit.
Yeah. But like there's like a scene in the film where he's kind of like because there's an idea that we're in a crystal, isn't it? And then because crystal's made up of all this different light patterns and all that. And
the crystalline nature of reality. Some people think that. Yeah, crystals sort of grow in some weird way. I got some science experiments. I've done a couple of them where you can grow your own crystals. Have you seen these? You get you go to like the toy shop, and if you go to the science bit, you can get these things, and you can make your own crystals, and watch them grow, and stuff. And it's interesting, what the fuck do I know? I just find it curious.
do you remember there was like a craze for when you had a potato and you put like it would power an alarm clock? Remember them? You remember that?
Yeah, free energy from a fucking potato. Mr. Potato Head powers my alarm clock. Yeah. Was that Blue Peter? I wonder if that was Blue Peter who started that off.
His sister had it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's interesting because it's D-Day for my van. My van's going for MOT on Tuesday, and I've not got much hopes for it, but I've heard from a producer that there's a garage in Darwin that will MOT a potato. So if it all fails, I'll take it to there. Yeah, potato. There was a similar thing with lemons. Like you could harness the power of a lemon to make a light bulb. Do you remember that one?
No.
No, I remember the lemons.
Well, I'm sure it's similar.
The citrus, yeah, it's probably more powerful than a potato. I'm putting a line in the sand now. I think a lemon is more powerful than a potato.
I mean, health-wise, definitely.
Yeah. More concentrated energy. Like, I think if you run your alarm clock off a lemon, you're in big trouble. You're just gonna be getting up and out of bed at all times. It's gonna go haywire. Maybe that's why they chose a potato, because it's kind of sedate. It's kind of.
Well, the thing is, if you power your alarm clock with a lemon, then you'll have a easy peasy lemon squeezy kind of day, and we don't want that.
Yeah. What you want is easy potato, squeezy blamato.
You want you to be mashed. You want your brain to be mashed.
Mashed. I like. How do you do your mashed potatoes?
Just a bit of margarine.
Margarine.
Yeah.
Fucking wash your mouth out. Margarine. Honestly.
Flora, that's margarine, isn't it? Oh.
I don't know. I think we'll have to end this conversation. Margarine. No salt, no pepper. No. Just a bit of margarine. Bit of margarine and go and fuck yourselves.
Sometimes I'll put a bit of Himalayan salt in it.
Oh, right. Get a bit exotic every now and again.
Yeah.
Bit of that peach.
You know what? I know like, every recipe I ever do, it always says season it, and like I don't.
It's always the last thing on the recipe, so it's the last thing you remember to do. Why don't they put...
But then, right, when it says salt and pepper, right?
Yeah.
like we should be having excess salt though, should we?
I think it's fine. We don't
Yeah.
get a lot. We definitely
Well,
don't
depends what
definitely
you eat, doesn't it?
definitely don't get any in the water because that's purified to fucking nonsense. It's just pale water jizz with nothing in it, no minerals and nothing. So, you know, I would say they should start every recipe with season with salt and pepper before you even start, because then you're not going to forget. Because I always
Yeah,
forget.
but surely you should be having stuff in your recipe that you don't need to have salt and pepper. Because isn't it a bit like putting ketchup on everything?
Yeah, good point.
Mm.
Good point. I made something this week and my 8-year-old didn't put ketchup on it. And that is a sign of culinary excellence. Like, fuck me. He didn't put ketchup on it. It's like, whoa. Oh, Dad. I think, oh, this is good, Dad. Do you know what, Dad? I'm not even going to put ketchup on it. Oh, thanks. High praise, son. Thank you. But yeah, that's a good point. Why would you need to season it? Do you know, I season things while I'm cooking them, to be fair. So if I'm making a spag bol or a curry or a chili or something like that, I put salt and pepper in it while I'm doing it.
That's just what you do, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's just autopilot.
Maybe it is. Maybe I'm on
I
autopilot.
like a lot of oregano in bolognese and garlic. I love garlic.
You mean oregano?
No, it's not oregano. It's oregano. You say
Oregano.
aluminum? No.
Oregano or oregano? Yeah, it's oregano. I call it oregano. I don't call it oregano. I call it oregano. I get the little jars of mixed Italian herbs. So I presume that it's got oregano in it. So I just doff that in it. I also I fuck around with paprika a bit as well. So I'll put paprika in an Italian, some Italian shit. I'm wild like that. If it's a spag bol, I'm gonna put some paprika in it. Just see what happens. It's usually good.
Cinnamon would probably work, actually.
Cinnamon.
Mm.
Okay.
But to be fair, I'm one of them where I follow the recipe to the.
Oh my God, you're a tea follower. Are you a tea follower? You follow to the tea.
Yeah.
We were talking about this before, whereas I'm an eyeballer. I eyeball everything.
Yeah.
Why? Oh, okay. Do you think? Are you worried that's going to be shit if you don't follow to the tea?
Yeah. I don't have confidence in my cooking.
No, why not?
I remember my mum never taught me, so I had to teach myself, and so it's always the book's always been you got to follow the book.
Yeah. But yeah.
Honestly, unless I know a recipe inside out, I can't. I've got to have the book there. Unless I've done it loads, I know off by heart. I can't just go and.
I'm with you there. I have to have made something 10 times before I can put the book down. So yeah, I understand that.
I mean, if I know something's gonna, I think say if you wanted to put different vegetables in the bolognese, it's I know things like mushrooms would work and stuff like that. Don't know.
Turnip. Throw a bit of turnip in the.
No.
Bit of Swede.
I do like Swede. Swede with bolognese is really good. I don't mean in
Is
the.
it? Is that a good filler? Swede. I've never tried that.
Yeah.
I might do that. I'll probably get mixed reviews, but I might try a bit of Swede in a bolognese, just to fuck with them, just to keep them on the toes.
Not in it as an accompaniment.
A side?
Yeah.
A side of Swede?
Yeah.
What crazy world are you living in? And a bolognese? It's spag bol. It's spag bol with a side of Swede. What the fuck are you doing in your kitchen, man?
Good for you.
It's good for you. It tastes like wank.
Doesn't. Do you know what? Right, you can put swede. You don't have to boil it. You can put it in the microwave.
All right, even better. Why don't you just put a swede in the microwave, cook it for 4 minutes, and say, right, there you go, bang.
No, it's about 10 minutes.
10 minutes. What do you do with it, though? Please tell me you peel it.
No, because you can. When you microwave it, it softens the flesh, so you can just scoop it out, and then the skin is just left at the end. So you don't have to mess about with it at all.
You scoop it out.
Yeah.
That's what. Right. Oh my God, I'm gonna try this. Anyone for some scooped swede? Anyone some swede scooping? No. No salt and pepper. Just scoop it out. Just scoop warm swede onto the plate with a spag bol and say, "Have that." What? I'm incredulous. I don't believe you.
Well, don't fucking try it then. You don't have to find out.
Yeah, it's fucking your loss. Hey, it's your loss. You don't want your swede in your spag bol. Fuck you.
It's not in the spag bol. It's an accompaniment.
Okay. So
it might work. It might work. I don't know.
I don't know. I get swedes mixed with sweet potatoes. But they're
both root vegetables.
and they're both ginormous. And the same colour.
A swede is, yeah, but not sweet potatoes. Sweet potatoes are nice. You can't not like sweet potatoes.
Oh, fucking tell that to my 12-year-old. He pulls his fucking puss out when I make sweet potatoes. Fucking what a pain in the dick. He's hard work. Fussy eater.
They don't know the bone, do they?
They don't, no. Like, fuck me. I cook from scratch most nights, like.
That's a real, that's a rarity, isn't it? I'm sure a lot of parents are just like, oh yeah, pizza, nuggets, takeaway, innit?
Well, it's fucking dear though, isn't it? I can't afford takeaway every night. It's expensive.
Can't afford to be an Alfie.
No. No. And I quite enjoy it, I quite enjoy the process. It's a ball ache sometimes, but I like experimenting, trying new things.
You're looking after your family.
Well, kind of have to. Someone has to, don't they?
But it's you know what I mean? It's satisfaction, isn't it? Satisfying.
I get it. Yeah, if I make something that's good, that's quite rare, so I get a level of satisfaction from that. That's true. I'm skilling up for the apocalypse, I'll be able to make a spag bol with a Swede side, in next to no time. In no time at all.
Let's have a big pan, won't you? Over the
I'm totally like a one-pot wonder. I love one-pot wonders. Just make it easy and less washing up, man.
I like that.
Yeah. I can't be doing with... I did a thing on Saturday where it was... what did we have? Oh, I made a sausage... Oh, I talked about it on the podcast. I made a sausage roll and potatoes and carrots with glaze. So I used like 4 fucking pans and a baking tray just to make tea. It's like, I can't be fucking arsed with this. It's too much washing up. It's too much washing up. I can't be bothered. But it was good, and the kids lapped it up. So I've done I learnt something. That they will eat weird shit if I make it and make a big deal out of it. It is what it is. We're all just trying to get along, AC. Just trying to get on with our lives and not be disturbed. Have a good time. We're not here for a long time. We're here for a good time. She's fucked off.
I'm here.
You don't bog.
No, I'm here.
You sound like you're in bog.
I'm not in bog.
Well, that's better. AC, I'm probably going to collapse soon.
I think we've done good. I don't know why I didn't come in earlier. It only like occurred to me when I was trying to get in, and you were like dismissing me.
Oh, was I? Yeah, because we had lots of problems early on with people.
Yeah, but it was ages after that.
Playing rave music, yeah. But no, we got to the stage where we had Paul, Black Sheep. We had Paul and Lee and Sam and Hogdown. It was like, well, this is fine. I don't need to run the risk of letting someone else in who's going to play techno music. So I just stopped letting people in.
I should have actually done that when you let me in. I should have actually done that just as a laugh.
Just to fuck
don't worry, it's me.
Yeah. Oh, wave the ban hammer at you. But I'm glad. Someone, I think Matt alerted me in the chat that you were trying to get in, so I'm very happy.
I was trying to alert you in the chat as well.
Sorry, love.
Yeah.
What?
I was trying to alert you.
I know, but I can't watch the chat because I've got too many other things too many buttons. I'm terrible at looking at the chat, so sorry for not letting you in earlier. But I'm glad we got to meet and talk anyway.
Oh God, it's light now.
Fuck off, is it? I don't have a window in this room. I don't know if it's daylight or not.
I mean, I'm sure they're going to. Today was so shit. Like, when I wake up and like they've blocked the sun out again, it's like, oh, thanks.
Fucking
Cheers.
tell me about it, man. It's like the summer. This is supposed to be the best time of year for me, where I'm supposed to be working hard, sweating a lot, losing weight because I get fat over the winter because I'm working in cold places, getting wrapped up, eating loads of shit that I'm not supposed to, and then in summer I'm supposed to be working and sweating and getting it all off again. And like this summer, it's just been the spring has been a complete fucking washout. It's been horrific.
Yeah.
And yeah, well, we know why. But you know, it is what it is. Just gotta get on with it. Just turn that frown upside down. Put on a happy face.
Yeah, but I need sunshine. I think I've got one of those sad lamps, and don't make any difference.
Does it not? No.
I don't think there's any like. There's no like comparison to when it's sunny and you just feel great. And
no, there's not.
There's nothing that you can't take a tablet for it. You can't have fucking lighting.
Can you? No. It just makes me want to drink beer. Like on a Friday afternoon, if it's hot and sunny on a Friday afternoon when I get home, I just immediately want to drink lots of beer. And it never strikes me any other time during the week. But there's something about the sun, it kind of makes you happy. It makes you free and easy, and you take things less seriously. You're less invested in the fucking matrix that we're trapped in. It's great. We need more of it. But, you know, it is what it is.
You're a lion, dog, face, pony soldier.
Right. Should we wrap this up, AC?
Yeah.
9 hours, 24 minutes right now, streaming. I think that's solid. That's a solid episode, isn't it? For a free podcast.
Like Vinnie Jones said in Lockstock, it's been emotional.
Has it? Yeah, it has. It has. I've nearly cried several times. Right. God, I don't know what to do. I should play the music, really, shouldn't I? Because it's the sun's getting low. I've no idea what I'm doing. I did have...
I came out into the front yard and the dogs were across the road. And as soon as they saw me, they came bounding over.
I have no idea what I'm doing. I just
15 minutes hickey. 15 minutes hickey, stay close to home. 15 minutes hickey. 15 minutes hickey, or we'll send our drone.
All right. I guess that wraps up episode 333. Thanks for joining us. It's been emotional. It's been intense. I'm just tired, boss. Bye, bus driver.
So long, gay boys.
We're not going to be here next week. We're having the week off because I've not missed a Sunday since last July, I don't think. So I'm not going to be here next week. It's Father's Day. I'm going to have the week off with my kids, and we'll be back the week after with another wonderful podcast, I presume.
Wagwan Akis. Shout out to my plug, Ace of Asia.
Yeah.
Circius plug around. Get your drops loaded fast. Bring your barks and nations. Cuts always on time. Serious ute. Not gonna lie to you, man.
No. Gets my vote. Oh my God.
Fucking hell!
Right. See you next week or the week after. Have a nice Father's Day. Sayonara. Tati bye. Au revoir.
Are you not entertained?
Ultimate puss party. You dirty bitches!
You got caught sucking your fingers on the bus.
Thank you for watching.
Bullshit teacher, I
A sussy Chungus pirate from Basildon.
Come on, man.
Wagwan fam, you're going to Somerset.
That's it, man. Game over, man. Game over.
Save Plotland.